One nap changed everything. He woke up in a savage world where strength is law, and his new body, the weakest trash in the class. Crushed by bullying, the original owner took his own life, right before the most critical exam of his destiny. But fate had a twist. He triggered a system manhwa miracle. The beast soul he awakened, the legendary tyrant lizard emperor. With this power, he would rise from zero to hero. Welcome to the ultimate manhwa recap of A Legend's Rise. The story begins in a crumbling classroom. Suddenly, a young man's eyes snapped open in sheer terror. Did he travel back in time? In City High School, Class 12, A7. The scene was hauntingly familiar. The decaying walls, the faces of the past. He clutched his head, panic rising. What kind of nightmare was this? If this is rebirth, why right before the exams? Suddenly a sharp pain pierced his skull. Memories flooded in. Ages ago, the dimensions cracked. Secret realms invaded Earth, unleashing hellish beasts upon humanity. Monsters poured through the rifts, slaughtering millions. A single beast could wipe out an entire nation. To survive, humanity engineered the monster gene system. Inject the serum. Awaken the beast within. Only the awakened could stand against the tide. They became the new nobility, revered as gods among men. Earth entered the era of the strong. Grades didn't matter. Only raw power commanded respect. A robotic voice echoed in his mind. Host Yi He. Identity Reserve Warrior. Commencing memory synchronization. Reality snapped back. Yi. He was just a high schooler again. His classmates saw his confusion and sneered. Look at that loser, Yi. He daydreaming again. You think a piece of trash like you can pass the exam? A girl with the face of an angel and the mouth of a viper turned around. Get lost, idiot. You're destined to rot at the bottom of the food chain. Yi. He sighed internally. So the original owner was the class punching bag. After his mother's tragic death, he had given up on life. His grades plummeted, and he became the class burden. So that was the tragic backstory. The girl glared at him, eyes flashing with disdain. What are you staring at? This is a martial arts class, you creep, Yi, he panicked. He wasn't staring, just thinking. Now he had to clean up this mess. The original owner literally died of fear. Suddenly, the heavy footsteps of the teacher silenced the room. Are you ready? His voice boomed. It is time for the gene modification injection. 3 years of blood and sweat come down to this moment. He adjusted his glasses, eyeing the slackers. Yi. He just smirked. I didn't slack off, that was the old Yi-hei. But since I'm here, I'll teach these trash talkers a lesson they'll never forget. The scene shifted to the An City High injection chamber. The air was thick with tension. What beast will I get? A rank 3 mountain tiger? A rank 4 sea dragon? You probably a rank 1 stink snake. Laughter erupted. Under the eerie blue light, the teacher revealed the destiny serum. This is the essence of power, the teacher declared. It contains the genetic code of countless beasts hunted by our ancestors. Your body will absorb a gene at random. It was the classic rule of any awakening manhwa. The stronger the body, the stronger the beast. Do not rush. Embrace the power. Let it flow through your veins. Chen Peng Miao Yun. One by one, the needles pierced skin. Agonizing screams filled the room. Some collapsed in agony. Others convulsed as their DNA rewrote itself. Yi. He watched, swallowing hard. Does it have to be this violent? Looks like pain is the price of power. Screw it. Let's do this. He plunged the needle into his neck, bracing for hell. The blue serum vanished into his veins. But silence. No pain. No tremors. Why do I feel nothing? He checked his hands in disbelief. The teacher approached, frowning. Yi. There is no reaction. Cold sweat trickled down Yi. He's back. Teach, did you give me a dud? Is this fake? The toxic girl sashayed over, her voice dripping with venom. Ha, look everyone, Yi, he is such a loser. Even the serum rejected him. A warrior who can't awaken? You're a bird without wings. You're finished, Yi. Just a walking corpse. Why bother living? Go home and rot, Yi. He clenched his fists. Was this girl the ringleader of his misery? Suddenly, a gani pain exploded in every cell of his body. Ding, infinite monster template system online. Host, Yi, He. Physique, B rank. Standard leveling manhwa mechanics initiated. Extracting monster soul. The girl watched her smirk, fading into confusion. Hey, what are you twitching for? Stop faking it. Yi. His eyes snapped open, glowing with a terrifying predatory light. Get back. Unless you want to die. Roa R. A primal roar shook the building to its foundations. Behind him, a colossal shadow rose from hell, burning with ancient fire. The shockwave hit them like a freight train. Who the hell just awakened? The pressure was absolutely suffocating. Even the elite students were forced to turn their heads. A fire attribute girl stared wide-eyed at the epicenter, completely mesmerized. An ice attribute student clenched his fists, jealousy boiling over. Was there someone stronger than him? Suddenly, a translucent blue system interface materialized. Legendary grade template Gojira. Ability Atomic Breath. Evolution Burning Form. Wait. Compatibility is only 3% Yi. He clutched his arm, his body screaming in agony. Grade A. Godzilla. The Infinite Monster Template. He stared at his trembling hand. Is this the golden finger the system gifted me? The crowd buzzed with terror. Yi. He did that. He blew everyone away in a heartbeat. Even Wang Dongdong, who awakened a grade 2 fire lizard, was tossed like a rag doll. Just what kind of monster did he awaken? Meanwhile, a female student lay motionless on the ground, her posture. Well, let's just say it was inadvertently distracting. He powered down, returning to his normal state. He scratched his head, putting on a harmless smile. Ahem. My bad, guys. The awakening was a bit enthusiastic. I told you to step back, didn't I? Suddenly, the speakers crackled to life. All 12th grade students, gene injection complete. Proceed to the stadium for bloodline verification immediately. The scene shifts to the gene testing chamber, the judgment hall, where destinies are decided by martial talent and beast souls. One by one they entered. The crowd outside gasped at the results. Li Xingyuan from our class awakened a grade 3 Gale insect gene. Lucky bastard. He was average before, but now he's skyrocketed to the top tier. Strong bloodlines really defy all logic. And look at Chuzhou, perennial top student, martial apprentice rank 9, and now a grade 3 ice dragon. The title of InCity's top scholar is practically his. Hey, check the screen, Miss Liao is also rank 9. Wait, holy crap, a grade 4 nether sparrow, that's ultra rare. A grade 4 beast in its true form can wipe out half a city. Ordinary martial artists are just ants to them. You'd need to be a grandmaster just to stand a chance. Yi. He rubbed his chin deep in thought. Their monsters are ranked numerically grade 3 and 4. So why is my system classifying mine as grade A? The loudspeaker boomed again. Next class 12 to 7. Yihei. Enter for testing. Yihei froze. Already. Do they have to be so dramatic? Every eye locked onto him. A cocktail of admiration, jealousy, and awe filled the air. After that shockwave, everyone knew Yi. He was the main character of this awakening manhwa arc. He's definitely going to be a big shot. I need to get on his good side now, gotta hug that golden thigh while I can. Wow, total husbando material Yi. He sighed internally. This world really worships power above all else. He stepped forward, while the boys cheered him on like a gladiator. It's Yi's turn. With that aura, his bloodline must be god tier. And City High is about to witness the birth of a legend. Far away, a mysterious youth watched in silence, eyes sharp as daggers. So that's Yi. Let's see if he lives up to the hype. Moments later, the results flashed on the screen. The silence was deafening. Yihei. Martial apprentice rank 3. Bloodline unknown. The crowd erupted not in cheers but in disbelief. Rank 3. Even my little brother in middle school could beat him. Oh man, that's embarrassing. Talk about a letdown. Unknown bloodline. You mean no bloodline. A rank 3 apprentice. That shockwave earlier was probably just a cheap trick. Haha Yi. He is trash after all. Once a loser, always a loser. But amidst the venomous mockery, Yi walked out, his expression unshakable. Just as I thought, he mused. Their primitive machines can't detect a god-level entity like Godzilla. The system interface flickered back into view. Infinite Monster Template. Upgrade Guide. Complete missions or increase fame to extract new templates. Current extractions available 0. A smirk played on his lips. My leveling system is in a league of its own. This is going to be fun. Suddenly, his expression darkened into a predator's grin. If I meet the conditions, I can summon infinite monsters. Doesn't that make me the king of monsters? The next morning, the sky over Ann City was a canvas of perfect blue. But inside Ann City High, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The teacher, a thin man with a permanent scowl, glared over his glasses. Excuse me, you want to go home for self-study before the university entrance exam? Do you think I was born yesterday, Yi? He stood tall, his eyes burning with determination. Sir, I want to improve. I've fallen behind. I need special training. If I stick to the standard curriculum, I'll never catch up to the elites. The teacher crossed his arms, his voice dripping with disdain. Let's be real. The only path to becoming a martial artist is the exam. I don't care what weird bloodline you think you have. Your foundation is trash. You won't pass. Just prepare to repeat the year and stop dreaming. He didn't flinch. He tilted his head, widening his eyes into the ultimate weapon, the puppy dog stare. Teacher, only those who know desperation can truly evolve. I've awakened something powerful. I just need time. Look into my eyes, sir. Have you ever seen such sincerity? The teacher faltered. He sighed, defeated by the act. Fine. You look serious enough. But when you fail, come back and register for next year's classes quietly. The scene shifts to the bustling streets of Ann City, sunlight bathing the rooftops in gold. He strolled casually, hands in his pockets. Mortgaging the parents' house got me $600,000. Add the accident insurance. I'm sitting on over 1 million credits. To get stronger, I have 2 paths. Cultivate like a normal martial artist, or increase my compatibility with the Monster Emperor template. The system text scrolled through his mind. Infinite Monster Template. Initial compatibility 1 point. Current compatibility 3 points. He frowned. Where did those extra 2 points come from? It has to be the gene serum from the school. His eyes lit up like he'd just cracked the code. So gene potions in this world increase template compatibility. Instead of breaking my bones training, I just need to spend money. Now that fits my get-rich-get-strong philosophy perfectly. He could barely contain his excitement, nearly laughing out loud, as he rushed toward the Ann City Warrior Center. He slapped his student ID against the scanner. The gate chimed, pleasantly welcoming him like a VIP guest. But the moment he stepped inside, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. The scene before him was less like a lobby and more like a gathering of monsters wearing human skin. Each warrior radiated a bloodline aura, so thick it felt like a ghostly fog rolling across the room in suffocating waves. Holy crap, he thought. This place is crawling with awakened warriors. But suddenly, a strange instinct spiked in his gut, the kind of sixth sense you'd see in a high-stakes awakening manhwa, signaling that the tyrant lizard emperor within him was stirring. This apex predator wasn't just about raw power. It granted its host the terrifying ability to sense the biomagnetic fields of every living thing. I can hear it, he realized. The blood boiling in their veins sounds like roaring fire. The beast within them is screaming loud and clear. A devilish grin crept onto Yi's face as he muttered to himself, rehearsing his future villain arc. To the tyrant lizard emperor, every single warrior here is nothing but prey. I'm still too weak right now. I have to suppress this bloodline and bide my time. But once I've gathered enough power, I'll show you all who the real king of beasts is. Just then, a velvet-smooth voice drifted from behind him. He spun around to find a drop-dead gorgeous woman standing there, curves in all the right places and an outfit designed to kill. She offered him a playful wink, striking his heart with the precision of a sniper. It's rude to stare at people's secrets, little brother. That's a bad habit. He froze for a second, then 2, before his face exploded into a shade of tomato red. He scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Ah, sorry, beautiful sister. I didn't mean to pry, I swear. The woman raised a brow, her lips curling into a teasing smirk. Relax. I assume you just awakened your beast gene and can't control the sensory overload yet. It happens all the time. So what brings a rookie like you to the Warrior Center, He seized the chance to change the subject. Oh right, I'm here to buy some gene potions. But this place is massive. I feel like a minnow in the ocean. Big sister, could you point me in the right direction? She tilted her head, assessing him like an interesting new toy. Gene potions. You need them this early. Yee. He blinked, confused. Huh. Is there a reason I shouldn't? It's not dangerous exactly, she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. But those potions are expensive, and your body builds resistance quickly. If you spam them now, they won't work when you really need them. Smart warriors wait until they hit a cultivation bottleneck, when they can't improve naturally to get the most bang for their buck. Yee. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. So, how much is one vial? She held up 4 fingers and shook them gently. For your current level, you'd use the low-grade foundation type. That'll run you about 400,000 credits a pop. Yee. His face instantly turned the color of a dead ghost. He muttered under his breath, sounding like he'd just heard the price of a ticket to Mars. That expensive. If I liquidated my entire life savings, I'd barely scrape together enough for 4 or 5 vials. He hesitated, then looked up at her with the desperate eyes of a gambler playing his last chip. Sister, do you know anyone? Is there any way to get a discount? She chuckled, pulling a glittering business card from her pocket and handing it to him. My name is Huang Liang Li. Take this to the counter. They'll know I sent you, and you might get a little price break. Yee. He accepted the card with both hands like it was a sacred relic, bowing deeply. Thank you so much. She waved him off with a gentle smile. If fate allows, we'll meet again, little one. The scene shifts to the warrior hospital, where Yi stood at the counter, his heart pounding like a war drum. 1 million credits vanished in a single transaction. Then came the weapon shop, claiming another 250,000. He was burning through cash, like a reluctant young master, spending his last blood money. In the blink of an eye, darkness had fallen over the city. Back in his run-down apartment, within a room barely 20 square meters, Yi. He sat cross-legged in deep cultivation. Sweat poured down his face, but the aura around him grew denser, as if primal energy was being injected directly into his marrow. Pain racked his body like he was being shredded apart, but his eyes burned with fierce determination in the dark. Suddenly, the mechanic every fan of a system manhwa waits for appeared. A notification screen. Tyrant Lizard Emperor Gene Assimilation increased from 3% to 7%. Host Constitution raised from level 10 to 15. Equivalent rank Beginner Warrior Stage 7. He gasped for air drenched in sweat, but a satisfied grin stretched across his face. So this is what power leveling feels like. It's addictive. Each vial gave me 2 points of Constitution except the last one, which only gave 1. The diminishing returns are real. But still, he wiped his brow, smiling like a hacker who just bypassed the game's security. 10 minutes of pain for results that take others 3 years of hard labor. This is just my base form. If I activate the Emperor's bloodline. Yi. He laughed, dreaming of total domination. With this cheat, I actually have a shot at the top scholar title in the exams. If I don't crush the so-called geniuses with this system, I'd be disgracing the name of the Demon Emperor. He sprang up, punching the empty air with a shout. Let's go. Time to hit the dungeon. Dungeons were ranked from S down to E. The higher the letter, the nastier the monsters. An S-rank dungeon contained beasts so catastrophic that if they escaped, humanity would face an extinction-level event. Scene change. E-rank dungeon and city number 3. Geared up and radiating confidence, he approached the entrance, narrating his own tactical log. Less crowded than I expected. This dungeon has been farmed to death for years. The good loot was probably stripped ages ago. All that's left now are trash mobs for rookies to practice on. He stopped at the reception desk and slapped his hand down. Hello. I booked a slot for dungeon number 3. The receptionist didn't even bother looking up, tossing a waiver and a keycard onto the counter. Death liability form. Sign it, take the ticket. Yi. He frowned slightly, but signed his name with a flourish. For his first time signing a life or death contract, he felt surprisingly chill. Formalities done, he walked toward the spatial rift, the gateway to the dungeon. He stared at the swirling gloomy light that looked like an eye-opening in the fabric of reality. He whispered, a mix of solemnity and thrill rising in his chest. The dungeon rift. This is where it starts. This is where I claim the throne of the Beast King. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward. Gravity vanished as he was sucked into the vortex, feeling like he was punching through the glass ceiling of the universe, hurtling toward another dimension. Boom! He stuck the landing. Even though he was mentally prepared, the view hit him like a physical blow. Above him, countless celestial bodies glittered in the void. Planet Blue Wave, the dark star, Venus. It was a cosmic masterpiece painted by the hands of a god. He looked up, awestruck like a kid walking into Disney World for the first time. I read the textbooks, sure, but seeing it with my own eyes, the books are trash compared to this. This dimension, it's absolutely magnificent. The starry sky above hummed an ancient melody, while the ground below was a crucible of life and death, a perfect stage for a monster's successor. A red shadow flickered from the darkness behind him. A level 1 blade-toothed rabbit, with fangs sharp enough to butcher a grown man. It twitched its ears and launched like a missile. Too slow. Did you think you could hide from me, He sidestepped effortlessly, grabbing the beast by its ears like a naughty child. Guided by the Demola Beast template, he had activated his life field perception, sensing every ripple of energy in the air. Snap! A sickening crunch echoed as the rabbit's head exploded into mist, dropping a standard white magic core from its corpse. He inspected the loot under the light. Standard quality, worth about 1,000 credits. Not bad for a few minutes of work. He smirked. Average people slave away for a month to make 3,000, and I just made a week's salary in a heartbeat. But his ambition burned brighter. A level 1 beast is nothing to brag about. I need level 2 prey to truly test these claws. Suddenly, the earth trembled. A massive fissure tore open behind him, and a colossal nightmare rose from the depths like a mythological serpent. A corpse demon worm, a level 2 beast, 100 times He sighs, its maw opening wide enough to swallow the world whole. He didn't flinch. Instead, a savage grin spread across his face. Haha, speak of the devil, my high-quality EXP pack has arrived. He drew his blade, eyes cold as steel, but blood boiling with heat. The Demola beast within roared in resonance. The real leveling manhwa game had begun. Inside the E-rank secret realm of Oncheng, number 3 he landed a devastating slash, sending green blood, spraying like a toxic rain over the wasteland. He sheathed his sword with a flourish, eyes scanning the twitching carcass. The database said its back is steel, but its belly is soft as tofu. Critical hit confirmed. Enraged by the pain, the corpse demon worm curled into a massive wheel, rolling toward him with impossible speed for a counterattack. He dropped into a stance, immediately channeling his aura and executing the Lanshan fist technique perfectly. A shockwave of pure energy blasted from his palms, slamming into the giant beast and knocking it back like a kicked soccer ball. The worm shrieked, opening its mouth to fire a barrage of razor-sharp teeth like a machine gun. He panicked. It has a ranged attack. Since when do worms shoot bullets? He twisted his body to dodge, but a sharp edge grazed him, tearing a long gash in his favorite branded jacket. You son of a... Do you know how much this cost, He retreated to a safe distance, his gaze turning serious. My human physique can't win a head-on collision. Without support skills, my deep cultivation is capped at 50% efficiency. A realization struck him like lightning. Maybe my base form is the problem. Time to unleash the beast. His eyes flashed with a deep oceanic blue light. He roared. Demola Berserk mode activate. His bloodline ignited, and his stats skyrocketed from 15 to 21. His right arm morphed into a monstrous claw, while a phantom of the Demola beast manifested behind him, howling at the heavens. In a blink, he became a streak of lightning slicing through the air. Green blood erupted in a fountain against the setting sun. He looked back coldly. With my stats at 21, I completely dominated a level 2 beast, but deactivating the form leaves me steaming like a pressure cooker. He looked at his corroded dagger and grimaced. I just bought this for 2.5 million, and one fight wrecked it. What a scam. Suddenly, his stomach let out a ferocious growl. Starving. He paused. Must be the energy consumption. I forgot to pack rations for my first hunt. While searching his pockets, a mesmerizing scent hit his nose. What smells so good? It was coming from the corpse worm's magic core. The faint green light pulsed with a gentle glow, emitting an irresistible aroma. Without thinking, he swallowed it in one gulp. The system interface popped up. Demola template compatibility increased from 7% to 7.3%. He grit his teeth in excitement. Holy crap, I spent thousands on gene potions for a 1% boost, and this snack gave me 0.3 instantly. A few more of these equals a fortune in meds. Tears streamed down his face, mixing with the beast blood. Damn it, all that money I wasted on potions. Why was I so stupid? He wiped his eyes, determination burning like a star. I'll turn this grief into gains. Tonight I hunt until I drop. His life magnetic field expanded, scanning the forest like a living radar. By noon the next day, he exited the secret realm, still buzzing with adrenaline. The system showed his compatibility at 9%. Total constitution is 15. The white cores stopped working, keeping them as a waste time to cash out. At the exchange counter, he dumped 20 white cores and 1 green core on the table. The clerk's eyes went wide. You're just a high school student. You hunted all this. Is this real, Yi? He smirked, calculating in his head. Government tax takes 10%, with the green core covering the quota. I keep the profits. That's 200,000 credits in the bag. He walked away humming. Money can't buy happiness, but it definitely makes hunting a lot more fun. At the D-rank secret realm on Cheng number B, the ruins of a former skyscraper lay in dust, broken concrete standing as a monument to past wars. Next to the debris sat a silver convertible, an older model, but polished to a mirror shine. A man sat on the hood, arms crossed with a smirk. Captain Lin, if we secure the blood jade this time, the reward is ours, right? The man standing below carrying a greatsword replied calmly. We tracked the blood jade flower's location on the last run. It's a shame Chen got mauled by a beast. He can't join the raid this time. A girl nearby frowned. That leaves only 5 of us. Doesn't the system manhwa rule require a 6-man party to enter a D-rank gate? The warrior with the buzz cut gave a sharp confirming nod. Just as the tension in the air threatened to suffocate them, Lin Heng the swordsman broke the silence with a confident smile. Relax. I've already sorted things out with the broker. The agency just assigned a new martial artist to fill our ranks. All eyes turned to the newcomer. It was none other than Yi He. The entire squad swiveled around, eyeing him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. One member scoffed. You're just a 9th stage martial apprentice? Yi. He casually picked his nose, completely unfazed. Bingo. That's me. The genuine article, no refunds. But internally, his thoughts were a chaotic mess of anxiety. Damn it. I wasn't actually qualified for a D-rank secret realm. I had to drop 10,000 credits at the black market just to forge these papers. Those scammers really bled me dry. Captain Lin narrowed his eyes at the ID, a flicker of unease crossing his face. This name, it feels off. Yi. He shrugged his grin lazy. It means to seize power, doesn't it? Sounds arrogant, Lin muttered. Fits my style perfectly. Don't you think? Lin Heng offered a faint, dismissive chuckle. Fair enough. Whatever. Listen, kid. A 9th stage apprentice has no business in this dungeon. But since you're here, we'll let you tag along for the experience. His voice dropped an octave. Just don't become dead weight. He snapped a mock salute. Loud and clear. Boss, I'll stay in the back and take notes. At least this team seems responsible, he thought. Better than those idiots who get wiped out and blame the healer. Engines roared to life as the transport carrier plunged into the portal. Target locked. The blood jade flower. Space warped around them. The lush world vanished, replaced by a choking storm of sand and grit. An endless, desolate desert stretched to the horizon. The captain's voice cut through the comms. According to the radar, the target is in the oasis ahead. Warning, it's guarded by a Tier 2 beast general with an awakened bloodline. Yi. He glanced back at the golden dunes. Last time it was a rainforest, now a scorching desert. This dimension is like playing Russian roulette. Before he could finish his complaint, a terrifying roar shattered the silence. A pack of wolf-like horrors burst from the sand dunes. Earth demon rats, a squad member screamed. They're flanking us. Incoming. Huda. Clean them up, the captain barked. From the back, Huda's expression remained stone cold. His hand blurred. Daggers flew like spinning discs of death. glowing with lethal spiritual energy. They sought the monster's skulls with terrifying precision. Boom boom, heads popped like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Clear Hugh D announced, bored. He watched, nearly impressed. Damn. Those weren't just knives. They were mini-bombs. The silent type, but definitely sadistic. As the vehicle pushed forward, the scenery shifted again. The arid desert gave way to a dense, suffocating jungle. He raised an eyebrow. Why are we stopping? The oasis is still miles away, the captain answered instantly. Beasts in the oasis have hypersensitive hearing. The engine noise would draw them like sharks to blood. We go on foot. Stealth mode. He began barking orders. Xiaosha flashbangs. Flush it out. Xiao Yuhu Day, set up the perimeter traps. Lu close quarter support. I'll take the vanguard. He glanced at Yi with a smirk. And you sit tight and enjoy the show. Yi, he pouted. Aye, Captain. I'll be the cheerleader. A grenade soared into the sky, detonating in a cloud of purple mist. It wasn't just smoke. It was high-grade pheromones, the scent of a rival apex predator. The earth trembled. Provoked by the invasion of its territory, the beast emerged. A Tier 2 earth dragon. Its body was built like a tank, its roar shaking the very heavens. Heads up, it's enraged, the captain shouted. Meanwhile, in the shadows of a nearby dune, among the scattered corpses of mutant rats, a silhouette emerged. A bald, wrinkled old man with an aura that screamed, bad news. He stooped, picking up a blood-stained dagger. Slowly, deliberately, he licked the blade. Madness danced in his eyes. Killing intent radiated from him in suffocating waves. Ha 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 ha. Boom! Another deafening roar tore through the clearing. The massive earth dragon wasted no time charging like a living natural disaster. Captain Lin didn't hesitate. He launched himself into the air, gravity forgotten. His sword flashed a streak of silver moonlight. With one clean, devastating slash, the beast's head was severed from its shoulders. Blood sprayed like a geyser. Captain Lin, the girl cried out in relief. Target eliminated, a voice confirmed. Captain Lin landed, sheathing his blade. Good work. Now let's secure the blood jade fruit. But the moment the words left his lips, crash. A tail armored in steel-hard scales whipped out of the dust. It was aiming straight for the captain's blind spot. Look out. Time seemed to freeze. Then a blur moved faster than human perception. It was Yi appeared instantly, above the captain's fist, cocked back, channeling the weight of a mountain. He punched down onto the beast. K-boom. The impact triggered a shockwave that flattened the surrounding trees. Dust spiraled up like a tornado. The ground groaned and cracked under the sheer force of the blow. The squad stood paralyzed. Even the captain went pale, staring at the crater. He's just a 9th stage apprentice. He hit the Tier 2 beast's fatal weak point perfectly. And that shockwave. That's pure, raw power. Xiaosha's jaw hit the floor. That move. It was insane. The team swarmed around Yi, eyes wide with newfound respect. That mountain-crushing fist. Terrifying power, kid. To think you one-shot a Tier 2 beast. Yi shrugged, feigning innocence. Just lucky. Barely broke a sweat. Captain Lin nodded gratitude, heavy in his voice. You saved my life. From now on, you're truly one of us. Yi, he muttered under his breath. Guess that fake ID money wasn't wasted after all. Just like a leveling manhwa scenario. Moments later, a shout of triumph broke the silence. Found it, the Holy Grail. Captain Lin held up the prize, the blood jade fruit. The bald man jumped in, pointing to a glowing red crystal. And look at this, we got the Earth Dragon's core too. This haul is legendary. Xiaosha tilted her head. Is that red fruit really that expensive, Yi? He stared at the blood, jade eyes sparkling like anime stars. Drool practically pooled at his mouth. Are you kidding? That's the Saintus fruit. Captain Lin nodded. Exactly. This fruit skyrockets a user's compatibility with genetic mutations. It's priceless for any awakener. We risked our lives, but taking down the dragon and getting the fruit, total victory. But the celebration was cut short. Cold steel buried itself in flesh. Hu Day had driven his dagger straight into the captain's back. Haha. Don't take it personally, Captain. A sinister grin spread across Hu Day's face. The team froze in horror. Captain, What the hell? Lin Hang clutched his wound, swinging a desperate fist backward, but Huda had already danced away. Huda, have you lost your mind? Lin roared through gritted teeth. From the shadows, the bald man stepped out, cackling like a hyena. Isn't it obvious? The bald man sneered. We're just cashing out. Lin's eyes widened in recognition. Huo Pengyi. He stood by confused. Wait, you guys know this egghead? Xiao Yu hissed, trembling. Huo Peng, the hunter-killer. He specializes in ambushing parties inside dungeons to steal their loot. I never thought he'd target us. Captain Lin coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Poison, he rasped. Hu Day, you traitor. How did you know where the fruit was? Only the team enters the secret realm. Yi, his eyes narrowed sharp as razors. It was the knives. He tagged the monsters with tracking signatures during the fight. Hu Day twirled his dagger, laughing. Sharp kid. A bit too smart for your own good. Aren't you just a student? Shouldn't you be studying for exams instead of playing hero with the big boys? Yi. He's expression went cold. You're right. Exams are coming up. I'm aiming for the top rank in the national entrance exam. Huo Peng's face turned purple with rage. Arrogant brat Yi, he smiled, and the air temperature dropped to 0. Arrogant, no. Just better than you. A person who flips faces faster than a politician has the nerve to lecture me. That is what I call arrogance. You are getting noisy. I suppose it is time to take out the trash. This brat is actually entertaining. Huo Peng ground his teeth, his eyes cold and burning like a kiln. He turned to Huda, his voice a low growl. Huda, bring me that little punk's head. Command received. Huda instantly flashed into motion. Dozens of spiritual daggers shot forward, forming a net of razor-sharp death, aimed straight at Yi. He, threatening to slice the very air apart. But then clang clang clang, a shimmering blue barrier materialized around Yi Ha. Every dagger that struck it shattered instantly as if hitting a wall of impenetrable diamond. While the dust settled, Huda suddenly vanished into thin air. Watch out, Huda's gone, a team member screamed in panic. He must be using a concealment art. Before anyone could analyze the situation, another scream cut through the tension. Look out, above you. Hu Day descended from the sky like a hawk, unleashing a devastating kick, aimed at Yi. He's spine, intending to end this in a single breath. But Yi, he didn't flinch. Instead, he calmly raised 2 fingers to his forehead, whispering perfect timing to test my newly awakened skill. Blue spiritual energy surged, condensing at his fingertips, before firing a beam of pure light, like a laser cutting through the void. Origin 10-point heart piercer. Boom. The azure beam slammed squarely into Huday's chest. His eyes bulged, the scream dying in his throat, as his body hit the ground with a dull thud. Motionless. The entire squad froze in horror. Captain Lin stumbled back, stuttering. Isn't he just a tier 1 martial artist? One move. That was all it took to silence Hu Day. Yi. He casually blew smoke from his finger like a pistol barrel. Bang bang. Huo Peng roared in fury, questioning him loudly. That technique. Which great clan do you hail from, Yi? He stood amidst the carnage, looking completely unbothered. Clan? I am from the Imperial Manhwa family. He raised a brow. Why planning to kneel and beg for mercy? Huo Peng's face turned purple as he bellowed, You little devil. Even with your fancy arts, you cannot bridge the gap in raw cultivation. Blood rage. Berserk bear transformation. A massive phantom of a black bear materialized behind him, its red eyes glowing with murderous intent. Huo Peng's muscles swelled as if entering a frenzied state. He shouted, Mountain-shaking charge. He rushed forward like a wild beast, throwing his entire massive frame at Yi. Yet Yi, he didn't retreat an inch. He just smirked. First rule of street fighting, go for the lower body. Thwack, a beam of energy shot straight into the groin. Arghhh, my leg. Huo Peng clutched his crotch, face twisted in agony, tears welling up. Yet fueled by adrenaline, he swung his giant fists at Yi. But the protagonist had already leaped into the air, moving like a ghost. Huo Peng leaped after him, determined to kill. Yi, he sighed. As expected of a tier 2 martial artist. His energy is so dense, even atomic manipulation cannot dissolve his ankles. Gravity took hold. Huo Peng's massive palm slammed down with earth-shattering force crash. But he only crushed air. Yi, He had already flashed behind him, his voice calm but terrifying. Done yet, my turn. He channeled spiritual power into his fist, air currents spiraling wildly. Core Breaker Mountain Orchid Fist. Bam, bam, bam. A chain of punches rained down like thunder upon Huopeng. His body shook like a sandbag, the sound of impacts echoing like war drums. Finally, Huopeng's body gave out, reverting to his normal form. Bruised, battered, and trembling uncontrollably. The onlookers stood, with their jaws on the floor. How can he be this strong? Huopeng struggled to lift his head, eyes full of venom. Your technique. It has poison. Despicable. People like you will face heaven's punishment. I curse you, Yi. He laughed, but his eyes were sharp as cold steel. Curse me, huh? The line of people cursing me wraps around the block. Who do you think you are? Just a tattered clown who doesn't know when to shut up. Central and Chang. The main stadium beneath a clear blue sky. Special transport jets roared overhead, dropping banners of prestigious martial academies. The atmosphere was electric. A grand festival for humanity's future champions. The loudspeakers crackled to life, broadcasting to every corner of the plaza. Welcome, students. The Yancheng Martial Arts University entrance exam is officially beginning. On behalf of the committee, I wish you all prosperous martial fortune. On the center stage, a commentator in a flashy yellow suit, hair slicked back like a greased leaf, was live streaming to the world. As you all know, this year's exam continues the brutal tradition of the arena. It is like a live-action leveling manhwa come to life. It is head-to-head combat. Winners advance. Losers go home to study philosophy. The exam lasts 3 days. The first 2 are the preliminaries. The finalists will step into the arena on day 3 to crown this year's king. He threw his hands up, shouting with infectious excitement. You carry the future of humanity. For yourselves, for the people, unleash your power. I declare the Yancheng University exam started. The crowd erupted into a deafening roar. On the substages, combat exploded instantly. Arena 1-2 students traded blows like starving tigers trapped in a cage. Arena 4 sparks flew between a boy and a girl before the bell even rang. But Arena 6, there was a problem. Only Huang Dongdong stood there. Her opponent Yi, he was nowhere to be seen. The commentator frowned. According to the rules, if student Yi He does not appear immediately, it will be considered a forfeit. On Arena 6, Huang Dongdong narrowed her eyes at the stands, muttering with pure spite. That coward. He humiliated me during the technique assembly. It was the shame of a lifetime. I planned to use my blazing lizard strike to crush him in front of the whole school, but he doesn't even dare to show up. How boring. The audience began to whisper and jeer. An entrance exam, and he is a no-show. Probably shivering under his blanket right now. Someone like that isn't even fit to sweep the streets. Just then, the referee blew the whistle. Time was up. Yi He of Ancheng High is absent. But wait, boom. Something is coming. The pressure is immense. From the sky, a terrifying aura descended, wind howling around it. The entire stadium felt the invisible shockwave. Is that a person? Is someone flying? What kind of power allows a student to dominate the sky like that? A figure crashed down from the heavens. The impact was so violent, Huang Dongdong had to shield her eyes as a dust cloud mushroomed up like an explosion. What the hell? As the smoke cleared, whoosh! Before she could even process reality, the soul of Yi He's shoe was already in her face. She was launched into the sky like a kite, with a cut string, under the glaring sun. Yi. He shielded his eyes and casually shrugged. Oh boy. Cut that a little close. Almost had to wait for next year's exam. As she crashed to the ground, eyes wide and limbs twitching, the arena speakers blared the verdict. Winner Yi Hua. Even he muttered in disbelief at the sheer speed of it. Wait, I won already. Seriously. The audience below erupted into chaos. What on earth just happened? He sent his opponent flying with a single kick. That was absolute savagery. What kind of move was that? It looked like divine punishment. Just then a mechanical voice chimed in his mind, signaling the start of this system. manhwa. System activating. Host Yi Hua. Physical synthesis complete. 226 demonic lizard samples absorbed. Compatibility 20%. Hearing the notification, a sly grin spread across his face as he whispered, Captain Lin, I owe you one. The blood jade really works wonders. Now let's sit back and enjoy the show. A few matches later, the leaderboards updated. Long Tao from An City High versus Yihua from First High. Winner, Yihua. Long Tao from Third High versus Yihua from First High. Winner, Yihua. The stadium practically exploded. Every match ended in a single kick. No stalling, no mercy. He was shattering every prejudice like a true monster. The announcer's voice boomed again. Contestant Yihua from An City First High. 3 consecutive victories, advancing to the third qualifier round. Immediately, university recruiters swarmed him like bees to honey. Student Yihua. Please consider Dongshan University Yihua. Join Xin-E Academy. We offer super class benefits, Yihua. Our private institute offers full scholarships and living allowances. Yihua. Our university is desperate for a powerful martial artist like you. Student Yihua. Is there a dream university you're aiming for? Yihua smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. My dream university. He adjusted his collar, his expression shifting to one of absolute determination. Sorry everyone, but my sights are set on Huadu University. The moment those words left his lips, the air around them seemed to freeze instantly. The recruiters, who had just been beaming with warm smiles, turned their backs as if they were strangers. One of them sneered coldly. Reaching the finals has clearly made you arrogant. Just wait until reality slaps you in the face. Don't come crawling back to beg us then? Another chimed in, half mocking, half warning. Student Yihua. When you fail, remember to give me a call. Yihua shrugged, laughing bitterly. No way. Do you guys really have zero faith in me? But thinking about it, he couldn't blame them. Huadu University was the holy land for martial artists, top 5 globally. It was the burning ambition of every awakener in the Sha Kingdom. For someone from a second-tier city like An City, those qualified to step through those gates could be counted on one hand. He looked up at the sky, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Well, martial artists speak with strength, not words. Wait until I take the championship title. Let's see if you can still run your mouths then. Before he could fully enjoy his moment of fiery confidence, 2 men in black suits approached. Their aura was grave, as if they were inviting him to a war interrogation. One flashed an ID badge, his voice robotic. Student Yihua, please cooperate. We need to re-verify your martial artist level. Yihua extended his hand, letting the bald agent run the scan. After the scan, the man shouted as if he'd caught a fugitive. Martial disciple 9th rank. Just half a month ago, you were merely a 3rd rank. Yihua crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow nonchalantly. 3 months is too short for such progress. Are you implying I cheated? The bald agent frowned, pressing harder. After leaving school, you frequently entered E-rank secret realms. Why go to such dangerous places right before the exam? Yihua sighed, a touch of melancholy gracing his features. He answered slowly. To find myself. Before my father passed, he left me with one saying. To surpass humanity, one must forsake their humanity. Since then, I've been throwing myself into life or death battles in the secret realms. In every fight, I forced myself to break through, to unlock my genetic code. The 2 agents stared wide-eyed, as if listening to a myth. You said, unlocked your genetic code. This is huge. We need to report this immediately. The agents scrambled away in a panic, leaving Yihua standing there feeling a bit strange. It felt like he had accidentally become a subject of special surveillance in this leveling manhwa world. During the break, he scrolled through his phone to kill time. Videos of encouragement flooded the screen. A father said, "Do your best, son." A beautiful mother whispered gently, "Just trying your hardest is enough, daughter." A middle-aged man laughed heartily on screen. "Old Wang is waiting for you to hit number 1 so we can throw a feast." Yihua leaned back in his chair, his eyes dimming as he let out a soft sigh. There's no one cheering for me. He remembered the live interviews with parents, and a hollow feeling expanded in his chest. No one standing behind him. Does no one truly care about an orphan like him? He didn't know that far away his old homeroom teacher was glued to the screen, whispering, "Yihua, fight on. I'm always watching over you." The loudspeaker blared, snapping Yihua out of his thoughts. First qualifier round. In City First High Yihua versus in City Third High Luo Xuan. The moment the name Luo Xuan was announced, the crowd went wild. It's Luo Xuan, the top ranker of 3rd high 8th rank martial disciple with a stage 2 beast bloodline. His parents are both elites. Yihua is toast. On the stage, Yihua remained calm, stretching like he just woke up. You make the first move. Luo Xuan sneered, his spiritual energy exploding outward. Don't you know who I am? Doesn't matter. Knowing won't change your tragic ending. You're right. Yihua nodded. The result is already decided. I win. Luo Xuan roared in anger. Thunder beast arts. His arm transformed into a monstrous limb as he charged. Inches from Yihua's face, Snap Yihua caught the beast arm with one hand. Energy clashed with a deafening boom. Not bad, I guess. Yihua tilted his head. But compared to that bald guy I fought the other day, you're weak. Luo Xuan screamed in agony, collapsing as if his soul had been drained. Yihua raised his hand, spiritual energy glowing like a sun. Boom! A single palm strike slammed down, blasting Luo Xuan into the ground and cracking the arena floor like a spiderweb. The speakers announced, and City First High Yihua wins. Yihua dusted off his hands, chuckling softly. Look at me. Do I look like a regular contestant to you? As the announcement echoed, the entire stadium erupted. Another one-shot victory, and this time, the victim was the number 1 seed Luo Xuan. The audience's jaws hit the floor. Are you kidding me? Luo Xuan's aura was terrifying just now. How did he kiss the dirt in the blink of an eye? A student clutched his head, screaming as if his worldview had collapsed. So what if he has a stage 2 beast bloodline? So what if he's an 8th rank 1 slap and he's out cold? Yihua stood on the stage, not even bothering to wipe the dust off his clothes. The cheers below were deafening. He was light as a cloud, bearing the demeanor of a true grandmaster. His power was in a completely different dimension from the other contestants. A girl clutched her chest, shrieking, "He's too handsome, I want to bear his children." Another fan roared like thunder. He actually used his hands this time, but it was still just one move. Too overpowered. One kick Superman Yihua. I love you. If he doesn't make the finals, I'll eat my own shoes. Tucked away in the shadows of the stands, a lone student watched the arena in silence, muttering under his breath, "It really is you. Yee-hee." A fire burned within his eyes, an unshakable determination. He truly is the one I've had my eye on. But make no mistake, in the finals I will be the one to crush you. Meanwhile, at the Huadu University Online Recruitment Center, a suit-clad official pointed sharply at the screen, displaying Yee-hee. I want a full dossier on him. You have 30 minutes. Understood. Back at the arena, the qualifiers for the second promotion bracket were reaching a fever pitch. The referee hadn't even signaled the start yet. The crowd was already losing their minds. Holy crap, it's a showdown between the two genius beauties. I'm not hiding behind a username today. I, Lu Yilu, stake my honor on watching this match. A voice cut through the noise. Look, it's the Lu family's eldest daughter, Lu Qingzhu. Ugh, I can't stand that emotionless robotic expression of hers. Another retorted. But look at her opponent. Sa Xiaoling, the queen of second high. It's the ice flower versus the fire queen. A duel between goddesses. Grab a seat before they're gone. Wipe that drool off your face, you perverts. The whistle screamed. Sa Xiaoling launched herself like a human hurricane, unleashing a devastating opening kick. Let's see if you can keep that icy mask when I slam you into the dirt. Liu Qingzhu remained silent as the grave. She calmly activated the Liu family's secret art, the mysterious knee technique. Spiritual energy materialized into a ring locking around Xiaoling's legs and blasting her backward. Xiaoling scoffed, her eyes burning with rage. Stop playing games and fight me for real. She closed the distance instantly, aiming a lethal punch at Qingzhu's chest. Bam! Her fist froze, trapped in a vortex of spiritual power. Damn it, it's a trap. She struggled, but the air pressure held her fast like quicksand. Lu Qingzhu didn't waste a breath. She unleashed the chaotic finisher, Mystic Yellow Origin Strike. A palm force like a tsunami crashed down. The commentator shrieked. Impossible. That's a Mystic Yellow tier skill. A mere high school student mastering such a high-level technique. With talent like that, who needs the entrance exams? Huadu University should be begging her to join right now. But the battle wasn't over. Sa Xiaoling grit her teeth. Her bloodline erupted, awakening the Golden Shadow Tiger King. In a flash, her aura transformed. A massive tiger phantom manifested behind her, its roar shaking the very heavens. The crowd went wild. My god, it's the Tier 3 King class bloodline, the Shadow Tiger. That bloodline is infamous for its brutality, yet she tamed it. Her potential is terrifying. Sa Xiaoling smirked, her gaze sharp as a blade. Liu Qingzu, you think mere martial arts are enough? Stop hiding. Unleash your Nether Sparrow bloodline. The response was a glance so indifferent it was suffocating. For you, this is plenty. She brushed off Xiaoling's taunts as if they were nothing but a breeze. Fury exploded within Sa Xiaoling. You arrogant. You think a pure martial artist can stand against my awakened power? Xiaoling stopped talking. Spiritual energy coated her claws as she lunged. They collided like two bolts of opposing lightning. Xiaoling aimed a vicious strike at that icy face, but Qingzhu dodged with effortless grace. Curse you! Xiaoling spun midair, launching a dual kick at Qingzhu's legs. Suddenly, Qingzhu began to chant. She pressed a finger to her forehead, her voice ringing out. Primordial Chaos Jade Pool. Her hand traced a mystic seal striking straight at Xiaoling's leg. A vortex of energy detonated, swallowing Xiaoling's momentum in an instant. The commentator nearly choked on his microphone. The Liu family's secret art floating flower shadow, and the Primordial King's finger. Boom! The energies collided in a deafening blast. Dust billowed up like a sandstorm, obscuring the stage. The crowd held its breath. Who won? Who's left standing? As the dust cleared, one figure stood immovable as a mountain. Liu Qingzhu. But the commentator's voice dropped to a hush. Wait. Look at Sa Xiaoling. Xiaoling's eyes rolled back. Her face turned a sickly shade of purple, before she collapsed like a puppet, with its strings cut. The stadium erupted. No way. She crushed an awakened king bloodline using only martial arts. She's a once-in-a-century prodigy. The invincible goddess Liu. This was a legendary moment for a manhwa recap. I told you. Who dares look down on the top scholar of an city? A fan screamed from the upper deck. She is the undisputed #1. Do you guys even realize? Her dormant bloodline is the Tier 4 Nether Sparrow. If a normal fighter hit her, she'd probably just yawn. The giant screen flashed. The quarterfinals lottery, the clash of the 8 kings had begun. Yi from An City High stepped up to draw. He pulled a sphere marked A and raised it high. Block A. Immediately a towering student approached with a friendly grin. I pulled A too. Looks like it's you and me. Shen Guang formed Qingfeng Private Academy. Yi An City High. Shen Guang chuckled. We're up second. Let's watch the first match to get the blood pumping. The loudspeakers boomed match 1. Luo Shi of Qingfeng Academy versus Chu Zhou of An City High. On screen, a student wielding a terrifying sword aura blitzed his opponent with lightning speed. The poor guy only had time to scream mommy before getting beaten to a pulp. Shen Guang nodded gravely. Luo Shi is strong. He held back a year just to get into Huadu University. But against Chu Zhou, he's helpless. He blinked. Chu Zhou, he's from my school. You didn't know, he's your classmate, and, well, he already won. In the VIP box, the Qingfeng principal slammed the table in frustration. Damn it! Out in the first round? He tilted his head asking Shen Guang, that Luo Shi guy. How does he compare to you? Shen Guang laughed. To me? Hey. I'm the head martial artist of Qingfeng Academy. Even if my 2 teammates attacked me together, they wouldn't stand a chance. Shen Guang's gaze suddenly turned razor sharp. But my gut tells me, you are my true rival here. My instincts have never been wrong. You feel like a dormant volcano. There is a monster inside you waiting to awaken. He smirked. Let's go. It's showtime. The announcement echoed, calling the top 8 for the second match. Qingfeng Academy versus An City High, Yi. The 2 warriors stepped onto the stage, staring each other down. Blinding spotlights flooded the arena, like a miniature sun, illuminating a battlefield. The host grabbed the mic, his voice shaking with excitement. The quarterfinals at Anqing University have erupted into absolute chaos. On one side stands Yi, the legendary one-kick Superman, and on the other, Shen Guang, a monster wielding the ancient blood of a noble house. Before the audience could even settle in, a cataclysmic force blasted from the arena, sending shockwaves of spirit energy crashing into the stands like a horror movie come to life. In the center of the ring, blood trickled from Shen Guang's nose, but his grin was pure arrogance. A nosebleed. Is this really the extent of your bloodline's power? In stark contrast to his injury, his body began to radiate a blinding golden light, glowing so intensely it looked like he had chugged a bottle of liquid sunshine. He analyzed the situation instantly. His destructive force targets the cells directly, but he's coated his skin in a protective layer of aura. It's like molecular armor. He smiled, a profound look in his eyes. Martial arts are truly fascinating. This guy is a monster worth crushing. Shen Guang scoffed. Then let me show you the true essence of my family's arts, he roared, launching the shape-will fist, his hands tracing the phantom of a golden serpent striking with the speed of lightning. He transitioned instantly into the deer spire technique. Light twisted around him as the phantom of a colossal ox bellowed, sweeping away all spiritual energy in the vicinity. He hissed under his breath. Too fast. Bam! A blow heavy as a mountain slammed into his gut. The announcer's scream tore through the stadium speakers. Unbelievable power. The one-kick Superman has been hit. The entire crowd held its breath as he coughed up a mouthful of blood red as blooming spring flowers. He dropped to one knee, but the force skidded him back several yards. Shen Guang didn't let up, unleashing the bear stance. A roaring grizzly phantom materialized, tearing at the very fabric of the arena. He gritted his teeth, bracing for impact, but his internal world was in turmoil. This isn't just physical force. He's injecting his own aura into my body to cause internal damage. He's nothing like the weaklings I've fought before. Even more shocking, Shen Guang's limbs seemed to turn to rubber, striking from impossible angles like he was abusing a glitch in a video game. In the blink of an eye, Shen Guang flashed behind Yi, locking his movements. You are only half right, his voice whispered right into Yi. His ear dripping with mockery. I didn't just inject aura. I sealed yours. You can't use a single skill now. With a shout, he used the monkey throw, tossing Yi into the sky like a sack of feathers. Relentless Shen Guang leaped into the air, unleashing the tiger crash. A ferocious tiger avatar manifested, its jaws ripping through the atmosphere. Suspended in midair, Shen Guang looked like a giant bird of prey spreading its wings. Yi. You will never defeat me, boom. The axe kick slammed down like divine punishment, causing an explosion that shook the foundations of the stadium. Dust swallowed the ring as Shen Guang landed, laughing maniacally in the haze. Ha ha ha, my shape-will fist combo is inescapable. No one survives that. The announcer began his solemn conclusion. It seems he has been completely overwhelmed. Any normal martial artist taking that combo would be half dead by now. But before he could finish, something stirred in the debris. Wait. What is that? Shen Guang frowned, peering into the smoke as a column of black spiritual energy rose up like a primal beast. Through the gray haze, his eyes glowed sharp and cold as executioner's blades. You are strong, Shen Guang. But the black aura erupted like a volcano. He had changed. This was the peak of an awakening manhwa transformation. The Demo La bloodline had surfaced. Pitch-black armor enveloped him, majestic, yet terrifying. Beneath a cold, emotionless mask, only his jaw was visible, looking like a god of judgment, stepping out of the abyss. He spoke slowly, his voice resonating from the depths of hell. You are the first person to force me into this form. The announcer nearly blew out his vocal cords. If a high schooler can manifest a true demon body, the exam is over. This is history in the making. He qualifies directly for Huadu University. The crowd is losing their minds. We thought Oncheng was a backwater, but first, Lu Qingzhu, and now this bloodline genius. Shen Guang stood frozen, his brain short-circuiting. A true demon body. He walked forward like the Grim Reaper. The sheer pressure radiating from him made Shen Guang tremble like a sapling in a hurricane. How can his awakened bloodline be this high tier? In the control room, the judges sat up straight, eyes wide with horror. The system is screaming a warning. Radiation levels at 9 million. This is exactly like the overpowered scenarios in a system manhwa. The host turned serious. The judges have activated the energy barriers to seal the broadcast area. We have to prevent nuclear-level energy leaks. It appears Yihee's true demon body belongs to an unrecorded system. The audience buzzed with confusion and awe. What kind of awakening is that? It's too cool. I went to first high, and I've never heard of that creature. Yi, he thought to himself. It seems the Mola creature isn't recorded on the Blue Star. No wonder they are panicking. Shen Guang, meanwhile, was too terrified to think as his nosebleed returned like a broken faucet. His protective aura flickered on the verge of shattering. Sweat poured down his face. I can't drag this out. This is too dangerous. Desperate Shen Guang fully awakened his golden ape demon bloodline. The announcer roared. Another king class, tier 3 bloodline. This exam is a gathering of monsters. Shen Guang poured every ounce of his soul into a final assault, combining the shape-will fist with a barrage of snake strikes, attacking like a storm of fury. Yi, he shouted, swinging his arm. Mountain Crash Fist. His punch blazed like a miniature sun, the light obliterating the dust and shadows. When the light faded, Shen Guang looked down at his arm. Blood streamed freely, and terror filled his eyes. If I hadn't neutralized that force, my arm would be pulverized right now. The arrogance was gone, replaced by the stinging slap of reality. Opposite him, Yi. He stood like an immovable mountain, his eyes calm as if victory was never in doubt. Yihee's voice was soft but carried the weight of thunder. You were excellent, Shen Guang. But sadly, that changes nothing. Shen Guang shuddered, his voice trembling. The true demon body. Is it really this invincible? The announcer screamed into the microphone, threatening to shatter the glass. The second match of the quarterfinals has given us a clash of legends. A king-class bloodline versus an unknown entity so powerful the system can't even identify it. Shen Guang stood motionless in the center of the ring, his eyes wide, calculating a path to victory that no longer existed. After Yi, he awakened his bloodline. His power surged like a bottomless ocean. His opponent's weapon was rendered completely useless under the pressure. Qing Guan knew the truth instantly. A head-on clash meant a one-way ticket to the hospital. He had to retreat to survive. He gritted his teeth as he charged forward like a living hurricane. Hey, big guy, eyes on the prize, Qing Guan shouted. His playful warning masked a venomous strike. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, combining shape-will fist with snake strike. His hands coiled like vipers seeking a weak point. But he stood immovable as a mountain. A bitter smile crossed Qing Guan's face. Too bad, my real target is your blind spot. He launched himself into the air and unleashed the elephant stomp. A giant spectral foot crashed down like the sky itself was collapsing. The arena floor shattered, sending dust billowing into the air. Qing Guan didn't dare get greedy. He retreated instantly to create distance. But as the dust settled, he stood there, without a single scratch. The protagonist casually pulled his foot from the crater, crossing his arms with terrifying calm. He looked at his opponent like a grandmaster watching a toddler stumble through their first lesson. My turn. Qing Guan gathered blue spiritual energy, his aura skyrocketing for a final strike. But then, Brother Yi, I surrender. He suddenly dropped to his knees. He nearly tripped over his own feet in shock. Bro, come on, I prepared a whole combo for this, Yi. He sighed, the disappointment real. He released his pent-up energy. Whatever. The terrifying aura vanished as he returned to his human form, exhaling like he'd just finished a heavy workout. By tournament rules, once a fighter taps out, the battle is over. The announcer didn't waste a second. Match concluded. The winner is Cheng High School No. 1's very own Yi. The stadium erupted. Students, teachers, and parents roared in unison. Brother Yi is invincible. Brother Yi is the GOAT. Social media instantly flooded with memes of the fight. Qing Guan, before the match I will win. Qing Guan, after, sorry for breathing the same air as Brother Yi. This manhwa recap moment went viral, and Yi's fan club instantly filled its fourth group chat to capacity. The first 3 groups were already full. Netizens buzzed with excitement. The top scorer of this year's exam? It has to be Brother Yi. Liu Qingzhu Chu Zhou. Please, they're just NPCs to heighten the drama. While the internet celebrated in a dark corner, the fat principal of Qingfeng High was losing his absolute mind. I bet my entire fortune on you. He pointed a trembling finger at his star student Rage, nearly knocking his glasses off. You dare surrender? Do you know how much we invested in you? If you don't pay it back, kiss your university dreams goodbye. Qing Guan didn't shout. He simply placed a hand on the principal's shoulder, a touch that sent a shiver of primal fear through the older man. I surrendered to preserve my foundation. If you want to tank a punch from Yi, be my guest. I remember the school's kindness, don't worry. I will repay you. But remember this, never threaten a martial artist stronger than yourself. The principal poured sweat, terrified. Right, you make a good point. Meanwhile, the updated rankings flashed on the big screen. After a series of heart-stopping battles, the semifinalists were revealed, and Shanghai occupied 3 out of 4 spots, proving they were the undisputed kings of this year's exam. Over in the Anqing VIP section, the tension was thick, but it was the tension of pure, unadulterated joy. Teacher Liu waved his fan, grinning like he'd just won the lottery. Looks like all my hard work is finally paying off. Hello, promotion. He raised his hands to the heavens, like he was offering a sacrifice. Yi. He is a genius, the peak of humanity. On the main stage, the announcer's voice boomed again. Time to draw lots for the semifinals. Each contestant stepped forward to grab a glowing orb containing their destiny. Yi. He stared at the orb in his palm, his brows furrowed. Group A. Suddenly, a familiar melodic voice drifted from beside him. I am also Group A. Lu Qingzhu, the goddess of An. Chang, her eyes were fierce as she held the matching orb. Boom. The stadium and the internet went nuclear. The first semi-final. Yi He versus Lu Qingzhu. 2 geniuses from the same school, clashing on the grandest stage. The comment sections were scrolling so fast, they were a blur. Damn, it's finally happening, the civil war we've been waiting for. The battle of destiny. I've been waiting all arc for this. Let's go, Goddess Lu. No way. Brother Yi never loses. The fandom war had officially begun. Real talk though, Goddess Lu looks stronger on paper. She crushed Tai Xiaoling at Tier 3 King class bloodline with just 2 moves, and she hasn't even unleashed her Tier 4 Phantom Sparrow bloodline yet. But don't forget Qing Guan was also Tier 3, and he forced Brother Yi to trigger his transformation. That means He's bloodline must be at least Tier 4. But Goddess Lu has deep martial arts roots, plus, well, she's beautiful and deadly. Can he really compare? Valid point. Too valid. Down in the arena, the atmosphere was hotter than a pressure cooker ready to explode. Both fighters took the stage. The referee threw his arms wide. Begin instantly. Yi, he erupted. Terrifying demonic energy exploded from his body, swallowing the ring in a pitch-black storm. Lu Qingzhu didn't flinch. She shielded her face as Yi's silhouette twisted and warped within the black smoke. The pressure was heavy as a mountain, but instead of fear, the goddess smiled, a look of arrogance mixed with pure anticipation. Yi, I hope you're strong enough to entertain me. Before her words even landed, he unleashed a tsunami of miasma. It blanketed the entire arena in seconds. The audience gasped. What the hell? We can't see anything. Is this a fight or a game of hide and seek? The spectators craned their necks like swans, desperately trying to peer through the impenetrable fog. At the commentary desk, the host slammed the table so hard it nearly cracked. He shouted into the mic to ensure the world felt the hype. How will the genius Lu Qingzhu handle the dark horse of the tournament? Is Yi about to trigger another evolution right before our eyes? Inside the swirling mist, he silently observed the silhouette of Lu Qingzhu. He calculated rapidly. Her defensive techniques are impregnable. Even with my brute strength, breaking through her guard is near impossible. She's not just strong, she's a tactician. If this drags on, I lose. There's only one path to victory. All-out aggression from the very first second. No hesitation, Yi. He launched himself into the air, channeling every ounce of spiritual power into his fist. He roared, collapsing mountain fist. Liu Qingzhu reacted instantly, raising her hand to conjure a barrier. She thought, you're attacking head-on. Perfect. I'll block this and crush you. But just as the impact was about to hit Yi, he vanished from her trajectory. The punch was a feint. From the blind side, his massive gorilla tail whipped out like a siege weapon. This wasn't just a brawl. It was 4D chess in a leveling manhwa world. Damn it. A faint fury burned in Liu Qingzu's eyes as she desperately backstepped to evade the trap. She cursed inwardly. He said fists but attacked with his tail. Yi, he have you, no shame. But Yi, he gave her zero breathing room. He roared, channeling the terrifying might of a primeval gorilla. Violent aura wrapped around his fist like a storm. He launched himself into the air, aiming a devastating blow straight at Liu Qingzu's defense. The clash was catastrophic. Every strike was live-streamed to millions, sending the internet into a frenzy of screams and shouts. "Goddess, watch out! That guy's fighting dirty. He even brought weapons." The chat exploded. "It's over. Goddess Liu has lost her rhythm." Yi. He hunted her down like a rabid beast. Even the renowned genius Liu Qingzu couldn't react in time. He seized the opening, slamming a brutal fist into her gut. Boom! Liu Qingzu was sent flying like a rag doll. The crowd went wild. Brother Yi actually hit the goddess. Does she even have a chance to counterattack? This scene perfectly captures the thrill of a leveling manhwa. But before she could even steady herself, his hand morphed into a razor-sharp claw. His eyes gleamed with cold indifference. "You think it's over?" He spun, unleashing a crescent moon slash sharp enough to be the Reaper's scythe. Liu Qingzu's expression crumbled. That strike is coated in martial energy. I have to dodge. Without hesitation, she launched herself into the sky to evade the fatal blow. Yi. He clenched his fist, looking at her like a wolf eyeing a lamb. "Don't run, classmate Liu." He blitzed her while she was still midair, unleashing a barrage of punches. Liu Qingzu's mind was in chaos. Is this guy a monster? What kind of infinite stamina is this? She grit her teeth, her mind racing. I have 2 mystic tier techniques left, the Phantom Flower Defense and the Chaos Jade Finger Attack. If I can cast them, I can turn the tide. But Yi, he was relentless. Every punch, every claw strike, suffocated her, crushing her attempts to cast before she could even start. Blood trickled from Liu Qingzu's lip. She couldn't hold on. At this rate, I'll be knocked out of the ring. She was desperately enduring Yi. He stormed like a salt push to the absolute brink of defeat. Suddenly, just as Yi threw a fatal punch, a single feather sprouted on his fist. He paused, looking down at his hand in confusion. Life is full of unexplainable phenomena. Across the arena, Liu Qingzu's aura had completely shifted. Her eyes lost their humanity, replaced by the dark feral gaze of a wild beast. She whispered to the wind, I have no choice but to play my final trump card. As the words fell, feathers materialized around her. 1, then 2, until countless glowing plumes filled the air with a mysterious mist. Boom! In a flash of light, Liu Qingzu transformed. She spread massive wings and soared high into the heavens. It was the perfect beast form, a sleek, powerful silhouette with magnificent purple wings. The energy radiating from her was suffocating. She awakened her bloodline. The stadium erupted. Everyone gazed up in awe. This was the first time the goddess had revealed her legendary bloodline, a classic trope of an awakening manhwa. The Nether Sparrow. From the sky, Liu Qingzu looked down like a deity, her voice ringing clear and majestic. Classmate, Yihei. Be careful. In this form, I cannot guarantee I can control my strength. Yet facing this terrifying pressure, he just threw his head back and laughed. Excellent. That's what I wanted to hear, because I've only been using 50% of my power. His voice boomed like a bronze bell. Now let me get serious too. Before he finished, Liu Qingzu descended like a bolt of purple lightning. Her wings enveloped Yi, trapping him instantly. He froze as he was engulfed. Liu Qingzu seized the moment, flashing behind him. She clasped her hands, channeling all her energy into her ultimate technique, the Chaos Jade Finger. But that maniac didn't even dodge. He spun around, spiritual power surging through his veins. He roared, unleashing his own ultimate atomic blast fist. Boom! 2 apocalyptic forces collided head-on. The ring shattered the ground, cracked open, and a shockwave blasted out in all directions. The audience screamed in terror. My eyes, it's too bright. Are you telling me this is just a high school competition? On the stage, Liu Qingzu barely withstood the impact, shielding herself with trembling arms. Only when the dust settled did she slowly open her eyes. Before her, he had transformed. Dense nuclear energy rolled off him like smoke, and his body was encased in heavy metallic armor. Azure light blazed from his eyes, and a terrifying ball of energy gathered in his mouth, ready to detonate. The air was thick with tension. The real battle was just beginning. Yi. He stood immovable as a mountain. Energy crackled around him like thunder tearing through a darkened sky. Lu Qingzu narrowed her eyes, her face paling. This energy fluctuation. Something is wrong. What is he doing? She saw the dorsal spines on his back, glowing, pulsing as they channeled a massive amount of energy straight toward his gaping maw. Damn it, his demonic beast form is charging a breath attack. Instantly, a spiraling beam of destruction erupted from his throat. Atomic breath. The colossal beam tore through the wind, threatening to pierce the heavens, leaving the crowd trembling in fear. Liu Qingzu had nowhere to run. She snapped her massive wings forward, using them as a shield against the annihilating beam. The violent pressure forced her eyes shut, as purple feathers were stripped from her wings, raining down like tragic snow. Amidst the chaos, she roared, unlocking a new potential feather reflection. Channeling her bloodline, she turned every falling feather into a reflective mirror of power. Yi. He's terrifying. Atomic breath was reflected right back at him. The arena announcers panicked. This is bad. The attack has been deflected. The audience turned pale, ready to flee the stadium for their lives. In the sky, the chaotic energies collided with the barrier, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks, like fireworks, in broad daylight. In the VIP box, Mayor Huang Jing, dressed impeccably, watched with a knowing smile. "Watch closely," he murmured. "The strongest champion in the history of An City is being born today." Down below, the commentator screamed into his mic, like a man possessed. "Thank you, Mayor Huang. If not for that barrier, I would have been incinerated into nothing but ash." Returning to the arena, blood dripped onto the cracked earth, drop by heavy drop. It was the lifeblood of Liu Qingzu. Her condition was catastrophic. Her magnificent purple wings hung in tatters, her armor shattered. Liu Qingzu was at her limit, vision blurring, yet a spark of determination still flickered for one final strike. He had already shattered her nether defense. Could she possibly defeat such a monster? In that fleeting moment, memories from her childhood flooded back. For years, she had borne the crushing weight of the Liu family's revival on her shoulders. A familiar deep voice echoed in her mind. "Liu Qingzu, you are the last hope of our clan. Defeat is not an option. The spirits of our ancestors are watching you. Do not let us down." The image of her mother surfaced, a frail woman, with red tear-stained eyes, gently stroking her hair. "Qingzu, I sacrificed everything to raise you solely for the day you would restore the Liu family's glory. You are not allowed to be selfish." In her memory, a young Qingzu knelt and wept. "Mother, please." The voice haunted her. "You must win this battle and the next and the next." In reality, Qingzu's lips trembled. "But mother, I am so tired." Her gaze grew heavy as she looked forward. Opposite her, Yi. He stood like an unmovable mountain, his aura blazing like an unquenchable inferno. His eyes burned with battle intent, like a wild beast starving for blood. Qingzu whispered internally, her will wavering. "Yi, he is truly powerful. Against a monster like him, surely losing would be forgiven, right?" As she charged, a bitter smile formed in her heart. "I will intentionally reveal an opening. Yi, he will surely see it and end this misery for me." With that thought, Qingzu threw a palm strike so gentle, even the wind would ignore it. But shockingly, Yi, he did not dodge. Qingzu looked up with wide, confused eyes. "Why did you not avoid that?" Yi, he stared straight into her soul, his gaze piercing through her facade. "Classmate, Qingzu, where did your fighting spirit go?" The question struck her like lightning, leaving her frozen in shock. Before she could react, rage erupted from Yi Blue. Light exploded from his body as atomic energy surged. "Are you even taking this fight seriously?" With a roar, Yi, he charged like a hurricane, his glowing fist aiming straight for her face. "I fought with everything I had to become the top scholar." Caught off guard, she hastily crossed her arms to block her slender frame, shuddering under the impact. Yi, he did not stop unleashing a barrage of punches, each one accompanied by a shout. "Are you serious yet? Are you?" Qingzu was knocked around like a rag doll, her small body taking hit after hit, until she finally screamed in grievance. "You brute! No one has ever beaten me like this. I was handing you the victory, so why are you still attacking me like a maniac?" Amidst the storm of blows, she screamed and fought back, her voice filled with indignation. "Stop hitting a woman in the face, you scoundrel!" Fueled by a mix of pain and humiliation, Qingju let out a low growl. A torrent of power exploded from her, shaking the very foundations of the arena. Yi. He finally ceased his assault, wearing a terrifyingly gentle smile. "That is more like it. If you do not want your face ruined, then fight for real." Under his relentless pressure, Qingju's form had completely evolved, a classic turn of events for a leveling manhwa. The purple wings that were once tattered now shone with blinding brilliance, spanning wider than when she first awakened her bloodline. Her aura was now suffocating like a true demon beast descending. Qingzu cast a cold glare at her opponent. "Yi, as you wish. I will use my strongest form to crush you into dust." Bathed in radiant light, Liu Qingju hovered in the sky. Her colossal wings emitted a mystical purple glow, her presence so overwhelming that the heavens themselves seemed to tremble. He narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. "So you have finally revealed your true demon beast body. Now, this gets interesting. This is the peak excitement of an awakening manhwa battle." Without hesitation, He also activated his beast transformation. Hard scales instantly covered his skin as his body erupted in blue flames. "Since you are serious, I can no longer hold back," he roared, and the ground beneath him shattered. This was the ultimate fusion of hard qigong and his family's demon empress technique, the nuclear light battle tactic. He launched into the sky like a human artillery shell, charging toward Qingju with earth-shattering momentum. "Let us have a glorious battle." Facing that sky-high power, Liu Qingju narrowed her purple eyes, danger flashing within them. She would not sit still and wait for death. Instantly, a terrifying vortex of energy gathered around her, forming a purple tornado that pierced the clouds. He plunged straight into the eye of the storm. Boom! He unleashed an explosive fist, his sheer power blasting the tornado into scattered wisps. Qingzu inhaled deeply and unleashed a devastating purple shockwave. Meanwhile, He channeled the nuclear energy in his core, becoming a living missile locked onto his target. The two energies collided, shaking the arena as if the world were ending. Yi was forced back, crossing his arms to withstand the impact. His eyes glowed a radiant neon blue, overflowing with killing intent. "You think you are the only one who can roar." The scales on his back began to shine with blinding intensity. Qingju gritted her teeth, staring him down. "That same old move. This time I will not retreat a single step." Abandoning all defense, she activated the Liu family's forbidden art. Suspended in the air, the purple energy around her surged like a tsunami. Her voice echoed like thunder across the stadium. "I will face you head-on." As she gathered her qi, he unleashed his atomic breath, a colossal beam of energy falling like a meteor. Qingzu condensed a purple sphere in her hands and screamed bloodline power. The sphere detonated into countless nether blood thorns rumble. Two apocalyptic forces were about to annihilate each other. The commentator shrieked into the mic. Yi's atomic breath against Liu Qingzu's nether blood thorns. It is a clash of titans. Disaster was imminent. These two apprentices could not control such catastrophic power. To save the audience, Mayor Huangqing of An City was forced to intervene. Muttering gene art, he summoned 3 massive fortress walls from the earth. But the moment those energies made contact, boom, the 3 layers of the earth-feigned divine wall shattered like fragile glass, a scene worthy of a top-tier manhwa recap finale. The stadium erupted into absolute chaos. Screams tore through the air as faces went pale with terror. The shockwaves were cataclysmic. Wasn't that barrier erected by the mayor himself? If he hadn't intervened, the audience would have been reduced to mere dust. Down below, Huangqing stood drenched in cold sweat, muttering. That triple-layer earth defense was prepared too hastily. It wasn't stable enough. Who could have predicted 2 absolute monsters would emerge in this year's exam? Through the dim light and choking dust, Liu Qingju swayed, barely keeping her footing in the center of the arena. Her elegant hands were stained crimson. Fresh blood streamed down like a river, dripping with a hollow tap-tap onto the cold, unforgiving ground. She had reverted to her human form. Her magnificent purple wings had dissolved into nothingness, and one arm hung limp, bruised, twisted, and completely crippled. Her true beast essence was utterly drained. Yet she held her head high, her eyes burning with unyielding resolve. I can't give up yet. I can still fight. Yi. He strolled toward her with terrifying calm. Not a single scratch on his body. He frowned slightly, confusion clouding his mind. That attack definitely landed. So why am I completely unharmed? If that nuclear radiation lingers in my system, won't I end up crippled in the future? Lu Qingzhu bit her lip until it bled, tears streaming down her face. With red, swollen eyes, she screamed, I never wanted to take it this far. Why? Why did you drag me into this war of yours? Yi. He didn't answer immediately. He gently crouched before her, his gaze quietly analyzing the battered girl. When he spoke, his tone danced between seriousness and playful mockery. You really didn't want to fight. Are you denying your own competitive nature? In that desperate moment, I felt your thirst for victory radiating off you like heat. His words pierced straight through her defenses. She stared at him blankly, a storm of chaotic emotions churning within her heart. It's true. I wanted to crush him. I wanted to end it. I hate fighting, and yet, in that clash, I felt something miraculous. Not for anyone else, not for any goal, but purely for myself. Suddenly Yi, his warm hand, rested gently on her shoulder. Lu Qingzhu flinched, her face, flushing as red as a ripe tomato. Yi, he smiled, channeling energy into his palm. You carry too many distracting thoughts when you battle. A warm current surged into her arm, knitting flesh and bone back together at supernatural speed. In a blink, her shattered limb was fully restored, and even the radiation was purged. Yi, he stood up and turned to leave, dropping a cold yet profound truth over his shoulder. And that is exactly why you lost. Lu Qingzhu stared at her hand in disbelief. The wounds, the radiation, everything is gone. Suddenly, Yi glanced back with a gentle smile. But make no mistake, you are the strongest opponent I have ever faced. Next time, I'd love to have a pure duel with you, Lu Qingzhu. Those words crashed into the young maiden's heart like a devastating tsunami. Her face burned crimson. Her eyes sparkled as she watched him, her inner voice screaming, Classmate Yi, you really shine too brightly. As the dust finally settled, Yi stood tall and proud in the center of the arena, the sunlight crowning him like a god of victory. The announcer's voice boomed with adrenaline. The first semifinal has concluded. The winner is Yi from Anshanghai Yi. He looked to the sky, raising his fist as a triumphant smirk curled his lips. Below the stands, the roar of the crowd threatened to tear the sky apart. Under the scorching sun of the Anshang Arena, the speakers crackled to life once more. After Yi's victory over Lu Qingzhu, it was no surprise when Chuzhou also secured his win. Now, the absolute climax of the Anshang entrance exam, the battle for the title of top scholar begins. In one corner, the dark horse, Yi. In the other, the orthodox genius of Anshanghai Chuzhou, the live stream viewer count, strapped on a rocket engine and blasted off. Numbers climbed insanely, plus 69,001,525,486, adding another 6,258. A staggering total of over 496 million people were glued to their screens, waiting with bated breath. The final match of the Anshang Grand Exam officially begins. On the stage, Chuzhou drew a silver blue blade, energy surging as he bowed respectfully. Please instruct me. In response, he flashed a dangerous grin. His voice was lazy, but his eyes were sharp as daggers. Bring it on. No need to stand on ceremony. Chuzhou struck first. He swung his blade, unleashing waves of sword intent that rained down like a meteor shower, blotting out the entire sky. Facing that terrifying curtain of sword aura, Yi, he stood unmoved, calm as if waiting for dessert to be served. Just as the attacks were about to pierce him, he channeled atomic energy into his fist. Volatile energy erupted like a volcano. His hand ablaze, he roared. Explosive fist. A single punch launched, shattering the sword aura into nothingness. Chuzhou was blown back, struggling to stand, but he didn't give chase. Instead, he simply brutally obliterated every clone in his path. With that level of defense, there was no stopping He's destructive force. In this manhwa recap, you have to ask, is there any martial artist his age who can survive close combat with him? He's a true monster. Realizing he couldn't get close, Chuzhou lowered his voice. If I can't fight you up close, then I'll destroy you from a distance. He ignited his bloodline. Bloodline awakening. Chuzhou's body transformed violently, hands morphing into razor-sharp claws, and a third eye ripping open on his forehead, pulsing with eerie blue light. His true bloodline avatar was the dragon god. Chuzhou waved his hand and roared, bloodline power absolute zero. The livestream chat went nuclear. Mother of God, Chuzhou just summoned an entire iceberg. It's like a real-life demon dragon has descended. Chuzhou is insane. Hurry up and defeat the demon king Yi. Freezing energy flooded the arena, sealing the entire stage in ice. Yi was trapped deep within a glacier thick enough to be a mountain. Chuzhou gasped for air, sensing his limits. Damn it, unleashing that level of frost. My body can't handle the backlash. Suddenly, the chat shifted. Hey, everyone. Is the iceberg melting? What? How is it dissolving so fast? Inside the glacier, a terrifying power detonated Yi. He shattered the ice prison as easily as snapping a piece of candy. Chuzhou's eyes widened in horror. How is this even possible? Before he could even catch his breath, that horrific energy came rushing back in a counterattack. Chuzhou frantically waved his hands, erecting a second wall of ice for defense. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens, sending dust rolling out like a tsunami. As the chaos subsided, a jet-black leg stomped onto the ground with crushing weight. Yi. He stood there, fully transformed into his awakened state, sleek black armor encasing his body like a reaper. He laughed coldly, his voice vibrating with power. Your demon dragon's ice has absolutely no effect on me. It seems fate birthed me solely to be your stepping stone. Chuzhou sighed, a bitter taste rising in his throat, as he realized the abyss of power separating them was simply too wide to cross. Gritting his teeth, Chuzhou raised his blade for one last desperate gambit. Yi witness, my final strike. This is the absolute peak of my martial arts, a secret technique I had intended to save for Lu Qingzhu. In that split second, Chuzhou channeled every ounce of his spirit, gripping the greatsword until his knuckles turned white. He successfully unleashed his most devastating technique, the sword intent of the wounded soul. Below the stage, Huang Qing couldn't suppress a shout of disbelief. Sword intent. That is genuine sword intent. How can he possess such profound insight at his age? Back in the arena, fully charged with energy, Chuzhou launched himself like a lightning bolt, bringing down a sky-rending slash of sword energy. Boom. The explosion roared like the heavens, collapsing and the earth shattering. Moments later, silence fell as drops of crimson blood pattered onto the arena floor. The crowd watched in shock as he extended a bleeding hand, smiling faintly. Wait until you upgrade to a better sword, then you might actually stand a chance. Chuzhou's expression crumbled as he looked down. The greatsword, which had carried all his conviction and hope, had shattered into worthless fragments. A wave of shock crashed through Chuzhou's heart. How? How could my blade be destroyed so easily? Glancing at Yi, he who stood there with infuriating calmness, he couldn't help but ask coldly, how big was my chance, Yi? He smirked, chuckling softly. Compared to a simp's success rate, maybe a tiny bit higher. Hearing this, Chuzhou nearly coughed up blood from sheer anger. He took a deep breath, raising his hand high toward the sky. I forfeit. The announcement blared through the stadium speakers. The winner of the Anchang College entrance exam finals is Yi across. Every live stream corner, the audience erupted like a dormant volcano waking up. I told you, my eyes never lie about brother Yi. He's fatally cool. Chuzhou is strong, but in front of Yi, he's still just a greenhorn. Yi, the dark horse of this year's exam, had crushed every prejudice beneath his feet. From the dead last student last year to the pinnacle of power, defeating the top genius and crowned the grand champion. Chants echoed throughout the stands. Yi. The commentator choked back tears as he made the declaration. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 24th year of the Anchang exam, after days of brutal combat, the martial arts grand champion has finally emerged. It is none other than Yi He from Ancheng First High. On the podium, amidst the thunderous cheers, Yi. He scratched his head, muttering awkwardly. Goal completed, I guess. Suddenly, a commentator lunged forward, shoving a microphone into his face. Student Yi He, rumor has it, your strength comes from slow and steady accumulation. Now that you've seized the title of Grand Champion, do you have any words of wisdom to share? Yi. He laughed bitterly inside. These cultured people really knew how to make grinding like a buffalo sound so poetic. He straightened his face, cleared his throat, and spoke loudly. First, I must thank my teacher. He never abandoned me when I was at rock bottom. He always encouraged me, giving me the will to keep fighting. In a corner of the school, the homeroom teacher hugged the television snot, and tears streaming down his face. Boo-hoo. Teacher, I truly don't deserve your praise, Yi He. I was just a teacher afraid of losing his job. I didn't even see your potential. Suddenly, the principal appeared in front of the MC, subtly waving his hand. Include me too, Yi. He looked confused. Principal. The principal waved again, making a very clear 200 sign with his fingers. The message was clear. Yi. He promote the school for me and you get an extra 2 million in scholarship money. Seeing that hand sign, Yi, his eyes instantly lit up, the symbol for currency flashing in his pupils. He flashed a radiant winning smile and added loudly. Additionally, I must thank my school. Thank you, principal, for your wise leadership. Without such a magnificent environment, how could I achieve what I have today? Finally, he threw his fist into the air and shouted, and lastly, I want to thank myself. If not for my hard work, my effort, and my supreme intelligence, Yi would absolutely never have reached this glory today. At that exact moment, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Congratulations, host, on achieving the title of Grand Champion. Reward 1 random ability draw. Yi. His eyes widened with glee. A title reward. I didn't know this system. Manhwa life came with hidden achievements. This is huge. In the stadium corridor, immediately after winning Yi, he didn't bask in the glory. Instead, he was running for his life, as if a pack of rabid hellhounds was snapping at his heels. And indeed, the hellhounds were a swarm of reporters screaming as they gave chase. Student Yi. How does it feel to be the champion? Do you feel any pressure? How did you improve so drastically in just half a year? Will you choose the Imperial Capital University? Are you aiming for the Comprehensive Tactics Department? Yi. He grimaced as he sprinted. Stop chasing me. I really need to pee. A man as persistent as a starving leech finally caught up, shoving a mic right against his lips. Student Yi. He answered honestly, who is prettier, Lu Qingzhu or Kai Shaoling? Or perhaps, do you have feelings for Shen Guan or Chuzhou instead? Hearing this, Yi He's face went dark, veins popping on his forehead. He doubled his speed, shooting off like an arrow. I don't have time to waste with you gossip vultures. The reporters refused to give up. Student Yi He, wait. Just one last question. The scene shifts to an empty basketball gymnasium. Having finally shaken off the reporters, Yi, he exhaled a long breath of relief, looking pleased with himself. Finally escaped those predators. Excitement bubbled within him. He hadn't expected that besides the monster templates, the champion reward would include a random skill draw. It turned out the templates weren't the only path. He could stack rewards through the system too. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows behind the bleachers. Student Yi. Congratulations on becoming the Grand Champion. Yi. He startled, spinning around with his guard raised. Again, are the reporters not done yet? But this time, it wasn't a journalist. Standing before him was a stranger carrying a sleek black briefcase, wearing an inscrutable smile. Don't misunderstand, I'm not a reporter. I come from Huadu. Now, let's discuss the matter of your genetic lock. Yi. His mind instantly descended into chaos. Genetic lock. He hadn't unlocked anything like that. All his power came from absorbing monster templates via the system. What does he know? Who is this guy? The man remained calm, speaking softly. You heard the term genetic lock from your father, didn't you? Yi. He blinked, then nodded slowly. That's correct. In his memory of the original host, that was indeed true. The man didn't miss a beat, pulling a thick file from his briefcase and placing it in Yi's hands. Student Yi, aren't you curious? Why would your father, a simple taxi driver, know a term that has absolutely nothing to do with his profession? Thunder exploded in Yi's mind. Could it be his father wasn't just a driver? Was this the classic trope of a legendary expert, hiding in plain sight? The man slid the dossier across the table, his voice heavy with implication. Your situation is unique, to say the least. That is why the higher-ups in Huadu have authorized the declassification of these files exclusively for your eyes. He took the folder, his gaze sharpening instantly. As he flipped the cover, 3 words hit him like a physical blow: Project Prometheus. It was a legendary name, a titan in genetic research that once held the world in its palm. But after a catastrophic incident, the organization was hunted by major nations, their research sealed in ice. Their core members vanished, dissolving into the shadows of ordinary cities. And the genetic lock technology was their crown jewel. Reading the file, he felt his internal world shaking like a tsunami had just made landfall. So my absentee father was actually a top-tier researcher for Prometheus, and I am the living, breathing result of their forbidden experiments. The irony was so thick, he didn't know whether to laugh or scream. The official watched him closely, his tone steadying. Rest assured, the nation has no intention of making things difficult for you. I am merely here to ensure you understand the board. You are a player in this game and you have the right to know the rules. Without missing a beat, he replied, his face as calm as a stagnant lake. Brother, I think I'm handling this news better than you are. Believe me. The man paused momentarily, thrown off by his selective apathy before continuing. Furthermore, you are a priority asset for the state. We will ensure your absolute safety. He mentally rolled his eyes. Ah, what a drag. The more famous you get, the larger the target on your back. This society is just a mosh pit where power and drama dance together. The official sighed, realizing he wouldn't get a dramatic reaction, and whispered, "Then I shall take my leave." The moment the man left the room, his respectful demeanor evaporated. His stoic mask cracked into a grin of pure, unadulterated greed as he rubbed his hands together. Finally, he's gone. He hadn't just secured admission to Huadu University. He had pocketed a 2 million credit scholarship from the principal plus over 100,000 in bonuses. But the real prize wasn't the money. It was the opportunity to draw a new ability sample. Just the thought sent tremors of excitement through his veins. This was the defining dopamine hit of any system manhwa protagonist. He opened the interface immediately. A vortex of light spiraled before him, tearing open a gateway to the unknown. He stared, his eyes blazing like high beams glued to the holographic screen. A violet card materialized, floating in the void, pulsating with an aura that seemed to contain an entire dimension. What materialized before him was a monstrous transformation, a colossal skeletal titan, a D-rank ability sample. The system window flashed Ability Supergiant Transformation D-rank, Traits Gigantification Bloodline Max Height, 60 meters High Heat Steam Emission, Elemental Intangibility, Compatibility 1%. He scanned the stats, a wild laugh escaping his throat. A supergiant form. Now that is what I'm talking about. Then, a small footnote caught his eye. Abilities can be stacked. A chaotic idea sparked in his mind. If I combine the supergiant form with the berserk demon ape, what kind of nightmare fuel would that create? A simulation flickered in his mind's eye, a titan of destruction, towering and savage. It possessed the invulnerable frame of a giant, but moved with the primal ferocity of a gorilla, complete with a tail that could level buildings. Ha ha ha, I'm going to become the king of monsters. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room, where shadows clung to a massive figure at a cold wooden table. A hulking man pressed a phone to his ear, listening to the voice on the other end. Boss Huo Long, does this mean you're clearing your schedule for personal matters? You're refusing all new commissions? The man's voice was like grinding stones. Correct. I'll finish my current queue, then I'm out. Understood. On the table, a fingerprint scanner sat embedded in the wood. The man slammed his massive index finger onto it. Crack. The wood splintered under his touch. His face was a mask of pure fury, his eyes burning with the fires of hell itself. An urgent report played from the device. Regrettably, we could not recover your younger brother's body from the dungeon. However, radiation traces were found at his last known coordinates. To his side, a large screen replayed the footage of the City Academy finals. The exact moment Yi He claimed victory. Huolong stared at the screen, his killing intent suffocating the room. Brother, I told you, never step into this society. Once you enter this world, there is no turning back. Mother told me to protect you before she passed, yet you chose this path of death. His eyes narrowed into slits as Yi He. His name flashed on the screen, and City Champion Yi He. Huolong grabbed the monitor, his grip tightening until the plastic groaned and shattered. Yi He, you truly are a generational genius. Huadu University will likely fight tooth and nail to recruit you. A cruel sneer curled his lips. But unfortunately for them, you won't live long enough to attend orientation. Back at his apartment complex Yi, he had just arrived when a courier handed him a massive package. Mr. Yi, this is for you. Yi. He signed for it puzzled. Strange. I was just about to enter a dungeon to test my new form. Who would send me a care package right now? Inside was a handwritten letter. The envelope read, To Yi He. According to the latest intel from the Huadu Central Research Institute at 3 o'clock today, a new dungeon rift will open at Gongshu Mountain in the outskirts of An City. Predicted difficulty C rank. I plan to raid it. Do you want to form a party, Chuzo? Yi. He blinked. Seriously, who writes handwritten letters in this digital age? Did this guy time travel here, from the Joseon dynasty? The scene shifts to Gongshu Mountain, where the setting sun painted the sky in blood-red hues. The area was packed. Hunters swarmed like ants, prepping weapons, maps, mana readers, and instant noodles. Yi. He arrived and immediately felt a headache coming on. What is this? There have to be over 1,000 people here. A new rift really brings out the gossip mongers. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Oh Yi He. Yi. He turned to see Chuzo approaching and gave a polite nod. Chuzo. The other boy flashed a smile, as bright as the summer sun. You look stronger. Yi He forced a smile, but internally, he was on high alert. This guy's perception is terrifying. One glance, and he knows I've leveled up. In reality, He had reinvested his prize money into high-grade gene potions, boosting his supergiant compatibility to 35%, the kind of rapid growth typical of a leveling manhwa protagonist. Low-level monsters have their perks. Instant results, cheap prices. Truly the working man's choice. He quickly changed the subject. So which university are you aiming for? Chuzhou replied with military precision, Huadu University. Yi. He chuckled softly. Looks like we'll be classmates then. However, his sharp eyes caught a flicker of hesitation in Chuzhou's expression. He wanted to say something but swallowed the words. Suddenly, the fabric of reality tore apart. A pitch-black void ripped open the sky like the maw of a colossal beast. The secret realm is opening. As the rift stabilized, a nightmare emerged. A monster with a head the size of a bus and teeth capable of crushing tanks. It was a three-headed crimson bird. Its blood-red wings blotted out the sun, casting a massive shadow of despair over Red Tree Mountain. The thunderous beat of its wings sent shockwaves through the ground below. A martial artist roared, pointing skyward, the realm is open. Brothers slaughter that demon beast and charge in boom. Hundreds of warriors surged forward, like a tidal wave, weapons gleaming with killing intent. The poor bird didn't even get a chance to flap before the barrage hit. Its three heads spun in panic. Squawk. Too strong. Why are there so many humans? Retreat. Run away. I'm stuck. Help me. It seems the early bird gets beaten to a pulp. In mere minutes, the boss-level entrance monster was annihilated. Roars of victory shook the forest. Inside the Red Tree realm, the scenery shifted into a dark manhwa recap, setting a desolate forest bathed in suffocating purple mist. The crowd swarmed inside, terrified of missing out on the loot. He blended into the stream of warriors' eyes, sharp with caution. Instantly, the metallic stench of blood assaulted his senses. Ugh, smells like a slaughterhouse, he muttered. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the canopy. Beast-tied, someone screamed. The monsters had set an ambush, but in this world, martial artists are duty-bound to purge these threats, a perfect chance to grind XP like in a leveling manhwa. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Blood sprayed like fountains as steel met flesh. One warrior decapitated a giant beast in a single, brutal stroke. The humans began to synchronize, taking down the larger threats with tactical precision. It was a symphony of violence, worthy of a blockbuster. Chujo shouted, "Bloodline power!" Frost sword burst. A blizzard exploded from him, freezing the immediate area. The monsters turned to ice statues before shattering into a million crystal shards. But a shadow lurked behind him. A beast lunged jaws wide to snap Chujo in half. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Atomic burst punch. Whoosh! A beam of blinding light pierced the air, drilling a hole the size of a rice cooker straight through the monster's chest. With a pathetic gurgle, the beast collapsed. The savior was none other than Yi. Tunnel vision kills buddy. "Watch your 6, Yi," he quipped. Chujo turned embarrassed but grateful. "Thanks. I owe you one." "No sweat. Just let me copy your homework in college." Moments later, the area was cleared, leaving a post-apocalyptic landscape of charred bones. "Yi," he dusted off his hands and looked around. "Are these secret realm monsters made of glass? They're too weak." Chujo froze. He stared at the corpses behind Yihe. They weren't just dead, they were melting. His eyes widened in horror. "Yi, did you exterminate this many on your own?" The beasts killed by Yi. He didn't die normally. Their molecular structure had been completely disintegrated from the inside out. No external wounds, just cellular decay. What kind of terrifying skill was he using? Invisible, odorless, unstoppable radiation. It was a silent killer that destroyed the enemy at the atomic level. Where Yi walked, life ceased to exist. He was a walking plague wielding a power that defied human logic. Whispers spread through the crowd. "How did we clear this so fast? Is there a high ranker helping us?" "No way," one guy gasped. "That's the top scorer of this year's in-city exam? What a student. But he's just a martial apprentice." "An apprentice killing like that?" a buzzed-cut guy scoffed. "Did you idiots miss the broadcast? You think high schoolers are weak? That kid could take 10 of you, with one hand tied behind his back." Excited students began herding monsters toward Yi like pigs to the slaughter. Cheering erupted from the distance. "The Beast Lord is dead. We won." The remaining monsters began to flee. Chujo exhaled. The first wave was finally over. Out of 1,000 warriors, only 800 remained standing. The cost of victory was high. Before the sentiment could settle Yi, he dragged a mountain of monster parts toward Chujo. "Dude, how do I carry all this loot?" Chujo choked. "Are those all monster cores?" Chujo sighed and flashed a ring. "This is my spatial ring. Stash them in here for now." Yi hide the ring. "Millions in value." "Chujo, you're secretly a tycoon, aren't you?" Suddenly news broke. Boss Wu Sen is here. The crowd cheered for the hero who took down the Lord-class monster, saving them from certain death. A hulking man with muscles like steel cables stepped forward. Strange tattoos covered his body, and his aura was heavy as a mountain. He walked straight to Yi. He and extended a hand. "Greetings. You must be the top scorer of an city. I am Wu Sen, captain of the Limitless Squad. I've heard stories of your legendary performance. Hey kid, interested in joining our martial arts guild? It won't interfere with your university studies at all. In fact, we'll throw in some massive preferential subsidies. I am ready to sign you immediately on an S-class member contract." Yi froze for a second. He never expected a titan like the Infinite Waves Guild to personally invite him, let alone offer the legendary S-class status. A bystander's jaw practically hit the floor. Oh my god. Boss Wu Shen is personally inviting Yi. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Without guild support, the path of an independent martial artist is brutal. The cost of gene potions, monster cores, and training gear, it's all expensive enough to bankrupt a king. And this is the Infinite Waves Guild we're talking about. An S-class contract is something even the elite seniors at Huadu University can only dream of. Just as the crowd buzzed with envy over Wu Shen's offer, a fierce pressure descended. A woman riding a majestic black tiger appeared like a deity from a legend. Her long cloak snapped in the wind, her gaze sharp as a blade. She narrowed her eyes at Wu Shen and scoffed. Wu Shen, look at you. Moving fast like a desperate thief, aren't you? Running all the way here just to snatch talent. Student E. He forget them. Join our Grand Success Guild instead. We might be slightly smaller than Infinite Waves, but I promise you this. If you nod your head, you get 15% of the entire guild's cultivation resources. The crowd exploded. What? 15%? That's practically making him a shareholder. Two major guilds are fighting over a high schooler like he's the holy grail of this leveling manhwa world. Under the weight of countless expectant stares, he simply scratched his ear. His voice was casually indifferent. Sorry, but I have no intention of joining any guild right now. The rejection hit like a bucket of ice water. Yet he politely extended his hand. Wu Shen didn't rage. Instead, he laughed and patted He's shoulder like a big brother. No worries, He. Let's consider this a friendship forged. If you ever need help, contact me. My guild will always be on standby for you. The atmosphere finally relaxed until Wu Shen frowned, staring at his own hand. Wait, which hand did you just shake? With? Was that the ear-picking hand? He looked away, whistling innocently. Details. While Wu Shen furiously wiped his hand in the background, Chu Zhou stepped up. The beast tide is pushed back. Now we can freely explore this secret realm. It's like an inescapable ancient jungle. He pointed upward. Let's take the high ground. We'll scout from the treetops before making a move. He nodded. Solid plan. Boom. They launched into the air, like living arrows piercing through the crimson canopy. Chu Zhou glanced at He thinking, he's so fast. In a blink, they landed on the towering branches, red leaves drifting around them like bloody snow. But the moment they stabilized, Chu Zhou's eyes bulged. He stumbled back in pure terror. What in the hell is that? Before them stood a titan, a creature so colossal, it seemed to swallow the sky. Its scales looked like mountain rocks, and its mere breath made the forest tremble. Chu Zhou swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping. That thing must be over 1,000 meters tall. It's a monster beyond comprehension. Unlike his terrified friend his eyes sparkled like a kid in a candy store. I don't know, seems beatable. We're young. Give it a few years, and we'll be hunting kaiju like that for breakfast. We might even uncover the true origin of this awakening manhwa universe. Looking at his fearless grin, Chu Zhou felt a wave of admiration. As expected of Yeeha. Faced with an unknown god-level entity, I'm shaking in my boots, but he's excited. Not just in martial arts, but in sheer willpower. I'm miles behind him. He is a true warrior. While Chu Zhou was having a philosophical moment, He was actually drooling internally. Hey, your monster core. Sooner or later, it belongs to Daddy. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. He activated his sonar skill, invisible waves rippling out to scan the area. Strange. My biomagnetic field detection shows life everywhere but to the southeast. It's completely empty. A total vacuum of life. He muttered, anomalies usually mean treasure. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. He pointed forward like a general commanding his army. Chu Zhou to the lake. Chu Zhou followed his finger. Far in the distance, a vast lake shimmered amidst the dense forest. You're right. There's water. Let's check it out. The forest fell into an eerie silence. No birds sang, no wind blew. Only the soft crunch of their footsteps echoed beneath the blood-red leaves. As they approached the water, his eyes flashed. Standing by the path to the lake was a familiar silhouette. It was Sister Wu Li. The woman who helped him buy his first gene potion, the first to ever say he had a future. She spotted him first, eyes widening before breaking into a warm smile. Well, if it isn't our champion I never expected the little rookie from back then to become such a monster. Beside her, a female teammate gasped. Whoa, Wu Li, you know the champion of Anchang. The girl looked up at he practically vibrating with excitement. Seriously, introduce us. I saw him during the Beast Tide defense. Champion He was absolutely majestic. He felt a bit shy from the praise, but approached respectfully. Sister Wu Li, have you guys been here long? Wu Li nodded, her voice gentle. We just arrived. 2 of our underwater specialists are scouting the lake now. If there's anything down there. Splash, a head suddenly burst from the water surface. A soaking wet young man clung to the grassy bank, screaming like he just won the lottery. We're rich. We are filthy rich, Wu Li frowned. Calm down. Rich from what? The guy looked like he was about to ascend to heaven. There's a ruin under the lake, I'm certain of it. It's a real ancient relic. We hit the jackpot. Wu Li lost her composure. Are you serious? Fantastic. Finally, a stroke of legendary luck. Meanwhile, Yi. He raised an eyebrow and whispered to Chuzhou. What's a ruin? Why is everyone acting like they just found a pile of distinct S-rank weapons? Chuzhou exhaled, switching to lecture mode. In this world we sometimes find mysterious ancient structures. They are remnants of lost civilizations. We call them relics. Rumor has it that modern martial arts theory and our gene technology, it all came from digging up stuff in places like this. Yi. His eyes lit up like high beams. So you're saying it's not just about fighting, it's about looting treasure. Just then, a guy named Wu Yang on Wu Li's team glared at them, hand gripping his sword hilt. Wait, there are others. Who are you two? And why are you eavesdropping on our discovery? As he prepared to draw his blade, Wu Li grabbed his arm. Stop it, Wu Yang, this is Yi He and Chuzhou, the champion and runner-up of the Ancheng exams. Their strength is far above average. Having them join us is an asset, not a threat. Yi. He narrowed his eyes, radiating that classic main character energy. Relax, senior. Don't get triggered. We aren't here to spy. We're the backup you need to clear this dungeon. Wu Yang's gaze sharpened dangerously. And the loot distribution, he shrugged, treating this life-or-death deal like a casual business contract. We're external support. We eat what we kill. Performance-based payout. Wu Yang calculated the odds, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. Fine, you're in for now, but try any schemes, and you're done. Internally, he was sweating. These were the top rankers, future legends of this awakening manhwa world. Better not make enemies. Moments later, the squad plunged into the abyss. The glacial water bit like needles, visibility reduced to the ghostly glow of their shoulder lamps. Wu Yang took point, cutting through the currents, with the raw power of a shark that mastered martial arts. They surfaced in a subterranean cavern. Wu Yang signaled a halt, urgency tainting his voice. Through here lies the ancient ruin. Wait, where is Li Wei? Wasn't he our lookout? The bald teammate wiped sludge from his face, sensing a bad omen like a fortune teller. Did that rat find a treasure? And Bolt Wu Yang grabbed his communicator, screaming like a desperate father losing his child in a supermarket. Hey, Li Wei, respond. Do you copy? But the darkness answered with only the dripping of water and a suffocating silence. Wu Lei approached the entrance, her senses on high alert. Did you sweep this area? Any mana signatures? Wu Yang's expression twitched with hidden guilt. We set the bait. Zero monster activity. It's like the cave was scrubbed clean. A female teammate whispered, fear trembling in her voice. This is too dangerous. Li Wei is gone. Should we abort? But greed had already consumed Wu Yang, his eyes burning like a stock market gambler. We push forward. Infinite riches are within reach. Only a coward stays a low-tier trash forever. Leave if you fear death. Follow if you crave power. The others remained silent, their eyes burning with the gambler's fallacy, greed outweighing fear. Seeing no deserters, Wu Yang nodded grimly. Then, let's move. Wu Lei's squad stepped into the mouth of the beast. The temperature plummeted. Water droplets echoed like a countdown to doom. Suddenly, Wu Yang's light revealed fresh footprints in the muck. Yi. His eyes narrowed to slits. He shot a glance at Chuzhou, a silent conversation passing between them instantly. The lip movements don't match. Chuzhou gave a micro nod. Right words, wrong timeline. Yi. He analyzed Wu Lei up ahead. Her breathing, her pace. Her team only reached the lake 10 minutes ago. Yet, they supposedly found the secret passage instantly. Yi. He smirked internally. Reading situations like this was basic logic in a leveling manhwa. Chuzhou's gaze turned razor sharp. It's a setup. Should he warn his acquaintance to bail out now? But Yi, he just grinned, a dark, predacious smile that made him look more like the villain than the hero. Relax. I have an ace up my sleeve. Passing the tunnel, the squad entered a nightmare zone. The ceiling was choked with hanging moss, swaying like the hair of drowned ghosts. Beneath it lay a carpet of bleached bones and gray, lifeless monster cores. Wu Yang frowned, his voice grave. These cores, they're husks. Something drained every ounce of energy from them. A chill ran down his spine. No wonder the water was empty. The local wildlife hadn't left. They had been harvested. Wu Yang, where's the ruin? We're here. Before he could answer, a teammate pointed a shaking finger into the gloom. Her scream died in her throat. There, suspended in the moss, was the undeniable corpse of Li Wei. Vines constricted him like a python. His body was a desiccated husk face twisted in eternal agony. The air in the cave instantly froze. He's dead. Wu Yang collapsed, clutching his head. Where is the ruin? This was supposed to be a treasure run. Why is there only death? As he wailed in despair, reality warped. Disgusting lumps began to ripple beneath the skin of his scalp, as if something was slithering inside his skull. He convulsed violently. The vines. They're inside me. Run, RUN. It was his final warning before biology failed. Squelch. His head erupted in a grotesque shower of crimson and gray matter. From the ruin of his neck, writhing green tentacles burst forth like a horror show bouquet. Wu Lei shrieked. Wu Yang. Oh God, he's turned. Zap, a blinding beam of energy, incinerated the parasite before it could fully emerge. Yi, he lowered his hand, eyes colder than the deep sea. Clever beast. It infects the brain, using the host to lure fresh meat. Classic system manhwa trap. He scanned the darkness, his voice dropping to a funeral tone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are standing on its dinner plate. Above them, a colossal shadow materialized. The monster revealed itself, lashing out with vines thick enough to crush steel. The vines slammed down, sealing the exit with a massive boulder. Boom, no way out. Panic erupted. We're trapped. Chu Zhou's eyes widened, recalling a bestiary entry from his studies. I know this thing. It's the Devil Ghost Vine. A King Tier beast. Second stage. Wu Lei's face went ashen white. King Tier. We are barely Tier 1 fighters. We're not fighting a boss. We're fighting a natural disaster. Yet, he smiled, killing intent, rolling off him in waves. King Tier, I'll crush it into tofu regardless. Suddenly, boom. The rear wall exploded inward. Dust billowed, and from the debris, a towering figure stepped into the fray. With a tattered cloak fluttering like a comic book hero, a voice roared out, trembling with dominance. I am here to claim your life. It was an elite, level 8 warrior, his blood aura rising like wolf smoke. He turned his eyes ice cold. Oh, someone actually remembers a nobody like me. The hulking figure stood amidst the settling dust, cackling like a madman. Rumor has it within the Red Tree Mountain dungeon, a lunatic used nuclear radiation to crush the beast tide, a feat straight out of a leveling manhwa. I knew immediately it had to be you. I tracked the residual radiation all the way down to this hellish underground cavern. I stopped my very heartbeat to mask my presence, playing dead. Yet, you sensed me. As expected of the man who drove my Huo family to the brink of extinction. He frowned with genuine confusion, squinting his eyes. Hold on a second, old man. Who are you exactly? You just barge in here screaming for blood. Do I even know you? The question was so innocent, the giant nearly coughed up blood from rage. Stop playing the fool. I am here for vengeance. Die. He charged like a human hurricane, unleashing a flurry of lethal strikes. But then wait, is this the Devil Vine's lair? Did they lure me into a monster's nest? Damn it. Was this your plan all along? These vines drain energy and release neurotoxins. If this drags on, I'm a dead man. Curse you, you set me up. He stood with arms crossed. His calmness, absolutely infuriating. Uncle, your imagination is running wild. We literally just met 5 seconds ago. Meanwhile, the demonic vines coiled tighter around the giant. He roared, his aura exploding outward. Bastards, I came for that scumbag. He not a bunch of overgrown weeds. The clash between man and beast shook the cavern to its foundations, sending massive boulders raining down from the ceiling. Wu Li screamed in panic. Not good. The cave is collapsing. Suddenly He's voice cut through the chaos like thunder. Everyone stand back. They turned to see He, triggering his gorilla form. His muscles bulged and ripped mouth, gaping towards the sky as he gathered pure nuclear energy. A condensed sphere of blinding radiance blasted the ceiling, carving a path of light like the gates of hell opening up. He pointed the way. Sister Wu Li, get everyone out of here, now. But the giant had already shredded the vines. His bloodshot eyes locked onto He. You aren't going anywhere. He charged a punch that shone like a falling meteor, aiming straight for He. In the nick of time, a frost-cold sword aura slashed across Chu. Zhou stepped in his blade, drawing a line of defense. As long as I stand, you won't touch a single hair on his head. The giant laughed, as if watching a toddler play with a toy axe. I am an 8th stage warrior. Do you think your amateur sword aura can scratch me? At that precise moment his voice rang out like a funeral bell. Hey, chatterbox uncle. Where exactly are you looking? Boom. A devastating nuclear core smash slammed directly into his face. The blow carried the weight of a miniature reactor, driving him into the bedrock. It left a human-shaped crater, as if someone had just stomped an elephant into wet concrete. He turned to Chuzhou, his voice low and commanding. Go. Get out of here. This guy is a high-tier warrior. He's too much for you right now. Leave him to me. Without another word, everyone obeyed, swimming frantically towards the exit. Meanwhile, the devil vine went berserk. Its tentacles thrashed violently, churning up mud and algae until the water was as thick as smoke. The monster had fully manifested, hungry for total destruction. On the surface, Wuli dragged herself ashore and shouted, "Where is He?" Chuzhou didn't answer. He just stared back at the flooded cave. Deep below his nuclear energy was detonating, sending shockwaves that made the very river scream in agony. Amidst the chaos, He unleashed a new transformation, the colossal progenitor titan form. A titanic arm shimmering with metallic light burst from the water and snatched the bewildered warrior. Before he could even gasp, he was crushed like a ripe grape. His body turned purple, paralyzed instantly, and he crumpled like a discarded rag. The impact unleashed a shockwave that violently rocked the riverbank. Trees snapped, birds scattered, and the team stumbled as if hit by an earthquake. Through the mist, Chuzhou caught a fleeting glimpse of a towering titan standing supreme in the cavern. But in a blink, the form vanished, leaving only crackling lightning and swirling dust in its wake. Moments later, he swam to shore back in his human form. His hair was soaked, his face weary, yet he still looked effortlessly heroic. Chuzhou rushed over. "Are you all right, he sighed, pointing to his naked state. "Just toss me some clothes first." Once dressed, the two sat down to catch their breath. Chuzhou frowned. "What on earth was that explosion, He replied, his expression half serious, half teasing. "It was that mysterious warrior. He was carrying a plasma bomb. He tried to take the devil vine down with him." Chuzhou's eyes went wide. What plasma bombs are military-grade forbidden weapons? How did he even get one? Besides that, blast felt way stronger than a standard plasma bomb. And, I swear I saw a giant figure in the mist. He quickly turned away, sweat beading on his forehead. "Nah, it's nothing. Just a trick of the light from the explosion. You're imagining things." Internally, he was screaming, "Close call. If they find out about my monster template ability, I'm in deep trouble. I might have gone a bit overboard. I pulverized that warrior into dust, so there's no body left to investigate. But hey, at least I secured the Devil Vine's core. Not a total loss." Wu Li stood up and waved from a distance. "We'll head out first. I'm truly sorry. Not only was this trip a bust for you, but you also had to save our skins. Once you recover, we'll make it up to you properly." He waved back, wearing a polite, gentlemanly smile. "Don't mention it, Sister Wu Li. Consider this repayment for your help last time. If you compensate me now, I'd just end up owing you another favor, wouldn't I?" They exchanged knowing, polite smiles. Once everyone was gone, he, and Chuzhou stood side by side. Their faces were beaming, but their eyes held a dangerous glint. Now, it's time for some real monster hunting fun. 3 days later, at the Red Tree Mountain dungeon exit, Swoosh, He and Chuzhou had finally conquered the instance. They burst from the dimensional rift like twin bullets fired from a gun. Before they could even dust themselves off, both froze their eyes, widening in shock as they looked up. A bustling supply town had materialized out of nowhere. Buildings packed together, massive transport planes buzzing like worker bees. Wait a minute. It's only been 3 days. Sujo stood agape, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Just yesterday, this place was a barren wasteland, but now, it had transformed into a full-blown mining operation. Yihua gazed up at the swarming workers, his brow furrowing at the sheer scale of the anthill-like activity. The infrastructure speed of the Xia Nation was nothing short of monstrous. Without wasting a second, the duo cut through the crowd and headed straight for the exchange counter. The moment they arrived, Yihua slammed a massive sack of spirit stones onto the counter, with a heavy thud making the entire desk shudder. The receptionist jumped out of her skin, nearly dropping her inventory tablet in panic. "Sir, please be gentle," she stammered, clutching her chest. "If the goods are damaged during inspection, it will only hurt your valuation." Yihua scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. "My bad. I just have way too much loot. If I don't unload it fast, you guys won't finish tallying before your lunch break." The receptionist twitched, but forced a professional smile. "Rest assured, sir. We are experts here." Hearing that, Yihua let out a sigh of relief. He raised his hand, sliding the spatial ring off his finger and holding it aloft like he was releasing a forbidden seal. "All right, then let the show begin." One by one, massive sacks of spirit stones materialized, stacking up like a miniature fortress wall. 2 bags, 3, 4, 5 massive sacks appeared in rapid succession. With every heavy sack that hit the surface, the desk groaned and sank lower into the floor. The receptionist's face drained of color, turning paler with every thud. She wasn't even looking at the spirit stones anymore. She stared at Yihua with wide eyes, as if he were a legendary black market kingpin. Finally, the last bag slammed down. Yihua dusted off his hands. "That's the last of the stones." The receptionist trembled, holding her ledger like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Is that everything, sir?" Yihua's lips curled into a devilish grin. It was the smile of a man treating a dragon's hoard like cabbages at a morning market. "That's the stones, but you better speed up the accounting. We still have a mountain of spirit herbs to process." Inside the trading hall, chaos erupted. A crowd swarmed the appraisal table, their eyes glowing like high beams as they locked onto the pile of spirit stones and rare herbs Yihua had just unleashed. Heavens, that's a 7-star leaf. It has to be at least 300 years old. That stuff is incredibly rare. Even master alchemists struggle to find it. Another hunter screamed in excitement. "Are you kidding me? A 6-harmony flower too. That's the core ingredient for crafting the legendary Chi Si pill. Did this brat raid a secret dungeon or stumble upon a god's treasury?" An elder stroked his beard, his eyes glistening with undisguised greed. "Just these herbs alone, even at low quality, are worth over 30 million. And with the current shortage of spiritual medicine, the price could skyrocket." A young hunter shook his head green with envy. He became a tycoon overnight. But another man clicked his tongue, scoffing at the ignorance. "Old man, you're blind? Luck. You think this is luck? You don't get a pile of rare herbs like that by stumbling around. Provoke a monster like him, and you'll be choking on your own blood before you can spend a dime." In a distant corner, Yihua crossed his arms, watching the spectacle with indifferent eyes. White cores, blue cores, they were trash to him now. It was time to cash out. He chuckled softly, reciting his inventory like a poem. 5 blue cores from the Tier 3 beasts during the tide, and the golden core of the ghost vine. That Tier 2 king species is where the real money lies. A moment later, his phone chimed. Ding, account credited 27,570,000 yuan. The magic cores were sold. Now it was time to find a buyer for the elixir batch. Yihua was calculating his next move when Screech, a sleek black supercar, drifted up to him, braking with arrogant precision. It was a classic scene you'd expect in a high-stakes manhwa recap. An imposing elder stepped out wearing a smile that was 10% friendly and 90% calculating merchant. His eyes were sharp like an old fox sensing prey. "Greetings. You must be Yihua. I am Li Yutian, owner of the Pinghuo Pharmacy. I hear you're holding premium stock. Sell to me, and I'll beat the market price by 1%. Yihua's internal alarms blared. As expected, his personal data had been leaked instantly. Those old foxes at the identification center surely sold him out, but he quickly shrugged it off. Whatever. He needed to sell, and someone just delivered a bag of cash to his doorstep. It saved him the legwork. The transaction concluded smoothly. Li Yutian nodded with satisfaction, pausing before he entered his car. Next time you have loot, call me first. Yihua watched the luxury car vanish as his phone buzzed again. Ding. Account credited 70,500,064 yuan. He raised an eyebrow, a spark of calculation in his eyes. With this fortune, he could probably boost his stats by another 10%. In this leveling manhwa world, personal strength was the only absolute truth. Ordinary genetic potions and low-tier cores were useless to him now. He let out a long, heavy sigh. My system template is pickier than a high-maintenance wife. Items like the blood jade fruit or high-grade genetic serums. He wasn't even qualified to touch them yet. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. He snapped his fingers. That's it. There is another path. Martial arts. Memories of the college entrance exam rewound in his mind. He had held off Liu Qingju and the other warriors solely thanks to his overpowered system panel and the raw stats from his monster template. But in terms of pure technique, he was miles behind the seniors at the dojo. If I master a dominant combat art, my power will finally be complete. Yihua roared to the sky, burning with fighting spirit. Old Deng, I'm coming to ask for a golden favor. He took off like a human rocket, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Moments later, at Ancheng High School. Inside the principal's office, the serene sound of tea being poured filled the silence. As the steaming cup was filled, the principal looked up, his face lighting up with the excitement of seeing a long-lost son returning from war. Yihua, I didn't think you'd still remember your old school, the principal exclaimed, emotionally massaging Yihua's shoulders as if polishing a national treasure. Yihua laughed heartily. Principal, no need for such formalities. I came back because of our deep bond. How could I not be moved by your guidance? You are the top scorer of the grand exam, the shining beacon of Ancheng High and the pride of the entire nation's education system. Yihua popped the lid off a small box, revealing a massive jar of spirit ginseng wine. Teacher, this is just a little tonic from the Pingguo pharmacy. It's not a bribe, I swear, just a token of respect for a venerable elder. The moment the principal heard Pingguo pharmacy, his eyes lit up brighter than high beams on a dark highway. Oh my, such a filial student, excellent grades and even better character. Who wouldn't love a disciple who respects his seniors? Yihua smiled, then leaned in conspiratorially. Principal, actually, I have a small favor to ask. I need to learn powerful martial arts techniques. But since I haven't officially started university, I'm locked out of the training resources. I was hoping you could connect me with the martial families. Do you have any connections? The principal stroked his chin, puzzled. You've already been admitted to Huadu University. Why not just wait until the semester starts? What's the rush? Yihua's eyes shimmered with intense determination, his voice trembling with feigned emotion. Teacher, I want to evolve faster. I'm terrified of being left in the dust. Say no more. I will make the introductions. You are a genius among geniuses. For a student of your caliber, we cannot be bound by ordinary rules. Education requires flexibility. Rigid rules only strangle potential. Yi-he, whispered the words like he was taking a solemn oath. The principal nodded. You are absolutely right. Rules are dead stone, but humans are living water. Thank the heavens someone in this system actually gets it. The principal laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you really have a way with words. A pragmatist is a rare gem. The next day, while Yi-he was in the shower, his phone rang. It is done. You can go now. The principal's voice boomed clearly over the speaker. Thank you, sir. By the way, which warrior clan actually agreed to this? A beat of silence followed. The Liu family of Incity actually agreed to teach me their secret arts. On the outskirts of Incity, an engine roared, tearing through the wind. On a heavy-duty motorcycle, a young man carried a girl with hair as golden as the setting sun. Brother G, you are going too fast. I am scared. But you are so cool. G looked up, grinning with arrogance. Small stuff. You have not seen my full potential yet. Suddenly, a voice rang out like a divine warning. Hey buddy, do not lose focus on the highway. Drive like that and your family will be writing your eulogy. The couple turned around. He was casually pedaling a bicycle beside them. Good heavens, what is wrong with you? Trying to scare people to death. GA was furious. You think that rusty junk can race me? He slammed the throttle. The motorcycle shot forward like a rocket, leaving a trail of smoke. No one can stand on the same level as me. Brother G is so domineering. The girl praised him endlessly. He smirked. Looking down on me, alright, let's play. Suddenly, nuclear energy exploded. His bicycle shot forward like it had a thruster attached. Too slow, my friend Yi? He shouted back, leaving them in the dust like wind through bamboo. G and his girl froze their faces, distorted by the wind. Since when do bicycles move like that? That speed rivaled an airplane. He skidded to a stop in front of a massive estate. Before him stood a Western-style mansion, its black iron gates carved with luxurious patterns. The garden was manicured to perfection straight out of a drama. Wow, truly, a prestigious martial arts family. He released a pulsive key, sensing the hidden force field. Several powerful auras made his scalp tingle. Scary. These people are the real deal. The gates opened. Lu Qingzu stepped out and waved gently. You are here, Yi. He smiled, raising an eyebrow. Aren't you happy to see me? Qingzu blushed and stammered. No, it is not that. My mother asked me to welcome you. Let us go meet her. Yi. He followed, passing through the sprawling garden. Servants trimmed trees in a scene of pure aristocracy. Qingzhu looked up and called out, Mother Yi, he has arrived. The soft click of high heels echoed on the stone floor. From the staircase, a woman with platinum hair and crimson lips descended. Her elegance demanded respect. Welcome, child. Her voice was warm, but commanded authority. This was Qinlan, the matriarch of the Liu family. The moment he saw her, his blood boiled and steam practically shot out of his nose. Only one thought echoed in his mind, Prime Minister. I have seen the light. Flashback to the end of the exam at the Liu residence. After losing her match, Lu Qingzu faced the mother, who expected so much. Silence hung heavy between them. Qingzu looked down with sorrowful eyes. Mother, She looked ready to burst into tears. But contrary to her fear, her mother waved a hand dismissively. Qingzhu, there is no need to worry. On the TV screen, the manhwa recap of the fight played. I watched the live duel between you and that boy Yi He. You performed well. Yi. He was the dark horse of the Huadu exam. You do not need to blame yourself. Qingzhu was shocked her mother wasn't pressuring her. Qingzhu couldn't speak. She stood trembling, blaming herself for being too weak to uphold the family name. The mother stood tall, her voice serious, as she discussed the Liu family's future. Your younger brother has limited talent. He simply cannot inherit the clan. When it comes to your generation, only you can shoulder this heavy responsibility. She approached Qingzhu, stroking the beautiful face she had given birth to. But you are a daughter, and far too beautiful for your own good. She laid bare the cruel reality. Your father died young. Now the Liu family lacks a grandmaster to back us. Our influence has declined so much. We are stuck in this small city. If a major clan demands a marriage alliance, we have no power to refuse. That means the Liu family would be swallowed whole, our century-old legacy gifted to another. That is why I want you and he to be together. What do you think? Qingzhu was stunned. She hadn't expected this twist. Her cheeks flushed red and her heart pounded. Her mother continued to explain her vision for this leveling manhwa protagonist. He is not bad. His talent is superb, his background simple, and his potential limitless. From my observation, he is not a wicked person. You do not need to answer now. Just live together and see how it goes. Back to the present. He stood before the queen-like beauty. She approached warmly. Welcome to the Liu family, Yi He. Yi He bowed respectfully, acting shy. Cough, greetings, auntie. I brought a small gift. This guy was thoughtful enough to bring a present. He was definitely trying to score points. No beating around the bush. She looked down and asked, I heard from the principal of First High that you want to learn some advanced martial arts. He was strangely obedient. Yes, ma'am. She immediately turned to her daughter. Qingzhu, lead him there. Yi. He was surprised by the ease of it all. He peeked up thinking, why did she agree so quickly? It seemed she was intentionally creating space for the two of them. Qingzhu will take you to the martial pavilion. The techniques inside are forbidden to leave the premises, so you only have 1 day to study them. Her eyes turned sharp and serious. Deep inside the pavilion are 3 black-yellow rank skills. Whether you can learn them depends entirely on your own capability. Granted permission, Yi, he clasped his hands and bowed sincerely to the matriarch. Thank you, Lu family. She glanced at him, her expression holding a mysterious depth. He thanked the Lu family, not Qin Lan personally. It seems he has made a silent promise to the clan. Very good, Yi He. In the future, the Lu family will ensure you keep that promise. The matriarch smiled, looking at Yi He with deep satisfaction. A brilliant child. The more she looked at him, the more pleased she became. Meanwhile, Yi. He was completely clueless. Why was this woman staring at him like that? A shiver ran down his spine from her intense, peculiar gaze. Qingzhu noticed her mother's strange attitude, but dared not speak. Moments later, she guided Yi He toward the martial pavilion, entering a dark, ominous tunnel. Qingzhu led the way, her petite figure moving gracefully ahead. Yi. He trailed behind until he suddenly stopped, curiosity getting the better of him. Student Qingzhu, why do I feel like your eyes are constantly avoiding mine? His words struck a nerve. Qingzhu flinched, terrified to even turn her head to face him. I am not, she stammered. But Yi, he acting like a true rogue, leaned in close to Liu Qingzhu, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. Is that so? The sudden proximity set her cheeks on fire. Flustered and wordless, she scrambled to put distance between them, shouting, You! What the hell are you doing so close? Yi. He just swayed back and forth, laughing heartily at her reaction. Soon they arrived at a massive secret chamber entrance, a thick imposing stone gate looming over them. Qingzhu finally turned to face him, regaining her composure. This is the stone gate, crafted from force-dissolving rock. It's a special mineral mined from secret realms capable of nullifying attacks from a mystic martial master without a scratch. Yi. His eyes lit up with a challenge. Can I test it with a punch? Qingzhu, still salty, scoffed. Go ahead. Punch it. Her face darkened as she questioned his sanity. What a strange thought process. Shouldn't he be marveling at the stone's miracle instead of trying to break it? With her permission, granted Yi, he began gathering atomic energy into his palm. That familiar eerie blue light radiated from his fist as he clenched it tight, channeling raw power. Having witnessed the horror of Yi He's attacks in the arena, Qingzhu's eyes went wide with terror. It was that same blue light. The nightmare of that awakening manhwa battle came rushing back. Unable to watch the impending destruction, Qingzhu turned away and squeezed her eyes shut. The energy reached its peak. He unleashed a full-force strike directly onto the impenetrable gate. The shockwave from his punch was terrifying, shaking the entire tunnel. It felt like a heaven-shattering blow that would collapse the very earth around them. But the moment his fist made contact, the energy vanished into thin air. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward and silent. Seizing the chance to mock him, Liu Qingzhu covered her mouth and giggled, while Yi He stood there dumbfounded. No reaction. Strange. Hitting the stone wall felt like punching the ocean or sinking into a swamp. Over 90% of his force had been instantly absorbed. Qingzhu was laughing so hard she could barely breathe behind him. Let's go. I'll take you to choose your martial arts. Inside, she was cheering. Looks like even Yi. He has finally met his match. The family head personally opened the mechanism. As they stepped inside, a vast secret chamber revealed itself, filled to the brim with ancient scrolls and martial arts data. Qingzhu began the tour. We have movement techniques, defense, body tempering, swordsmanship, and more. Her voice softened. Which one do you want? Just use your personal ID card to unlock the permissions. He didn't hesitate for a second. Where are the mystic yellow martial arts? She led him to a high-tech scanning device in the deepest part of the stone chamber. You need to swipe in here too, she said, her expression turning serious as she warned him. But listen, you can't comprehend a mystic yellow skill in a single day. At best, you'll only scratch the surface. Honestly, I don't think Mother unlocking this tier for you is a good idea. I can help you pick some lower tier skills that suit your style better. Here we go again. He hopped closer to Qingju, teasing her once more. Oh, are you actually worried about me? Her face flushed with annoyance. I don't want to talk to this guy anymore. She pointed upward, trying to suppress her urge to hit him. But he wasn't done. Ahem, no need to worry. I know my limits, but if I'm going to learn, I must learn the strongest. The mystic yellow arts are right in front of me. If I don't have the guts to take them, I might as well go home. Curiosity piqued again, he asked. Is this door made of black force dissolving stone? Qingju slowly entered the password, answering him. Of course. We must strictly protect the mystic yellow arts. This quality of black force dissolving stone is incredibly rare. The heavy gate groaned open, allowing Yi to step inside their shadows, stretching long across the floor tiles. Qingzu added, to build this wall, my great-grandfather started collecting the stone generations ago. Inside stood rows of towering safes, gold-plated and heavily reinforced. On one specific vault, the ominous words, Flesh Prison Demon, were engraved. Qingju spoke up, explaining the gravity of the situation. Learning mystic yellow arts isn't about reading. It's about feeling the creator's intent. If your attributes conflict with the technique, you cannot learn it. A classic rule of any system manhwa. In short, mystic yellow arts are alive. The martial artist doesn't choose the skill. The skill chooses the master. Hearing this, he was thrilled. He opened his mouth wide and laughed uproariously. Haha, perfect flesh prison demon. I am the chosen one for this technique. The vault clicked open. His shadow loomed even more terrifying than the demon imprisoned within. He stood with legs apart, hands in pockets, eyes blazing with anticipation. But suddenly, that smug look vanished. His face twisted into a mask of pure anxiety, trembling uncontrollably. The manual isn't a book. It's a statue. Towering before him was a sculpture of a mutated demonic monster, sitting atop a pile of corpses, trampling the heads of its victims. He froze instantly. He was completely caught off guard. The moment the safe opened, his consciousness was dragged forcibly into an illusion. Panic set in as he saw a figure behind him, a statue shaped like the goddess Guan Yin, but with the twisted face of a demon and a missing arm. He whipped his head around, eyeing the statue with extreme caution. Is this the martial intent they talked about? Have I entered the mental realm of the technique? So, mystic yellow arts aren't books but sculptures. Hearing his confusion, Qingju clarified. Not just sculptures. They can be paintings, tools, anything can harbor martial Dao. That is the miracle of a grandmaster. He jolted, snapping out of the illusion. Qingju looked him dead in the eye and explained seriously. Only a grandmaster can condense their martial Dao and infuse it into an object, passing it down to future generations as a legacy. With those final words, Qingju turned away, her expression frosty. She left him with a single cryptic instruction. From here on, you must rely solely on yourself. He scrambled, looking over his shoulder in a panic. Rely on myself, senior sister. Wait, you haven't even told me how to cultivate this technique yet. But Qingju only glanced back with a mysterious gaze. Comprehend the flow of destiny. If you are fated, the understanding will come naturally. Her words only plunged he deeper into confusion. He was completely clueless. Instantly, he switched to lazy mode. He collapsed onto the floor within seconds, sprawling out comfortably. So if it's meant to be, it'll happen right. Guess I'll take a nap then. Watching from the surveillance room, Qingzu nearly choked on her rage at He's attitude. Only a weirdo like you would dare to sleep during a trial? Despite his lazy appearance, his mind was racing, analyzing his surroundings. Is this martial dimension actually a construct of the spiritual world? I have no weapons, and I can't even activate my nuclear level counters. It feels like I've been reset to the fragile state of an ordinary human. Just then, the familiar blue screen flashed. System alert: host's consciousness detected in a special dimension. Initiating mental defense protocols to prevent insanity. The system will now fortify the host's spirit. Reading the notification, he grinned. Thank God for this broken ability. This really is the ultimate system manhwa cheat code. Suddenly, a figure materialized on the statue's broken arm, a man identical to the stone sculpture. He stood tall, his laughter booming like thunder. Ha ha ha. Only a true man is worthy of inheriting my legacy. Otherwise, I'd rather let it rot in the earth, forever. Yi. He looked up, stunned. The figure sat arrogantly above his eyes, glowing with a terrifying crimson light as he issued a challenge. Hey brat, show me you have the guts of a real man. Yi? He was so taken aback that his jaw nearly hit the floor. The pressure was immense. The man was the living image of the statue. A massive bolt of lightning tore through the space between them as the spirit spoke. When the thunder roars and the rain falls, the 100 ghosts walk the night. When that happens, you must take my place and guard these ruins. Do not let the statue of the suffering face be defiled by those filth. Succeed, and I will grant you the power to rule this domain. Fail, hey. And the 100 ghosts will gnaw on your soul until you descend into madness, never to walk the path of martial arts again. If you are a coward, flee now while you still can. As his voice faded, a single drop of water fell from the ceiling, landing squarely on Yi's nose. He tilted his head back, a faint smile playing on his lips. Is it raining? Suddenly, the entire secret chamber was filled with the patter of falling water. It was clear the trial had officially begun. The sound of the downpour grew deafening. He gripped the sword in his hand, his knuckles turning white as he channeled his spiritual energy into the blade. Before him, countless mysterious shadows emerged from the darkness. Their eyes glowed with malevolent light as they swarmed toward him. Yet, he stood his ground facing the horde without a shred of fear. His expression turned icy cold. He stared down the nightmare before him, forcing his emotions into a state of absolute calm. The viscous ink-black shadows lunged for the kill. The sword in his hand erupted with light as he leveled it at the enemy ready to clash. Shing. With a single fluid motion, he swept his blade through the air. The leading shadow was instantly bisected. His movements were decisive, powerful, and relentless as he swung again. The glowing arc of his sword carried devastating force. He struck with ruthless efficiency, his face devoid of emotion. Amidst the pouring rain, he was the absolute ruler of the battlefield. He planted his feet firmly, standing tall with his trademark confident grin. He had realized something. I knew it. A trial wouldn't force a martial artist to fight 100 ghosts with bare hands. There had to be a hidden weapon provided. The demonic aura was still thick. His attacks hadn't done lasting damage. The shadows reformed into massive tentacle-like arms and lashed out. He leaped into the air, soaring amidst the raging storm and lightning. He moved with the grace of a deadly dancer, the protagonist performing a symphony of violence. Every step was calculated, every swing cleaved a path through the darkness. He wielded the power with practiced ease, his excitement growing with every kill. High above on the roof, the mysterious man watched Yi with a smirk judging his performance. These 100 ghosts are fueled by my own chi. For a measly apprentice to step out of the safe zone, he's practically begging for death. Looks like this challenger is just another piece of trash. The new generation of martial artists gets more pathetic every year. Meanwhile, Yi continued his relentless assault below. The sticky black slime swarmed around Yi trying to drown him. But the harder they pressed, the more explosive his sword strikes became. The man scoffed. Usually I have to go down there personally to collect the corpses. Just then, a demon seized the opportunity, opening its massive maw to devour Yi from his blind spot. But you can't underestimate the top scorer of Incity Yi. He sidestepped with impossible fluidity, causing the shadow beast to snap at empty air. The creature roared visibly, frustrated by its failure. The man who had just dismissed Yi as weak froze. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief. What? The 100 ghosts. They can't even get close to him. Down below Yi. He also noticed the anomaly regarding his physical form. Standing in the drenching rain, he examined his hand and muttered, "It seems that in this spiritual world, the system automatically defends my consciousness. I literally cannot be harmed. This is perfect, Yi." He burst into laughter. It's like giving a tiger wings. Isn't this basically an invincible golden body? Muahaha. From the Guardian's perspective, he saw Yi. He tearing through the demon horde with absolute madness. That unhinged fighting style. It was exactly like his own. It seemed the Guardian had spoken too soon. He tilted his head, frowning in deep confusion, as he observed the boy. Task. This brat isn't affected by the audio martial arts at all. How is he doing that? As if hearing the man's thoughts, he looked up with a cheeky expression. Nothing special, just pure talent and hard work. The shadow demons, realizing this human was an unkillable monster, began to retreat in terror. This forced the man, the true avatar of the Phoenix, to acknowledge him. Hard work, indeed. I like your arrogance. Since you have successfully dominated the 100 ghosts, I will not go back on my word. The inheritance is yours. However, whether you can actually master it depends on your own capability. Standing in the fading rain, he, the victor of the trial, gazed steadily ahead. The giant statue crumbled into dust, revealing a hidden well beneath the debris. Inside the depths of the pit, a mysterious ancient energy pulsed with blinding light. He stood at the edge, gazing down into the abyss of the ancient well. A voice heavy with the weight of centuries echoed from the stone statue beside him. This well holds the very essence of the malevolent energy I cultivated my entire life. The inner demon body technique lies within, the voice warned. If you can withstand. But before the warning could even finish, he leaped straight into the darkness. No hesitation, no fear, just pure, unadulterated guts. The spectral master was left speechless, his stone face masking a mix of shock and admiration. Good, very good, the spirit boomed. I've never seen a junior with such backbone. It reminds me of my own golden age back when I was an S-rank powerhouse who commanded the world. I rose to glory through the inner demon body, and it was that same power that doomed me. As my vitality faded with age, the chains holding the darkness broke. The suppressed evil consumed my mind. I became a monster, slaughtering those I swore to protect. To win the nightmare, I had no choice but to take my own life. With my dying breath, I fused my vengeful spirit and martial fortune into this very statue, sealing the calamity away. A century has passed. The malevolent energy has faded, yet it remains a lethal poison to any ordinary martial artist who dares approach. But if you can tame this beast, you will surpass even me. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Qingzu and her mother watched with bated breath. Every second felt like an eternity. Suddenly the reading spiked. Qingzu gasped, her heart hammering against her ribs as panic set in. On the screen, dark energy engulfed He's body. He began to convulse violently on the cold floor. Mother, what's happening to him? Qingzu cried out, terrified. The two women stood frozen, eyes glued to the large monitor. The distress on Qingzu's face was palpable. This wasn't part of the plan. She couldn't look away. Just moments ago, he had been smiling in his sleep, likely dreaming of something pleasant. But now, his body jerked in agony, blood seeping from his pores. Yet, beside the frantic daughter, Matriarch Lu remained calm as still water. Taking a slow drag from her cigarette, she exhaled a plume of smoke. This third Xuan Huang technique, your grandfather found it near the end of his life. Even with his grandmaster cultivation, the backlash nearly killed him. Since that day, not a single soul in the Lu family has dared to attempt mastering it. Qingzu turned to her mother, shock written all over her face. The matriarch's gaze sharpened, her voice dropping an octave. Absolute power demands an absolute price. Her beautiful eyes widened, conveying a cruel lesson. If one wishes to wear the crown, one must first bear its crushing weight. He chose this path. Now he must walk it. The scene shifted back to the secret chamber. Suddenly, he sat up, stretching his arms and letting out a massive, satisfied yawn. The tension in the monitoring room shattered instantly. Seeing his goofy, refreshed demeanor, Qingzu couldn't help but giggle. Mother, it doesn't look quite as life-threatening as you described. The matriarch was left speechless, the cigarette dangling from her lips. Inside the chamber, the trial was over. He stood and bowed respectfully to the statue. The lingering energy dispersed. He bowed low, his voice steady. Thank you, senior, for the inheritance. The spirit within the statue beamed with satisfaction. Brat, You are the greatest genius I have ever witnessed. Perhaps you will finally uncover the ultimate truth of this S-rank secret realm. I leave this legacy to you. Yi. He covered a smirk with his hand, thinking to himself, sorry, old man. I'm not a genius. This is just a classic manhwa recap moment. I'm hacking the system. He cracked his knuckles, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body like a dormant volcano waking up. Flesh of the prisoner body of the Asura Yi, he declared. My stats haven't changed on the interface, but with this technique, my actual combat power has skyrocketed twofold. The chamber doors burst open. Matriarch Liu and Qingzhu rushed in, skirts flying. Yi. Did you actually succeed? The mother gasped out of breath. Seeing the two beauties panting before him, he flashed a crooked, confident grin. That's right. It's done. The matriarch's chest heaved violently from the sprint, a truly distracting sight. She couldn't believe her eyes. How is this possible? Even with Qingzhu's talent, understanding the basics takes a full week of sleepless meditation. You've only been in here for what? An hour. Did you seriously master a legendary art by taking a nap? Qingzhu stared at him, exasperated, yet awestruck. Everyone calls me a prodigy, but this guy, he's the real monster. Faced with their disbelief, he decided to put on a little show. He tilted his head, a devilish smirk playing on his lips. I see doubt in your eyes. Fine, let me give you a demonstration. He crouched, muscles tightening. Dark, ominous energy swirled around him, manifesting like a physical storm. This is the killing intent I harvested from the martial void. Think of it like a weapon enchantment in a video game. It buffs my attacks with pure destruction. To prove his point, he threw a punch, the air itself screaming from the pressure. His fist glowed with malevolent light veins bulging like steel cables. Qingzhu watched, entranced, her pupils dilating. The power. She could almost hear the wailing of ghosts in the wind. That aura. It's suffocating. That is the true killing intent he spoke of. But the reaction from Matriarch Liu was unexpected. She stared at him with flushed cheeks, clutching her face like a love-struck teenager. He. She whispered, her voice dripping with sweetness. It was as if the raw display of masculinity had reversed her age. He noticed her gaze and felt a mix of pride and awkwardness. Madam, he thought frantically, your daughter is standing right there. Please control yourself. I'm a hunter, not a host club worker. Recovering her composure, Qingzhu stepped closer, eyes sparkling. Yi. Since you mastered that one so easily, do you want to try the other two Xuanhuang techniques? You still have 24 hours left on the clock. Matriarch Liu face-palmed in the background, shaking her head at her daughter's innocence. Oh, my sweet, naive child. You say you don't have feelings for him, yet you're practically handing him the entire family treasury on a silver platter. Even if they were investing in Yi as a potential golden son-in-law, surely they wouldn't hand over the entire Liu family legacy just like that. But he cut through the tension with blunt honesty. No need, Qingzhu. That one dark yellow technique is enough for me to cultivate for a long time. I won't be greedy for more. He turned to the matriarch, bowing slightly. Auntie, I'm exhausted, and I have family matters to attend to. She stroked her chin, nodding in approval, before commanding her daughter with a knowing look. Very well. Qingzhu, escort him home. The butler mentioned you arrived on a public bicycle. Do you even know how to drive a car? Just pick anything from the garage. The mention of vehicles sparked a memory in Yi's mind. He recalled the arrogant punks he'd encountered on his way here. A car. Wait, that gave him a better idea. He remembered seeing a sleek, aggressive beast of a machine earlier. His eyes lit up as he asked, Actually, Auntie, do you happen to have a motorcycle? Qingzhu's mother laughed warmly. We certainly do. You like motorcycles, Yi. You sound just like my troublemaking son. Go ahead, take the best one he has stashed away. Meanwhile, strolling through the Liu estate grounds, the very son she spoke of was muttering to himself. He walked with a swagger, grumbling. Butler Hong said, Mother actually recruited a son-in-law. I need to see what kind of trash thinks he's worthy. My sister is a once-in-a-century genius beauty, Oven City. Not just anyone deserves her, but fate has always had a twisted sense of humor. This arrogant young master was the exact same punk Yi he had raced earlier. He seethed with rage. That public bicycle brat was infuriating. He scared off my new girl. If I ever see him again, he's dead meat. Speak of the devil. At that exact second, he roared past him, tearing up the pavement on a high-end motorcycle. The young master froze, his brain short-circuiting. His face twisted in disbelief as he stared at the fading taillights. Wait, wasn't that the bicycle loser from before? And why is he riding my bike? Later that night, back at his apartment, the expensive machine was parked safely outside. Inside, a monster core sat in a bowl. He had prepared a dipping sauce with wasabi, treating this legendary power source like a midnight snack. Eating it raw last time was disgusting, he muttered. He picked up his chopsticks, grinning mischievously like a gourmet chef. Maybe a little spicy kick is exactly what this spiritual energy needs. Without hesitation, he dipped the precious monster core and popped the whole thing into his mouth. It was just like eating sushi in a leveling manhwa. Suddenly, the system interface flashed. Host Physique 23.8. Berserk Gorilla Compatibility 21%. Supergiant Compatibility 85%. Energy surged through his veins like molten lava. He clenched his fist. My attribute panel has spiked, but I can push it even further. Back in the Red Tree Mountain dungeon, my supergiant form hit 50 meters. Impressive for a normal beast, but compared to those mountain-sized ancient entities, I was nothing but an ant. His finger hovered over the holographic screen. His expression darkened with ambition. I need to be bigger. Much bigger. He dumped every available point into the giant model. Then he grabbed the golden core of the demon vine and crushed it between his teeth. Instantaneously, his body convulsed. A terrifying aura exploded outward. And he felt his control slipping away as raw power flooded every cell. The system blared a warning. Berserk Gorilla model has absorbed special plant gene sequences. Rare mutation triggering. Do you wish to abort the mutation? Yes or no? His eyes snapped open wide with shock. A mutation. Stripped to the waist, his muscles rippled with chaotic energy far bulkier than before. He looked down, his mind racing to weigh the risks. A mutation shifts the fundamental attribute. If it's beneficial, I soar to the heavens. If it's a defect, it's basically a de-evolution. After a heartbeat of hesitation, he slammed his hand on the screen. Screw it. High risk, high reward. Let's turn this bicycle into a Ferrari. Congratulations, host. Unlocked S-Class, isotope model. A holographic projection materialized a massive spike-covered gorilla, bathed in blinding light. His jaw hit the floor. He stared blankly, completely losing his composure. Holy. The system continued. When Berserk Gorilla model reaches 100%, there is a 2% probability of awakening the Star Marshal Emperor Gorilla class. That name alone radiated god-tier power. He grinned like a maniac, clenching his fist. But I need to max out the current model first. Looks like I have some serious grinding to do. Boom. A massive explosion shattered the silence outside. He jumped, pulled out of his thoughts. He rushed to the window, eyes narrowing. What the hell is happening? A terrorist attack in the middle of the city. The streets were swarming with tactical units and armored convoys. The flashing lights painted the night red and blue as they sealed off every exit in the district. Don't let them escape. Search every corner, voices screamed below. But amidst the chaos, outside, a sharp knock echoed from He's own front door. He spun around, muscles tensing. Who would be looking for him at this ungodly hour? The previous owner of this body was a total loner, he muttered. There's no way a friend is dropping by for a visit. I didn't order takeout either. While his attention was fixed on the door, a shadow materialized at the window behind him. It was a woman clad in a skin-tight, glossy nanosuit that hugged every curve of her dangerous figure. She moved with the silent, fluid lethality of a cyborg assassin. He sensed her presence and whipped around. Can I help you, miss? Her voice was ice-cold yet playful. Oh, you sensed me. Seems like you aren't just some ordinary trash after all. She smirked beneath her visor. I was planning to stash something here and wipe your memory, but since you're so sharp, I guess I'll have to hurt you a little instead. Do be a good boy and don't run. Yi. He didn't even flinch. He looked her up and down with a gaze full of utter boredom and disdain. He turned his back to her, sighing. Whatever. I have plenty of savings now. I guess I'll just have to buy a new house after I wreck this one. The mysterious woman stood frozen confusion, clouding her eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? Yi. He spun around, channeling the swagger of a martial arts legend. He pointed a finger with lethal confidence and declared, Listen well. Your name is already on the death list. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the streets below Yi He's apartment. A lone warrior was engaging an entire tactical police squad in a brutal clash. Fists flew and aura exploded. This stranger faced the entire unit single-handedly, his eyes burning with fearless intensity. A sharp-eyed officer spotted a gap in his defense. Target's guard is down. Attack now. Secure him. The squad surged forward, forcing the man back. He was exhausted and bleeding, yet a maniacal grin remained plastered on his face. One eye swollen shut, he laughed in the face of authority, speaking into his comms. Yao Yime. You must secure the golden gene at all costs. Zhu Yi will hold the line, he roared, his muscles swelling as blinding energy erupted from his core. Ha ha ha, come and get some. I'll drag every last one of you to hell with me. Forbidden art blood burn. Back in the apartment, the air trembled. Suddenly, a beam of pure primal energy blasted from the girl's location, tearing through the wall. Before Zhu Yi could finish his taunt, the sky fell. A terrifying column of power crashed down from above, straight toward him. Zhu Yi scrambled aside his soul, nearly leaving his body. Another enemy. The ground shattered into dust around him. As the smoke cleared, a battered figure emerged. It was Yi Mei, bruised and broken. Zhu Yi stared in shock. Junior sister, where is your ivory battle armor? You look like roasted chicken. I risked my life for you to escape, and you come back looking like charcoal. Yi Mei ignored the insults, her eyes wide with urgency. She whispered into her headset. Zhu Yi, I have the package. We need to vanish. Suddenly, an explosion ripped through the police line behind them. The distraction was perfect. While the officers scrambled for cover, the duo slipped into a nearby sewer grate, disappearing into the darkness. The scene shifts to a desolate, abandoned sector. A ghost town where silence reigned. Yi Mei and Zhu Yi stumbled to a halt, gasping for air. The tension finally broke, as Yi Mei turned to her partner. We finally shook them. Zhu Yi looked up, eyes widening in admiration at her suit. That nano armor is god tier. It regenerated already. I never expected Yi He to track us this far. But then, a familiar chilling footstep echoed from the shadows. Hey beauty, you forgot to apologize for breaking into my house. Yi. He emerged like a vengeful spirit. His eyes locked onto them, that signature terrifying smile playing on his lips. You two made a fatal calculation. You thought you picked a random victim, but you walked straight into the dragon's den. Darkness swirled around him, making his presence suffocating. Consider this your reward for trespassing. I'm going to enjoy playing with you. Sensing the murderous intent, Zhu Yi stepped forward, roaring in defiance. Monster, how did you track us here? Yi. His grin stretched impossibly wide. I can smell the nuclear radiation clinging to her. Finding you was child's play. He didn't waste another word. Enough talk. Power surged into his right arm as he launched himself at Zhu Yi. A devastating strike was incoming. I'll use your body to test the limits of my demon flesh. The pressure was overwhelming. Zhu Yi crossed his arms in a desperate block, his inner voice screaming, impossible. No mercy shown Yi. He delivered an earth-shattering punch straight into Zhu Yi's guard. The impact was absolute. Even with the block, the force tore through him like a raging dragon devouring its prey. The entire building shook. That wasn't a fight. It was an execution. Zhu Yi stood no chance against a mere test punch. Paralyzed by pain, he vomited a torrent of fresh blood. But Yi, he wasn't done. Energy began to swirl around his left fist. His expression was cold as ice, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Boom! The second hit launched Zhu Yi like a ragdoll. His body smashed into the concrete wall with a sickening crunch. Shockwaves rippled out, leaving the villain completely broken. Yi? He stood amidst the debris, fists still clenched. Yume froze, watching her partner get decimated. Even with her fully restored armor, fear gripped her heart. She looked up, trembling uncontrollably. My God! That skill! Who is your master? With Zhu Yi unconscious in the rubble, Yi turned his attention to the girl. He waved cheerfully, a complete mood shift. Haha, I am the successor of the great gorilla. Yume's brain short-circuited. Gorilla? What kind of sect is that? I've never heard of it. Oncheng City truly hides tigers and dragons. Suddenly, a defiant roar erupted from the debris. Don't get cocky, brat Yi. He glanced back, surprised. A bestial howl tore through the air. It seems Zhu Yi wasn't just small fry in this awakening manhwa world. He forced his broken body up, triggering his class awakening. A massive spectral mutant rhinoceros materialized behind him, eyes glowing with madness. Roaring in absolute fury after taking a beating, he screamed, I am a 6th-stage grandmaster. I'm not some weak novice you can bully. With no other choice, Zhu Yi played his trump card. He slammed his massive rhino foot down, shaking the very earth beneath them. His body mutated completely as he charged toward Yi. Rhino horns erupted from his skull down to his spine, his aura blazing as he rushed in for the kill. Yet, Yi didn't move an inch. He just stood there waiting. Seeing his enemy reveal his ultimate form Yi, he felt a surge of excitement. This was getting interesting. A wicked grin spread across his face as he cracked his knuckles. Now that's what I'm talking about. But suddenly, from the shadows behind him, Yi Mei launched her ambush. She shifted her body into stealth mode, snickering to herself as she closed in for the fatal strike. Hey kid, bet you didn't expect my nano battlesuit could turn invisible. The real assassin here is me. Silence reigned, but Yi, he sensed everything. No fear, no panic. He simply tilted his head and raised a single hand. Zap, a beam of nuclear energy blasted from his palm. Get lost, he muttered. The strike instantly incinerated her nano armor's cloaking device. Yi Mei was launched like a ragdoll, her delicate body smashed violently into the wall behind her. Debris exploded everywhere. The sheer force of the impact buried her in rubble. It was a terrifying display of power. Seeing Yi Mei taken out so easily, enraged Zhu Yi Mei, you useless trash. You can't even handle a simple sneak attack. I'll have to finish this myself. The massive rhino beast roared in frustration, gathering every ounce of energy to obliterate Yi once and for all. But our main character wasn't fazed. He simply raised an eyebrow and smirked, provoking the beast even further. Come on then, Yi. He threw a punch to meet Zhu Yi's overwhelming charge head-on. Boom! Their fists collided. A suffocating wave of pressure exploded outwards. He was actually surprised by the brute's strength. He thought this guy would be easy prey, but the impact told a different story. His defense increased this much. Seeing the shock on Yi, he's faced the rhino demon grinned with savage delight. Listen up, brat. My iron-skinned rhino form can tank shells. What makes you think you can break my armor? The massive rhino horn stabbed toward Yi. Yi's face. He barely arched his back to dodge the lethal strike as the air exploded around them. Seizing the momentum, Zhu Yi unleashed a barrage of attacks. A storm of fists rained down on Yi. He die. Just die already. The abandoned building crumbled under the assault. Dust settled over the ruins as the brutal combo finally came to a halt. Zhu Yi stood panting, staring into the smoke. You little rat. No matter how fierce you act, you're nothing against my rhino form. He waited to see Yi's broken body. But as the dust cleared, he saw nothing. Wait, where did he go? His eyes widened in confusion. That combo should have turned the kid into paste. Where was he? Suddenly, a shadow eclipsed him. Looming before Zhu Yi was a towering, colossal titan. The figure was like a moving mountain, clad in heavy armor. As the titan Yi, he stood up. The entire area quaked under his weight. Terror seized Zhu Yi's heart. What? What the hell is that? His jaw dropped, paralyzed by the impossible sight. Is that a demon beast? He screamed. Where did it come from? Don't tell me that's the brat. The titan's gargantuan hand snapped open. With terrifying speed, it snatched at Zhu Yi as a deafening roar tore through the air. Boom! Like the palm of a god Yi, his hand smashed into the ground. Shockwaves ripped through the concrete, blasting debris in every direction. But Zhu Yi wasn't a grandmaster for nothing. He launched himself into the air just in time. He dodged the first crush, but he was relentless. The giant hand shifted direction, swatting at him like a fly. Panic set in as Zhu Yi scrambled. Another earth-shattering smash rocked the district. Blinding light erupted as his rugged arm pierced the earth. He raised his other fist, now glowing with concentrated nuclear energy. His massive head, hidden in the shadows, looked down like a grim reaper. It was payback time. Every hit he took earlier, he was about to return it 1,000-fold. He unleashed a barrage of colossal punches right on top of Zhu Yi. Imagine a giant pummeling you without mercy. The destruction was apocalyptic. Ding. The interface appeared just like in a classic system manhwa. Host Yi. State Supergiant Transformation. Stats. Skyrocketing from 23.8 to 294. His face was a twisted fusion of monsters, a true nightmare. His eyes burned with nuclear fire, staring down with overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, over in the rubble, Yi Mei's nano suit finally rebooted. She staggered to her feet, clutching her ribs in pain. She stared up at the towering titan in horror. That body, it was invincible. They had messed with the wrong person. Trembling in absolute fear, she whispered, "I was so stupid. Why did I provoke a monster like this?" She forced herself to calm down. Panic meant death. She scanned the chaotic battlefield looking for a way out. If this goes on, Zhu Yi is dead meat. We can't outrun him. I have to find a spot to snipe Yi. It's our only chance. Yi Mei soared to the rooftop like a phantom, her eyes locking onto the target. She drew a shimmering nanowire, calculating the perfect angle for a lethal trap. Without a moment's hesitation, she dived from the skyscraper. Wrapped in her nanosuit, she plummeted like a guided missile, cutting through the air with terrifying speed. Clenching the glowing wire between her teeth, she focused her killing intent on Yi. The deadly thread extended midair, hunting for its prey. In his colossal titan form, Yi's movements were sluggish. She capitalized instantly, wrapping the wire around the giant's thick neck with ease. After securing the chokehold, she shrieked in triumph. "This molecular wire from my nanosuit can slice through high-grade alloy like butter. You may have the size of a giant thanks to gene tech, but you still have human weaknesses." And just like that, the thin wire severed Yi's massive head with a sickeningly sweet slice. The titan's severed head plummeted, leaving the massive body behind. Yi Mei landed with superhero grace, her expression cold as ice. The massive head of Titan he crashed down right in front of her. She glanced at it indifferently and snapped her molecular whip back into place. The headless titan body withered rapidly, its energy dissipating into the wind. It seemed the battle was finally over. Yi Mei exhaled a long breath, whispering, "Did I succeed?" The weight of 1,000 mountains seemed to lift from her shoulders. But just as she dreamed of returning home, the severed titan head's mouth unhinged. A familiar blinding nuclear glow surged from within, a classic twist in this awakening manhwa. The beam erupted, engulfing Yi Mei's voluptuous figure in pure energy. She stumbled back, realizing in horror that she would never see the sunrise again. Terror froze her blood. Soaked in cold sweat and shaking uncontrollably, she could barely stutter Monday. Monster. From a distance, the nuclear beam pierced through the building, blasting a massive hole in the skyline. Could she possibly survive such devastating power? The final image burned into Yi Mei's memory was an endless blinding blue abyss. Silence returned to the ruins, leaving only thick black smoke and the crackle of lingering static electricity in the air. Suddenly he stepped out from the titan's mouth. Having shed his giant form, he marched toward Zhou Yi, who looked like a discarded rag on the floor. Miraculously, the wretch was still breathing, coughing up blood. Cuckoo. He stood over him, hands on his hips, eyes void of mercy. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "Now it's your turn. You absolute monster." Zhou Yi wheezed his face, a mask of crimson gore resembling tomato juice. He loomed like a nightmare, his eyes glowing in the shadows. Those who kill must be prepared to die. That is the law of this world. Zhou Yi slumped his head, awaiting the end. Outside, the wailing sirens of police cars pierced the night air. Accepting his fate, Zhou Yi squeezed his eyes shut. Heh, if I'm going to hell, I'm taking you down with me. Yi Mei, the woman you just disintegrated, hid the golden gene in your room. It's all yours now. His eyes snapped open, twisting into a demonic grin of pure malice. Enjoy the endless manhunt that comes with it. Run while you can. Ha ha ha. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Irritated by the noise, he stomped down hard. Crunch. The rambling monkey was finally silenced, his blood painting the concrete. He glanced toward the horizon, sensing the approaching authorities. The cops are here. Time to dispose of the trash. The gaping hole in the abandoned building stood out like a sore thumb. Everyone would know exactly what kind of power was used here. A bit too flashy, he muttered. Cutting to his apartment, he sat on his bed and immediately checked his phone for intel. On-Chin, what's the status of the police investigation? The reply was instant. It's handled. But things are chaotic. Hey, lay low until you enroll at Hua Du Academy. Don't worry, Auntie, I'm a good boy, he typed back. She actually believed him. He tossed the phone aside, relieved. Thank God for Aunt Chen. Without her connections, that nuclear blast would have put a target on my back. Sure enough, he found the hidden vial in his room. He examined it curiously. So this is the legendary golden gene they died for. He inspected the logo, a massive winged beast. He recognized it immediately from the Prometheus files. The Thunderbird Biotech Group. Suddenly, the pieces clicked. He knew exactly why those thieves planted this on him. They stole this and were being hunted. That weasel Zhou Yi wanted to frame me as the scapegoat. Glancing at the hole in his own wall from the earlier fight, a sense of unease settled in. With this hot potato in hand, staying here was suicide. Hotel for tonight. Scene shift, the B-rank Swan Lake Dungeon, classic leveling manhwa territory. A stunning oasis surrounded by majestic peaks. Martial artists swarmed the area hunting beasts for glory and resources. A scantily clad woman stood triumphantly atop a slain beast. How's the loot looking over there? Her partner, digging through bloody entrails for a spirit stone, grunted. Not bad. Made a decent profit today. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The woman spun around, panic seizing her voice. Captain, look out. The man froze. Above them, a demonic beast descended from the heavens, turning the very sky the color of fresh blood. Dark clouds rolled in like a funeral shroud. A colossal shadow loomed over the oasis, choking the very air with dread. It wasn't just a shadow. A legion of mutated nightmares charged forward. Eyes, mouths, and limbs twisted into grotesque forms, straight out of a horror story. The earth split open and the sky tore apart. Monsters poured out from every direction, like an unstoppable plague of death. Leading this parade of hell was a reptilian behemoth. Its body was a mountain of scales, and its jaw was lined with daggers. But the real horror wasn't the beast. It was the throne on its back, where a small, arrogant shadow sat, watching the chaos. The sky bled crimson. Lightning tore through the black clouds, like the heavens themselves were screaming in agony. Finally, the true king revealed himself. A monkey-like creature, with the physique of a titan, looking down on the world like a god. His throne was built upon a mountain of human skulls. This was the Tier 5 calamity. The blood-eyed black ape. Panic exploded among the hunters. Faced with this nightmare scenario typical of a leveling manhwa survival, was the only thing on their minds. A bald hunter screamed as he ran, terror twisting his face. Call the army. This is an overlord tier beast tide, and city will fall without a grandmaster. The captain's face went pale as a sheet. His spirit stone clattered to the ground, forgotten in his overwhelming fear. Damn it. High-tier monsters never leave their territory. On his throne of bone, the Ape King looked bored, resting his chin on his hand. But then, his demeanor shifted. His pupils constricted into glowing pinpoints of pure killing intent. Beneath him, the giant mount unhinged its jaw. A mouth stretching hundreds of meters wide, filled with a forest of razor-sharp teeth. Boom! A terrifying shockwave blasted from its tongue, shaking the entire oasis to its core. Chaos reigned from above. Razor-sharp boulders shattered from the mountains. falling like meteors on the fleeing hunters. It was a massacre. One man, desperate to warn the others, screamed into his radio while sprinting for his life. Emergency Overlord Beast. At Swan Lake, the beast tide is spreading, but deep down he knew. His story was about to end. Terror flooded his eyes as he looked up, requesting back. Crunch. A massive boulder flattened him instantly. Nothing remained but a severed arm and a radio crackling in the dust. Unit 3, respond. Is anyone there? Hello, hello? But the only response was the movement of the king. The great ape stood up, crossing his arms with the arrogance of an absolute ruler. He didn't just command power, he was power incarnate. The overlord of the wasteland was ready to play. A sadistic grin stretched across his face. With a roar that shook the heavens, he ordered his army to slaughter every last human. The monster horde surged toward the dungeon gate. Their target was clear. They were coming for Ann City. It was an endless sea of monsters, and riding the wave was the Ape King pointing his finger toward humanity's destruction. Meanwhile, at Ann City, the sky turned an unnatural shade of gray, and a collective shiver ran through the population. Then, the sirens wailed. Warning, large-scale beast tide detected from the Swan Lake B-rank dungeon. The city erupted into chaos. It wasn't just a drill, it was the apocalypse. Evacuation orders blared from every speaker. Defense lines will breach in 20 minutes. All military units mobilized to the front lines immediately. Special forces flooded the streets. Tanks and troops rushed to face the incoming tsunami of beasts. The broadcast continued desperate and loud. Attention all martial artists. We need every able-bodied fighter to defend the city now. At the train station, panic ruled. Stop pushing. Stay in line. But fear had already taken over. It was a crush of bodies. A father held his baby high above the crowd, just trying to keep the child breathing in the suffocating press. The noise was deafening. Police shouted over the megaphones, trying to maintain a shred of order amidst the catastrophe. Priority boarding for children and students only. They are the future. If the city falls, they must survive. In the mayor's office, the air was heavy with despair. The mayor slumped over his desk, his voice trembling. I told you to call for help. Which cities are sending reinforcements? The secretary looked up, her eyes filled with hopelessness. Sir, we aren't the only ones. Beast tides are triggering all over the country. She clutched the reports tightly. Even the safe cities are hoarding their forces to build defenses. No one is coming. The mayor's face fell. The last flicker of hope was extinguished. What about the capital? Surely, they can spare one grandmaster. He collapsed back into his chair, a broken man. His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. The neighboring city of Kwanshan just had an S-rank gate open. Every high-ranking hunter has been deployed there. He narrowed his eyes, accepting their cruel fate. We are out of time. The battle for in-city survival has officially begun. But right now, we can only rely on our own strength. Let's cut to the Chu family estate, where our MC Yi. He is busy mopping the floor with Chu Zhou in a sparring match. Neither of them had a clue about the impending doom outside. Yi. He was having way too much fun, raining heavy blows down on his friend. The adrenaline of the fight consumed them both. Just look at that expression on Yi. He's enjoying this way too much. It was supposed to be light training, but Yi's raw power was something Chu Zhou could barely handle. Chu Zhou staggered back, fighting to keep his balance. He looked up, sweat dripping, staring at the monster standing before him. Yi. He nodded slightly, a wide, confident grin spreading across his face. Not bad, he said seriously. Taking a punch like that without collapsing, you've actually got some backbone. Truth be told, that single punch had shaken Chu Zhou to his core. Wiping sweat from his brow, Chu Zhou asked breathless. The Shuan Wang martial art. Just when exactly did you master that? Yi. He stretched lazily, yawning as if this was boring. Oh, started about a month ago. It's barely passable. Then he flipped the script. Typical of a leveling manhwa protagonist. But honestly, I haven't seen you in a month. Why have you gotten so weak? Chu Zhou forced a smile, looking embarrassed. I didn't get weaker. You just became a total freak of nature. Suddenly, a bone-chilling sound echoed from the distance, making both of them freeze. The playfulness vanished. their expressions sharpened into pure vigilance. Their instincts screamed that something terrible had begun. Chuzhou stared blankly for a second before realizing. And city? Is it under attack? That's the beast-tide alarm. Simultaneously, his phone lit up with a grim notification, and he held it out for Yi to see. Priority evacuation order: all University Reserve Marshal students. Proceed immediately to An City Airport for flights B512 and B753, or the express station for train A23. Chuzhou's voice dropped an octave. It's a retreat order. A code red. Yi, he raised an eyebrow, his tone mocking. Don't tell me you're actually planning to run away. Chuzhou frowned, a mix of displeasure and regret on his face, as he shot back. Are you saying you want to stay? Humph. With your personality, I thought you'd be the first one to fly the coop. But our MC Yi just turned back, with the most arrogant punchable grin in all of An City. The more beasts there were, the more excited this battle junkie became. He cracked his knuckles loudly. Crack, crack. Since when did you become so chatty? I've already decided. I'm not leaving. He summed it up with one word. War. Behind him, the hesitation vanished from Chuzhou's eyes. He steeled his nerves, ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yi. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the massive Liu family villa. Inside the opulent mansion, Liu Qingzu was frantic. She rushed to her mother, pleading, "Mother, I need to go. I have to join the defense against the beast tide." In stark contrast to her daughter's fire, the mother remained ice cold. "And tell me," she asked calmly, "what are the odds of you coming back alive? There are maybe 30,000 martial artists in the city. Even adding the retired veterans and volunteers, we barely scrape past 50,000. Against a beast tide of this scale? That number is a joke. We are a paper boat facing a tsunami. One collision and you will be drowned in a sea of monsters." Her mother knew the truth. She knew about the massive ape king lurking in the secret realm, and she dropped the harsh reality on her daughter. There is an overlord-tier beast out there. That is not something An City can handle. Even a grandmaster would barely survive a clash with a monster of that caliber. Qingzu, your life does not belong only to you. It belongs to the future of this family. Hearing this, Liu Qingzu fell silent. She bit her lip, trembling with frustration, unable to refute the logic, but burning with shame. Without another word, Qingzu turned and walked away. She couldn't bear to argue anymore, but the fire in her eyes hadn't died out yet. As she left, she muttered, "A martial family that cannot fight beasts has no value existing in this world." Her mother sat motionless silence, filling the room like a heavy fog. Qingzhu's emotions were at a breaking point. She stormed out and slammed the door hard, a final act of rebellion against her mother's cold pragmatism. Once her daughter was gone, the mother finally moved. She lit a cigarette, taking a long drag. "Aunt Hong," she called out casually, "pack our bags. We're leaving An City." From the shadows, the elderly housekeeper appeared. She nodded respectfully, but asked the one question hanging in the air. "What about the young master, Yi?" At the mention of Yi, a complex emotion flickered in Qinlan's eyes. She looked up at the ceiling deep in thought. She hadn't forgotten him. Send him a message, she ordered coldly. Let him choose his own fate. Scene change. The Swan Lake secret realm. Countless martial artists had gathered at the front lines. The air was thick with killing intent. No one showed fear. They stood ready to bleed for the land that raised them. Every warrior had their own style, but they shared the same defiant pride. Someone shouted out, "Chen, you're 60 years old. What are you doing here? Take your granddaughter and run." The old man barked back. "Shut your trap. If old Zhang with one leg can be here, why shouldn't I be?" Below them, an old man leaning on a cane looked forward and laughed. "Ha! Who would have thought? 30 years later, and we're back in the trenches fighting a beast tide together." Chen looked at his comrade, his resolve harder than steel. "Yeah, 30 years. You left your leg on the battlefield back then. Hey, old Zhang, if we survive this, were you still planning to move to the capital with your son?" Chen scoffed, teasing him. "A country bumpkin like you in the big city? You'd be a laughingstock." Old Zhang shook his head, smiling. "Nah, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay in An City and play chess with a loser like you." His voice grew firm. "I was born in this city, and I will be buried in this city." With those words, the old legends and the young warriors behind them soared into the sky. One last charge into glory. Ahead of them, the horde of mutated beasts was endless, an ocean of fangs and claws, led by the Ape King. At the gateway to the secret realm, tanks and soldiers formed a wall of steel guns aimed at the abyss. The government's order was absolute. "We are the final defense line of An City. Hold your ground. Not a single monster gets past us." The soldiers roared in unison. "Yes, sir." The mayor of An City stepped to the front line. He stood tall, staring into the swirling vortex of the gate. 60% of our military and high-ranking martial masters have already entered as the vanguard, he announced grimly. Their mission: scout the beast tide and test the power of the overlord. Their goal: survive and bring back data. But the moment the words left his lips, the mayor froze. His eyes went wide with horror. From the darkness of the gate, a single martial artist crawled out. Covered in blood, beaten beyond recognition, a broken survivor from a massacre. His eyes screamed for salvation, signaling the medics to rush in. But before the healing light could even trigger, the warrior's battered body crashed to the cold earth beyond the reach of any recovery potion. The mayor sprinted forward, panic etching his face. He barked at the support team. "Don't just stand there. Heal him. Cast your recovery spells now." But life was fading fast from the weak body. With the last ounce of his spiritual energy, the warrior raised a trembling hand clutching a single USB drive. He gasped out, "This holds the Vanguard's fate. Mayor." The mayor grabbed it, his voice shaking with dread. "Where are the others? Where is the main force?" Terror flooded the dying man's gaze. He looked up, delivering a report that froze the mayor's blood. "Gone. They're all gone." Those 3 words dragged the mayor's heart into the abyss. Tears mixed with blood as the survivor gasped his final breath. The beast tide, it consumed everything. Not even bodies remain. In his fading vision, the horror replayed itself. The shadow of a colossal monkey king, a nightmare that shattered even the strongest will. Beware the blood-eyed black ape. It possesses intelligence. It baited us into a trap. If we had known, thousands might still be breathing. Suddenly, the dimensional gate flared with ominous energy. A massive object shot out from the void like a prehistoric chrysalis. It hurtled toward the mayor with terrifying velocity. It wasn't just a rock. It was a kinetic missile. Boom. It punched straight through a skyscraper. Reinforced concrete crumbled like tofu before its overwhelming momentum. The projectile shattered midair, raining down shrapnel. But this was no accident. The fragments detonated the defensive minefield with surgical precision. The mayor stared up, realization dawning with horror. Wait, are they clearing our traps? They're targeting the underground defense grid. Explosions ripped through the city streets. A chain reaction turned the defense line into a sea of flames. The mayor gritted his teeth. They're destroying the lightning barriers before the main invasion. The order was given. The armored division opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. A symphony of heavy artillery roared against the invaders. The mayor shouted over the comms. "Damn it, it's a localized dungeon break. All tanks focus fire on the rift. Don't let them breathe." Steel titans faced off against ancient killing intent. The mayor stood his ground, watching the chaos unfold. But the pressure in the air was suffocating. As the smoke cleared, the grim reality set in. The beasts weren't rushing blindly. They were using ranged bombardments to drain human ammo and morale. Sun Tzu's Art of War. From monsters, cold sweat trickled down his face. Rage boiled within him as he cursed their cunning evolution. Filthy animals. But the gate pulsed again. Countless stone spikes launched into the sky, falling like a meteor shower of death. Incoming second wave. The sky turned black as the density of the barrage doubled. This wasn't a battle. It was an execution. The heavy tanks were crushed like tin cans. The defensive line was crumbling under the overwhelming weight of the attack. The formation broke before the infantry could even engage. Hell had descended on Earth. Amidst the smoke, a lone soldier raised his rifle, trembling. But death was already behind him. A grotesque shadow loomed. The rocks were hatching, releasing the nightmares within. A mutated abomination with wings slithered closer. The soldier gripped his weapon, knuckles white with fear. Ambush. Watch your 6. Too slow. Snap. The beast decapitated him in a single motion, savoring its first taste of fresh meat. Blood dripping from its maws, the alpha signaled the pack. The slaughter began. The swarm descended upon the helpless humans. Bullets bounced off their exoskeletons like hail. It was useless. More and more winged horrors burst from the stone cocoons. The mayor screamed to the heavens. The stones are troop transports. They're bypassing the front line, intercept them in the air. But the true despair was just emerging from the rift. A gargantuan mount stepped through the portal. The vibration of its steps shook the entire city. Perched atop the beast sat the Monkey King. His aura was terrifyingly calm, like a god looking down on ants. A twisted, arrogant grin spread across his face. Enough play. The humans are spent. Flatten this city. Leave nothing but dust. The king had spoken. The horde surged forward in a frenzy of bloodlust. The earth groaned under the weight of the stampede. The vanguard rushed the gate. Tanks focused their fire, desperate to stop the momentum. But the White Monkey General walked through the explosions unscathed. Behind him, a sea of monsters stretched to the horizon. How do you fight a tsunami with a bucket? High explosive rounds felt like mosquito bites to them. Smash! The frontline tanks were torn apart like paper toys. High above the carnage, He watched from the shadows. Seeing an city on the brink of destruction, he sighed. I wonder what will be left of this place in this manhwa recap world. Melancholy washed over him. I've only been transmigrated here for a few months, but this city, it's grown on me. I won't let these beasts ruin my peaceful life. Time to intervene. System activate. Gozola armor equipped. He dove from the skyscraper like a descending dragon. His mechanical tail whipped through the air as that signature smirk returned. Meanwhile, on the streets below, the Martial Academy students were holding their own against the fodder. Brother Luo, that was insane. You already took down 5 of them. That's S-rank potential. Luo Xuan laughed, his fists glowing with energy. Child's play. Nearby, Kai Shaoling stood her ground, refusing to retreat. She stood atop a fresh corpse, wiping blood from her blade. She shot a glare at her rival, killing a few low-tier trash mobs. Don't get cocky. Luo Xuan, is that the limit of your power? The title of #1 student seems a bit overrated. Luo Xuan's face twisted in annoyance. She stepped closer, aura flaring around her. It was clear she had just finished her own legendary slaughter. As Chuzhou grasped the spirit stone, the crowd erupted in awe. That's a blue core. Did you really slaughter a tier 3 demon beast all by yourself? Chuzhou strode forward with casual elegance, his voice calm amidst the chaos. I didn't expect to run into you guys. Why haven't you evacuated yet? Before they could respond, his gaze locked onto the horizon, burning with battle intent. Our ancestors and elders are out there bleeding for this city. As the younger generation, how could we turn our backs and flee? His words barely landed when Luo Xuan's face went deathly pale. Cold sweat drenched him as he pointed a trembling finger ahead, screaming incoming. Chuzhou spun around to witness a nightmare. A massive armored tank had been swatted like a fly, hurtling straight toward him. Death was inches away as the steel behemoth descended. Meanwhile, the nightmare escalated. Hordes of demon beasts burst from their stone cocoons, flooding the streets of An City. Luo Xuan's lackey turned tail and fled in terror. But Luo Xuan stood his ground, roaring in disbelief. What the hell? Who has the power to throw a tank like a toy? Chuzhou didn't even flinch. With ice-cold composure, his hand drifted to his hilt, slowly unsheathing his blade. As the massive vehicle loomed over him, Chuzhou executed a single flawless strike. The blade sang through the air, slicing the armored tank cleanly in 2 just before impact. This was the result of his evolution in this awakening manhwa. The tank dwarfed him by 50 times, yet a single stroke of his blade reduced the steel giant to scrap metal. Steel fragments rained down like hail. Beside them, Kai Shaoling's face lost all color as she stammered to Luo Xuan. That has to be a beast lord from the secret realm. How did it breach the rear lines? The dust from the tank hadn't even settled when a colossal white ape materialized from the shadows. It lunged forward, unleashing a roar that threatened to shatter their eardrums. Amidst the panic, Chuzhou stood like an immovable mountain. His voice cut through the fear. Stay calm, that's no beast, lord. Its aura and pressure are far too weak. Suddenly, the beast's massive fist descended like a falling meteor, targeting all three of them. The sheer size blocked out the sun, and its speed was terrifying. Faced with this overwhelming force, even Chuzhou felt the pressure. He gritted his teeth, eyes narrowing in frustration. Damn it. Boom. A devastating beam of energy slammed into the ape's furry hide. That familiar radiance. He had arrived. The blast drilled straight toward the beast's skull. The creature shrieked in agony as the blow connected, crashing onto its back with earth-shattering force. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck in city. Before the beast could even process the pain, its massive hand instinctively snatched upward, aiming to crush the insect that dared to hurt it. But he was already standing atop its head, like a god of war. With one hand charging immense power, he effortlessly blocked the gargantuan claw, hurtling toward him. A sadistic grin twisted Yi's face. He peered down at the monster with manic delight. Time for some dental hygiene. The beast's eyes widened in confusion at the mockery, but all it could do was roar in impotent fury. He gripped one of the monster's razor-sharp fangs, his fingers digging in like steel hooks. He stared directly into the foul, gaping maw without a shred of fear. Bracing his limbs, he pried the beast's jaws apart with raw brute strength. Disgusting. Just how many humans have you devoured? Only he could radiate such terrifying, chaotic energy. A new sphere of nuclear power began to condense in his palm. The energy flared to life, shining brighter than a supernova. His silhouette flickered with dangerous instability. Let me give you a thorough cleanse, he laughed maniacally, using his legs to keep the beast's jaws wide open. He bent down and unleashed the torrent of nuclear fire straight down its throat, incinerating its insides from the gullet to the gut. Such ruthless brutality left Chuzhou and his classmates paralyzed with shock. The fleeing student stammered. While the beasts are fighting, we need to run. He hadn't realized it was a human. But Chuzhou stopped him. Don't panic. That's Yi. Luo Xuan's jaw dropped. Yi. That maniac. Gargling the beast is Yi. By now, the white ape was nothing but a hollow shell of charred fur and skin. Yi stood triumphant atop the mound of burnt flesh. Amidst the acrid smoke, Chuzhou looked up with hope. With him on our side, and city might actually survive this apocalypse. At that moment, our chaotic powerhouse turned around, flashing a wild, eccentric grin. Chuzhou, I'll leave this trash to you. I'm off to find more fun. The thrill of using his powers had clearly sent him into a battle frenzy. Propelling himself with nuclear bursts, he shot into the sky like a rocket. His mastery was terrifying. He was becoming more of a monster than the beasts themselves. High above Yi, he surveyed the hellscape of An City. Flames danced on the horizon, accompanied by the symphony of screams and roaring beasts. Smoke blackened the day. He closed his eyes, extending his magnetic field to hunt for the strongest prey on the battlefield. Where is the biggest party? His mind clicked. Found you. The scene shifts to a different sector. A massive demonic mammoth emerged from its cocoon. Razor-sharp tusks jutted from its maw-like spears. The behemoth thundered forward, crushing everything in its path. Soldiers unleashed a hail of bullets against its one-eyed visage, but the projectiles bounced off like pebbles against steel. The bullets did nothing. Desperate and out of ammo, a soldier hurled his rifle down in frustration and roared. Firearms are useless. Fix bayonets. Draw blades. Following the captain's order, the squad unsheathed their cold steel, the sound ringing out in unison. They knew it was suicide. They knew they could be wiped out in seconds. Yet they turned to face the abyss with unwavering courage. The mammoth went berserk. It trampled the earth, its massive tusks thrashing through the air like whips of destruction. The soldiers charged head-on into the jaws of death. But moments later, tragedy struck. Bodies were skewered upon the mammoth's ivory tusks, painting a gruesome picture of sacrifice. In this brutal awakening manhwa world, the beast wasn't just killing, it was slaughtering. A catastrophic loss for An City, as the monster raised its tusks high, displaying the gruesome trophies of the fallen in arrogant triumph. The earth screamed as its colossal foot slammed down. A crimson tide of blood erupted, the final remains of the soldiers, crushed beneath its massive weight. Witnessing this hellscape, the squad's morale shattered. Captain, We need to fall back. This position is lost. We're just grunts. We can't fight these monsters." Yet the captain stood his ground. His knuckles white around his hilt, he parried a lesser beast, his voice cutting through the panic as he rallied his men. "Hold the line." With a desperate roar, his blade flashed, slicing the smaller beast in two with a single clean strike. A valiant effort, truly. But against the mammoth demon lord, he was nothing more than an insect waiting to be squashed. Death stared him in the face, but he didn't blink. He transmuted fear into steel. "We are soldiers. We hold this ground until the awakened arrive, even if it costs us our lives." The moment the words left his lips, the shadows deepened. Dark swirling silhouettes manifested, radiating a suffocating killing intent. The surviving soldiers froze, sensing the shift in the air. What the hell is that? Is it reinforcements? Have the martial artists finally arrived? They looked up. The mammoth's massive frame was being consumed by the darkness. The shadows coiled around it, like living chains binding the titan in a grip of iron. The constriction tightened, shaking the beast so violently that the corpses entangled on its tusks were shaken loose, raining down upon the battlefield. With the beast immobilized, a blinding beam of nuclear energy pierced the air. It struck the mammoth's skull with surgical precision. The monster's eyes bulged in confusion. It never saw it coming. The devastating energy drilled straight through its brain. Blood geysered into the air like a macabre fountain as the mountain of flesh and muscle collapsed. Boom! The impact shook the very foundation of the city. One strike, one kill. A Class A threat erased. The lesser beasts froze terror, seizing them as they watched their leader fall. Screeches of panic erupted from the horde. Their dominance shattered, replaced by the primal fear of the predator standing before them. He dove into the fray like a meteor. Nuclear battle body. "Activate," he roared, letting the berserk energy flood his veins. His arm mutated, bristling with razor-sharp spikes. A manic grin spread across his face. He wasn't just a warrior. He was a walking nuke, radiating pressure that made the air tremble. He didn't just attack. He detonated. A shockwave of pure destruction blasted outward, vaporizing the fodder monsters instantly. This was the power of a human nuclear weapon. Meanwhile, the city was burning. Smoke and fire painted the skyline of this leveling manhwa nightmare. But the tide was turning. The demon beasts were fleeing in droves, their stampede shaking the ground. A young fighter watched, baffled by the sudden shift. "They're retreating." No, it doesn't feel like a retreat. They're converging on something else. A comms officer shouted to her squad leader, "Report Yi-He, the grand champion of An City has engaged. The beast horde is encircling him." The leader whipped around, eyes wide. He looked toward the horizon, watching the sea of monsters shift direction. His heart sank. "No. We can't let Yi-He fall like Master Liu did. He's just a kid, but he is the beacon of hope for this city." Adrenaline surged. He sprinted toward the epicenter, barking orders. "Move out. Snipers cover fire. Protect the champion at all costs." Back in the kill zone, a massive white ape lunged only to have half its skull blown off by a concentrated blast of radiation. The creature howled, a sound of pure agony echoing through the battlefield as its life force faded. Yi-He stood amidst a graveyard of rotting flesh and bone-locking eyes with the largest alpha in the pack. Burn! He unleashed a radial pulse of nuclear energy, a ring of death that incinerated everything in its path. Yet the horde didn't stop. Like glitches in a system manhwa, they ignored their fear, swarming him with a singular purpose: kill Yi-He. But he wasn't alone anymore. Silhouettes of high-level awakened leaped into the fray, cutting down the stragglers to buy him breathing room. Captain Hung roared, "Watch out! A High Lord-class beast is locking onto Yi-He. Shield him." Explosions rocked the city streets. And city had become a living hell, a symphony of screams and steel. But amidst the chaos, faith in their young hero held strong. "You think you can touch our champion? You'll have to go through me first, you filth. Humanity will never fall. Hold the line. The champion is watching. Don't let him see our base in ruins. Wipe these bastards out." "Ha! You hear that? Are we old geezers gonna let a high schooler outdo us? Show them hell." Near the dungeon gate, a hybrid monstrosity, part rhino, part bull, charged with the momentum of a freight train. Crash! It slammed into the energy barrier, but the great wall of An City, conjured by the mayor himself, held firm. This was the ultimate defense, a fortress built of mana and will designed to shelter the weak from the apocalypse. Hovering above the chaos, Mayor Huangqing gritted his teeth, his mana draining rapidly. He knew defense wasn't enough. My earth vein divine wall can only stall them, he muttered. To end this beast tide, we must sever the head of the snake. The overlord must die. Suddenly, a shadow darted up the sheer face of the wall. Ignoring gravity, it zigzagged upward with terrifying speed, aiming straight for the mayor's exposed back. The furry assassin leaped jaws, unhinged fangs, glistening with venom ready to decapitate the city's leader. Yet, Huang Qing didn't even flinch. His eyes remained locked on the battlefield below, cold and calculating. Slowly, he brought his palms together. Divine light gathered in his breath, flowing into his hands, condensing into a sphere of absolute power. Just as the beast lunged for the kill, Mayor Khan raised a hand. With a mere flick, he could have decapitated this trash instantly, but then, a terrifying pressure descended nearby. Khan's eyes narrowed in warning. A monstrosity manifested right beside him. This wasn't some trash mob he could casually delete. This colossus was the war mount of the Monkey King. Its razor-sharp tongue darted out, hovering mere inches from Khan's fragile form. Against those gaping jaws, he was nothing but a speck of dust. Gazing up at its grotesque enormity, a primal chill ran down his spine. Facing the beast head-on, his analysis skill flashed. It was the Tremor Crocodile, a Tier 4 King-class domain lord. His guard maxed out instantly. He muttered the mount of the blood-eyed black ape. If the overlord's pet is here, that damn monkey isn't far behind. Forcing down his panic, the mayor descended, landing softly atop the fortress walls he had erected. A glint of calculation flashed in his eyes. He channeled his mana, skill-activated tsunami of the rocky peaks. A shockwave erupted from his palm, turning the very bedrock into a rippling ocean of stone. Skyscrapers and debris rose like waves, forming a barrier to seal that beast within the dungeon gate. The mount paused, its snout twitching at the chaotic landscape. But then, its eyes narrowed, with killing intent. Countless eyes opened across its rugged hide, glowing with ominous light. It realized its opponent also wielded the earth element. Under the Tremor Crocodile's will, the stone tsunami obeyed. The debris compressed, collapsing into a single gigantic sphere of rock. The sphere devoured the surroundings, nullifying Khan's attack. But the beast missed one detail. Khan had cloaked his presence within the rubble, closing the distance. He sneered. Did you think I used earth arts just to match you? It was all a distraction to get in range. The beast tried to manifest stone armor, but it was already game over. Khan unleashed his ultimate art, Mystic Mountain-Piercing Force. A spiraling blast erupted from his fist, shattering the beast's diamond-hard eyelids and detonating its eyeball. A roar of agony from the colossal crocodile echoed across the entire city, its eye ruined by a single god-tier strike. Trembling in excruciating pain, it unhinged its jaw and unleashed a roar meant to crush the mayor's spirit. The sonic boom was more devastating than the combined force of 100 martial masters. Windows across the city shattered into dust. The sheer destructive power of its voice was catastrophic, and city plunged into chaos as explosions rocked the streets. The earth itself answered the Tremor Crocodile's rage. In a split second, razor-sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, transforming the battlefield into a deadly forest of spears. Khan stood his ground, thinking, thank God I read the intel on this awakening manhwa boss beforehand. If I hadn't evacuated the hunters, the death toll would be unimaginable. With resolve hardening like steel, the mayor flared his aura to the max and charged. If your whole body had crossed the rift, I might fear you. But just ahead, you're nothing but a sitting duck waiting to be slaughtered. His aura manifested into 1,000 phantom arms, each weaving a different seal. His body ignited with energy indistinguishable from raging fire. From his small frame, he discharged a torrent of high-voltage lightning straight into the beast. Size didn't matter, only damage output. Arcs of lightning scorched the crocodile's snout, forcing it to writhe in agony. The beast's eyes bulged in shock. Meanwhile, Khan hardened his skin, tanking the reflected damage from the stone spikes head-on. But the nightmare wasn't over. The beast's massive head had nearly fully emerged from the dimensional rift. Giant spikes bristled along its snout. It now resembled a titanic, enraged sea urchin, ready to impale the world. Facing this impenetrable defense, even Khan felt a flicker of fear. Truly, a king of the earth element, generating stone pillars from its own flesh. But he failed to notice the true threat. The Monkey King was lurking in the shadows behind him. Suppressing its presence to zero, the ape peeked from behind a stone pillar, eyes locked on its prey. Khan scanned the area, senses tingling. Suddenly, the hairs on his neck stood up. A massive, undetectable energy spike appeared right at his blind spot. Khan's face went deathly pale. An ambush! Before he could react, a massive furry hand clamped onto his skull. Even with decades of combat experience, he was too slow. The speed gap was absolute. The blood-eyed black ape unveiled its terrifying aura, reveling in its freedom. To this monster, Khan was just an insect. Puny human. Were you bullying my pet? Trapped in that vice-like grip, Khan stared directly into the face of despair. Terror flooded his veins. The blood-eyed black ape. It was hiding inside the stone spikes all along. Murderous intent blazed in its eyes. It growled, "I'll crush your skull like a grape. Learn your place, trash." The ape leaped into the sky and slammed Khan into the earth with meteoric force. The impact cratered the ground instantly. Dust clouds swallowed the battlefield. Could a human body possibly survive such a catastrophic impact? When the dust settled, the landscape was unrecognizable. The sheer force of that strike had twisted the ruins into a jagged wasteland of death. The Beast King loomed before him, its fist still smoking from the heat of the impact. It unhinged its massive jaw and unleashed a feral roar directly into Khan's face. He dodged the explosion in the blink of an eye, no matter the monster thought. "I have confirmed there are no warriors stronger than him left in this city. I can slaughter them all at my leisure." Khan had taken the colossal punch head-on. Thanks to the mayor's earth shield activating just in time, he survived, but the cost was severe. His right arm was completely shattered. Dragging his exhausted body into the air, Khan stared warily at the Beast King. He glanced at that monstrous beast-man face, his eyes burning with unconcealed hatred and defiance. Khan immediately raised his remaining hand. Sharp crystals materialized from thin air, swirling around him as they followed the flow of energy he summoned. The very air seemed to warp. In an instant, Khan transmuted those stone blades into a colossal earth dragon. With a deafening roar, the construct opened its massive maw, ready to crash down upon the Beast King. Yet facing such a domineering and dangerous power, the beast merely grinned. It bared its gums in a show of absolute mockery, completely dismissing the attack. "Human resistance is futile," it seemed to say. "You are only delaying your inevitable death. In my eyes, you weaklings exist only to be crushed by superior monsters like us." It spoke with supreme arrogance. This battlefield has no natural enemies. Now it is merely a game to drive humanity into absolute despair. "I am the final boss of this leveling manhwa nightmare, and I want to see your face crumble in terror." Ha ha ha. The dragon's massive jaws clamped down on the Beast King with terrifying force. The pressure alone was enough to crush boulders, yet the Beast King didn't even bother to dodge. It took the attack head-on, with unparalleled haughtiness. Looking up with an expressionless face, it displayed pure madness and challenge, yet not a single scratch marred its fur or muscles. After letting Khan unleash his full power, the Beast King stood there calm as a tyrant on his throne. The speed was decent, it noted, dryly, but the power, pathetic. Khan gritted his teeth. Even after unleashing such a devastating ability, it wasn't enough to shake the monster. He didn't give up. Khan triggered a seismic wave, flipping the very streets of the city upside down. Debris rained like a storm before the Beast King's eyes. But truly, this was barely a warm-up for it. The Beast King flexed its muscles, closing its eyes before shouting, "The power is acceptable now, but you are far too slow." This monster was truly a calamity. It moved with godlike speed, dancing across the rising tsunami of rocks, effortlessly evading the mayor's violent assault. It was hopeless. Everything Khan poured his soul into couldn't even touch a hair on the Beast King's body. In a heartbeat, the foul, massive creature was right in Khan's face. It opened a mouth dripping with saliva and bellowed, "Kneel, I do not like low-level trash looking me in the eye." But even facing this nightmare, Khan showed no fear. He glared back, his eyes sharp with discomfort and resolve. Khan's eyes went wide. He sensed a shift in the Beast King's aura. He had just predicted the monster's next move, but it was too late. The fist was already slamming into his body. A single strike sent him rocketing toward the earth. The impact was so powerful that Khan became a streak of blinding light crashing down like a nuclear explosion. Let's see if you can still stand the beast. King sneered, its massive red eye peering down into the dust. Khan had been smashed into the earth, lying at the center of a massive crater. The ground beneath him was pulverized cracks, spiderwebbing outward, yet, slowly, miraculously, Khan began to stand. He lifted his head, glaring daggers at the Beast King, his face twisted in loathing. This defiant attitude only made the monster more furious. It roared through its ugly slime-covered mouth. Humph! Why? Why do you not show fear? Khan didn't waste words. He slammed his hand onto the ground, channeling a torrential surge of energy. A massive pressure exploded from him, spreading out across the battlefield. Forbidden art blood sacrifice earth. Seal Khan finally retorted. Demon beast, you think you are smart, but you miscalculated. In the end, you are just an arrogant animal. Power surged from his heavily injured arm as he raised it high, pushing his strength to the absolute limit. Golden chains of energy shot forth, wrapping tightly around the Beast King. The monster was suspended in midair, completely immobilized and controlled by Khan's overwhelming energy. Realization finally dawned on the Beast King as it wrestled with Khan's spiritual vortex. It tried to pull its hand free, but the powerful aura only constricted its massive body tighter. The beast roared, You lured me into a trap on purpose. The energy grew more violent, engulfing the Beast King in the eye of a chaotic hurricane, a tornado of pure destruction. It wobbled helplessly in the center of the chaotic formation. The Beast King became the focal point for the eroding vortex. It screamed in agony, completely bound. Unable to move an inch within this hellish seal, it looked up to see Khan floating right before its eyes. It was furious, believing Khan had played a dirty trick. It widened its glowing red eyes and laughed manically, screeching with lingering arrogance. Is this your trump card? You intend to seal me under the earth? How naive, you insignificant human. The monster opened its mouth wide again. It was brimming with confidence, mocking Khan's power as something detestable. It seemed even more excited, despite being controlled. You cannot cage me forever. The moment this sand loosens, I will tear everyone here to shreds. Responding to the beast's gloating, Khan smiled a cold, contemptuous smile. Humph. This is not a trump card. It is a requiem. With those words, Khan ripped open one side of his shirt. He revealed a chest of steel-hard muscles, but what drew the eye was a massive, jagged scar over his right breast, a scar larger than his own hand. Suddenly, Khan shouted, A song of humanity, a melody of courage. He bent his fingers and plunged his hand straight into his own body, gripping his warm beating heart. What was Khan doing? Crimson blood sprayed from his chest, yet Khan suppressed the agony, refusing to show even a flicker of pain. Seeing this insane act, the Beast King trembled. What are you doing? Are you destroying your own body? Khan coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he stared the monster down and answered. From the moment this war began, I buried the city's only tactical nuclear warhead beneath Swan Lake. The detonator is rigged to my heart. The moment my heart stops beating, the bomb detonates. This was madness. Hearing this, the Beast King could no longer hold back its terror. Panic flooded the Beast King's eyes as he thrashed against the inevitable. Damn you! Are you insane? Who gambles with their own life like this? Do you think I fear you? Mayor Huangqing was a man carved from sheer will, living solely for the glory of City. But now agony racked his broken body, his strength fading like a dying ember. With his final breaths, he whispered, I never planned to return. I am Huangqing, the shield of City. In those last fleeting seconds, his life flashed before him, not the pain but the triumph. That was the pride of his existence. The roar of the crowd, the adoration of the citizens. That was his true power. My name is Huangqing, and I gladly burn my life force for my people. I have no regrets. Back in the brutal reality, he severed all earthly attachments. Only one mission remained: obliterate this Monkey King to save the city. He closed his eyes, finding peace in the chaos. Have I finally done enough? The detonator clicked. A blinding light brighter than 1,000 suns erupted from the pit, swallowing the Beast King whole. In that millisecond, Huang Qing's heart stopped. He let go, embracing mutual destruction. It was the only way to save An City. A cataclysmic explosion tore through the battlefield, where man and monster stood. The blast wave decimated the safe zone. Fire and ash choked the sky as the shockwave pulverized everything in its path. The nuclear warhead delivered its apocalyptic payload. A mushroom cloud pierced the heavens, a terrifying monument of fire that consumed the world. The entire battlefield was instantly vaporized, leaving nothing but scorching heat and silence. In the wake of the mayor's sacrifice, a soldier checked his phone, reading the final command: emergency evacuation. All troops retreat from Swan Lake immediately. Nuclear detonation imminent. As he read the words, tears blurred his vision, looking at the inferno that claimed his leader. The truth hit them all like a physical blow. Every soldier stood tall, saluting the towering pillar of fire. Tears streamed down their faces for the hero Huang Qing. On the other side, Chu Zhou Chai Shaoling, Luo Xuan, and the warriors bowed their heads in a silent vigil. The giant mushroom cloud rose like a tombstone. Even those who had evacuated stood frozen, paying their ultimate respects. It was a funeral held in the fires of hell. After the nuclear fury subsided, only a massive crater remained. Magma glowed crimson in the depths, the surrounding land utterly annihilated. Inside that pit of death, the Monkey King was reduced to a charred skeleton. The flames had stripped away everything, leaving only blackened bone. But suddenly, a spiked orb pulsing with light emerged from the debris. It radiated a bizarre life force, moving toward the carcass like a glitch in a system manhwa. The closer it got, the brighter it glowed, pumping raw energy into the dry bones of the beast. The energy flowed like liquid fire. It wasn't over yet. Tendons snapped into place, weaving around the skeleton. The monster was being reknit from the void. Layer by layer, raw red flesh covered the exposed bone. Veins snaked across its skull, reforming its face. Moments later, the Beast King's eyes snapped open, blazing with renewed malice. The orb sank into its chest, completing the resurrection. The devil had cheated death. But this new body was unstable, a patchwork of raw meat and unfinished tissue. He was still regenerating. The Monkey King scrambled up his voice, a screeching mockery. "I almost died to that trash human," he roared, hatred boiling over. "I will tear every human in this city to shreds. I will make them suffer for eternity." The Beast King stood there, a skinless abomination, naked and terrifying. He looked like a nightmare brought to life. Groaning in pain, he clutched his stomach and turned to limp away. Dragging his broken body, he muttered, "Must return to the Sin realm. Recover my blood essence. Then I will flatten this place." But suddenly, a voice cut through the darkness like a blade. "Going somewhere?" The Monkey King froze, terror spiking in his chest. He thought he was alone. He whipped his head around and gasped. It was Yi He. He was transformed into his Godzilla-like avatar, waiting like a predator camping a spawn point. The Beast King's eyes nearly popped out. "You, I remember you, the biggest threat in this human invasion." Yi. He stood motionless, blocking the path of the creature that ruined An City. Fury radiated from him, but his mind was ice cold. His eyes glowed as he glared down. "Finally found you. Too bad you're a step too late to run. No more talk." Yi. He clenched his nuclear-powered fist and launched himself at breakneck speed. Taking advantage of the beast's incomplete regeneration, he unleashed the atomic fission punch right into that ugly mug. The impact was devastating. Yi. He poured every ounce of his rage into the blow, avenging the tragedy of An City. A massive shockwave blasted outward. Yi intended to end this manhwa recap battle with a single strike. But then the impossible happened. After eating a direct nuclear punch, the Beast King, and was fine. He didn't just survive. He countered. "Foolish genius. Instead of hiding, you delivered yourself to me." Massive hands clamped down on Yi before he could react. The beast licked his chops, drooling with greed. "Perfect. I'll squeeze the life out of you." But Yi, he didn't flinch. He calmly dragged his fingers down, his eyes drawing blood to trigger his berserk mode. A maniacal grin spread across Yi's face. "If you survive the big nuke, Let's see how you handle a tactical one right in your face. Realizing Yi's suicidal plan, the Monkey King's heart dropped. For the first time, the monster knew true fear. What it saw was pure nightmare fuel. What the hell is this thing? Is it even human anymore? In a heartbeat, he morphed into a supergiant, jagged muscle fibers, coiling around his colossal frame like armor. A mutated titan, looming like a mountain behind the veil of dust. His mere presence sent tremors through the earth, shaking the entire region to its core. He wasted no time. The nuclear core he spoke of, active. A blinding sun of destruction ignited right in the center of the Titan's chest. Torrential energy surged through that massive body. Then, boom! A deafening explosion erupted from his stance, tearing the world apart. And cities shook for the second time today. A violent shockwave blasted outward, carrying a suffocating tide of dust into every crack and crevice of the metropolis. Even miles away, the martial artists felt the stinging bite of that raw power. Eyes wide, they stared at the mushroom cloud, buzzing with confusion and awe. They assumed it was the mayor's doing. But look, another explosion. What the hell is actually happening over there? Is this Mayor Huang Khan's contingency plan? Truly, he is a legend worthy of his title. After eating a second nuke from Yi, the beast monarch was reduced to a broken mess. It couldn't even stand. It looked less like a king and more like a charred stick in a desolate wasteland. Terror flooded the Ape King's eyes. What stood before it was far more horrifying than death itself. Through broken teeth, it could only whimper one word: monster. Looming over the beast was his final form. Razor-sharp fangs and a body encased in impenetrable scales like a legendary Godzilla. Two burning eyes stared down from the heavens. To this titan, the once proud beast monarch was nothing more than a pebble beneath his foot. Despair swallowed the creature. It roared in agony. Why is a human more beastly than me? Even a warlord rank monster lacks this crushing aura. The beast couldn't comprehend it. But he just glanced down with utter disdain, his voice calm and terrifyingly simple. I'm nothing like a hairless ape such as you. And with that he raised a mountain-sized foot, aiming directly for the fallen king. The shadow of death covered the beast. It trembled uncontrollably. Boom! The titan's foot crashed down, shattering the earth and burying the monkey in a cloud of debris. Taking the full force of the kick, the ape king was launched tumbling away like a pathetic rubber ball. He taunted him, a cruel smirk in his voice. Don't run now, little monkey. Meanwhile, energy crackled in his palm, priming for another devastating strike. Black Lightning Fist. Amazingly, the beast dared to turn back and face its executioner. Forcing its broken body to move, it clenched a fist for a counterattack, screaming into the void. Damn, you do not look down on a beast overlord. The two fists collided. A shockwave of pure destruction exploded between them, lighting up the battlefield with terrifying intensity. If Mayor Huang Khan's bomb hadn't weakened it first, this leveling manhwa boss wouldn't be going down so easily. After a brief struggle, his power overwhelmed it, smashing the beast into a crater. His arm was drenched in blood, muscles torn. He relaxed his stance, as expected of an overlord. Even crippled, it hits hard. But in the end, it's just a monkey to me. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, his mangled arm regenerated completely. Not a scratch left. He clenched his new fist, the voice rumbling from his Godzilla-like throat. My combined stats have crossed the 30 threshold. Yet, I couldn't completely dominate you in strength. You even wounded me. Impressive, but insufficient. The ape, battered and lying in the dirt, looked up with fading consciousness. The wound I inflicted, it healed already. Pure terror gripped its heart. Impossible. I cannot defeat this human monster. The Beast King snapped. Screaming in panic, it turned tail and fled, abandoning all dignity. Can't win, can't win. It wanted to destroy the city, but now it was running for its pathetic life. Desperate, the creature sprinted towards its secret dungeon entrance. But behind him, he stood tall, nuclear fire gathering in his maw. Inside the Titan shell, he looked at the fleeing filth with absolute disgust. A beast like you isn't worth Mayor Huang Khan's sacrifice. He unleashed the nuclear breath. A beam of pure annihilation chased the fleeing ape. The atomic stream engulfed the world, hunting down the target. He would not let this abomination escape. Bathed in the radioactive glow, the Ape King's body didn't just break, it disintegrated, shredded into nothingness by the light. In its final moments, it shrieked in madness and despair. "Damn, you human prodigy." But wait, the Blood-Eye Ape used the force of Yi-He's punch to burrow into the earth. Yi-He narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze piercing the dust. He saw right through the trick. He immediately activated his magnetic life field, scanning the geological structure beneath him. Locked on. He raised his massive foot and slammed it down. "Run all you want, there is no air for you down there, boom." He's kicks rained down like meteors piercing the planet's crust. Gravity itself seemed to bend, crushing the subterranean space with overwhelming force. The tectonic plates cracked, spiderweb fractures spreading everywhere. But the beast was resilient. Brute force alone wasn't enough to squash it flat. The Blood-Eye Ape moved through the soil like a fish in water, swiftly escaping toward the dimensional rift. It had a map to safety etched in its mind. Suddenly, a scorching heat penetrated the soil layers from above. The ape froze, every hair on its body standing on end. Death was knocking. It knew instantly it had been found. Damn it, how are this human senses so sharp? I masked my presence. I merged with the Earth's ley lines. Are you a human or a deity? How can you track me with such precision? You filth. Crash. An atomic breath blast tore the ground asunder, like a bunker buster bomb, detonating straight into the creature's sanctuary. The Blood-Eye Black Ape was forced upward, launching from the ground like a fish tossed ashore. But waiting above was a colossal fist, descending with the crushing pressure of a hurricane, the mountain-suppressing palm black light slash. The beast was battered like a stray dog, its massive body hammered straight down into the bedrock, driven deep like a nail slammed into a cliff face. Yi-He poured salt on the wound, his voice dripping with disdain. "You foul monkey, you have the guts to cause chaos, but no spine to take a beating. Did you think a little dance would overturn the heavens? I thought you were some rare mythical beast, but it turns out you're just a monkey that screams loud and breaks like a rag doll." The Blood-Eye Black Ape hissed with venomous hatred. "Don't push your luck, you lowly insect. I swear, once I return to the dungeon, I won't just bring disaster to you, but to the entire wretched species that spawned you. My hatred reaches the sky." The pure will for destruction drove it to force its demonic core to the absolute breaking point. Draining the last dregs of its energy, its body withered instantly, flesh and fur shriveling up, all to restore its right arm to its peak condition in a single heartbeat. Pitch-black veins bulged beneath the scorched skin, while dark purple demonic energy coiled around the arm like venomous vipers. Amidst the sickening sound of cracking bones, muscles expanded inch by inch and claws lengthened. That arm was its final weapon, the last spark of a beast cornered by death. Just one strike. With this one strike, I'll send you to hell. In the span of a single breath, the ape's right arm twisted violently, ballooning to its ultimate limit. Sinews swelled and purple-black bone spikes erupted like dragon scales standing on end. A purple mist thick with the stench of the demon race rose in waves, carrying a heavy killing intent that fractured the very earth below. World-destroying fist. Seeing the monkey's suicidal defiance only thrilled Yi-He further. True essence gathered the pressure around his fist, igniting the air into blue-purple flames, crackling with lightning like a god from a leveling manhwa. Superatomic burst fist boom. The two fists, one giant, one small, collided head-on. The shockwave from the punch obliterated the surrounding air, creating an instantaneous vacuum. Black and red currents shot out from the impact point, but the ape's fist crushed them. The residual force surged through Yi-He's fist, traveling all the way up to his shoulder and chest. The coiled muscles on Yi-He's arm detonated. Flesh tore apart, and his right arm exploded segment by segment, sending a rain of blood and bone fragments down onto the scorched, irradiated wasteland. Seeing this, the Blood-Eye Black Ape thought Yi-He was completely defeated and critically injured. But then, the human revealed a smile overflowing with mockery. "You've reached the end of the road." Atomic breath fire boom. The Blood-Eye Black Ape had just spent everything on that strike. Its core was empty. Unable to dodge it, took the full force of the atomic beam straight to the face. The dense blue light, heavy as solid matter, crushed the ape's body. Its already withered flesh was incinerated in chunks, its once proud defense evaporating like ash in the wind. But just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, a strange song echoed across the battlefield. The sound was soft, yet it sent a chill straight through his scalp. La, 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 la. A sharp pain pierced his brain, as if thousands of needles were stabbing his consciousness at once. A tsunami of negative emotions surged, threatening to drown his reason. His cold blue eyes snapped to high alert. A new power had arrived. He immediately circulated the killing intent within his body, forming a mental barrier to withstand the spiritual assault from this unseen enemy. When he regained his clarity, he saw the ground previously scorched dead by the nuclear blast now sprouting countless hands. Arms as white as porcelain and perfectly sculpted rose up, swaying in the wind like blooming flowers, a scene of terrifying, mesmerizing beauty. The blood-eyed black ape, half its body incinerated by the atomic breath, was now being cradled by the multitude of hands. Passing it from one to another, they gently carried the broken beast toward the dimensional rift. His expression darkened. He had just dealt with an overlord, yet another variable lurked in the shadows. He lunged to snatch the black ape back, but his body suddenly froze. From the joints of his giant form, countless white hands had sprouted unnoticed, locking his body tight like jammed gears in a colossal machine, leaving him suspended in midair. You want to interfere? Don't think you can escape. He roared, his massive frame erupting with blinding blue light. The temperature skyrocketed as the internal atomic reactor was pushed to its limit, 100 degrees, 200 climbing rapidly to 1000 degrees Celsius. His outer armor began to melt, revealing flesh and blood boiling underneath like green lava. The ground beneath him ignited. The hands clinging to he instantly caught fire, emitting shrill screams like weeping infants before turning to ash. By now, the blood-eyed black ape was only 50 meters from the rift. For the first time, the creature that had arrogantly viewed humanity as worms tasted the bitter, impending flavor of death. Faster. Move faster. That damned human is catching up. Boom, boom, boom. He advanced with heavy steps, scorching the earth and the monstrous hands with every stride. He roared, extending a colossal hand toward the black ape. The beast's jaw dropped, fangs trembling, its blood-red pupils constricting in sheer terror. No. Impossible. I am an overlord. I cannot be killed by a lowly human. Stop this wretch immediately. Suddenly the song resonated again. La la la. But this time it was interlaced with a soft, silken laugh, the laughter of a woman. From within the massive rift, towering hundreds of meters high, a tidal wave of pale arms surged forth. At the center of that fleshy tsunami floated a woman's head. Countless beautiful hands masked her eyes, but below them was a blood-red smile. A long scarlet tongue slithered out to lick her lips, a sight to make anyone's blood run cold. He felt his skull splitting open from that eldritch singing. He had clearly disabled his giant form's auditory sensors, yet the sound bypassed all physical barriers, echoing directly inside his brain like a parasite. Terrifying. She's on the other side of the dimension, worlds away, yet she can still affect me. If her true body descended into this world, I'd probably be forced to my knees in a single second. What in the hell is that thing? Is it a demon beast? Or something far more horrific than an overlord from an awakening manhwa nightmare? Since that grotesque face appeared, the atmosphere shifted. It wasn't volatile like the Monkey King's power, but terrifyingly stable. The hands coalesced into a woman's visage, with long black hair, drifting like a wandering ghost. The hands covering the demon's face slowly peeled away. Suddenly eyes snapped open, revealing pupils of burning fire, overflowing with murderous rage. That grotesque face unhinged, its jaw screaming as a sphere of blinding spiritual energy condensed within its maw, firing a devastating sonic shockwave straight at Yi. The psychic assault was instantaneous. He clutched his head as his brain felt like it was being blended, fighting to keep his sanity intact. Damn it, I blocked the Titan's auditory canals, but this cursed screech is bypassing my ears and drilling directly into my cerebral cortex. Trapped inside the colossal Godzilla form, his human body writhed in exhaustion and agony, battered by the relentless, ear-piercing frequency. But Yi He forced himself to endure the hellish pain, planting his hands down as rage boiled over. You slaughtered thousands, and you think you can just walk away from An City now? Yi, he snapped. Like a man possessed, he roared back at the beast, channeling a level of desperation and fury he had never felt before. Don't you dare look down on humans. This was it, the final gambit. He began to compress every ounce of nuclear energy he had, flooding the core of the Titan with volatile power. The massive titanium skeleton glowed red hot as nuclear fire surged through every crevice, leaking lightning and radioactive smoke like a reactor about to melt down. With the Super Titan primed to blow Yi, he calculated his escape route instantly. He had to eject from this ticking time bomb immediately. Everything was set. With a twisted grin of defiance, Yi threw up a middle finger, the universal sign of disrespect. Here's a special gift from my hometown. Eat this nuke and choke on it, you bastard. The Titan's body became a blinding sun of instability, radiating catastrophic levels of nuclear energy as it charged straight toward the dimensional rift. It barreled straight into the hideous face of the female creature supporting the Ape King. She opened her mouth to catch him unknowingly, swallowing a walking nuclear warhead with no way to spit it out. A blinding flash consumed the world. Following Mayor Huangqing's sacrifice, Yi He's detonation triggered a second earth-shattering explosion that tore the sky apart. A second mushroom cloud rose over Ant City, a grim twin to the first. Far away, the remaining martial artists watched in trembling awe at the apocalyptic sight. Everyone assumed it was the mayor's doing, whispering among themselves. Look at the rift. It exploded. The mayor must have rigged another trap. Wait, the beast tides are in chaos. Did Mayor Huangqing actually succeed? Focus, everyone. Do not let the mayor's sacrifice be in vain. And city is saved. With the blood-eye black ape finally vaporized by the nuclear blast, the endless legion of monsters from the rift began to dwindle. The invasion finally halted. Seizing the momentum, the martial artists of An City launched a ruthless counterattack to purge the remaining beasts hiding in the ruins. The Great Purge lasted a full day and night. Only when the last monster fell did the exhausted warriors collapse. The battle for An City was finally won. But victory came at a terrible price. Nearly 80% of their forces were wiped out. The Swan Lake Rift was now a deep scarred valley, reshaped by the twin nuclear detonations. As for Yi He, after ejecting from the exploding Titan, he lay unconscious on the scorched earth, completely drained of stamina. Moments later, his eyelids fluttered open. The chaos was gone, leaving him alone in the silence. He sat up, slowly, groggy, and confused. How long was I out? He had drained his core to detonate the Super Titan, but ironically, this wasteland was now flooded with radiation, basically an all-you-can-eat buffet for his energy recovery. Fully recharged Yi, he looked out over the scarred landscape, the weight of this manhwa, recap-worthy battle settling on his shoulders. That was way too close. Mayor Huangqing used himself as bait to lure the black ape, crippled it, and gave me the chance to use the terrain for a chain reaction. If I hadn't finished it off right, then that female face would have healed the ape and doomed us all. My infinite monster model is powerful. But against an overlord tier beast, I'm still lacking. I won this time thanks to luck and terrain. I need more time to grind if I want to stand at the peak of Sha Country's power. But this leveling manhwa world won't give me a break to breathe. I don't know when I'll unlock the next monster template, or if it'll even be a gold rank pull. My fastest path to the top is fusing with the Imperial Devil plant form. I need to speedrun collecting plant-type monster cores that are compatible with it. And then there's the Mystic Yellow Arts. Since my system allows me to cheat inside the simulation space, I need to master the martial arts of this world too. The Mystic Yellow Arts level up slower than my monster forms, but their potential is infinite. It is, after all, the cultivation method of a high martial world. My transmigration here. Surely it has a greater purpose. 1 month after the An City disaster, to honor the fallen hero, the citizens erected a bronze statue of Mayor Huangqing in the city square. Yi He sat nearby on a park bench, blending into the crowd. He watched the latest news broadcast, grimly listening to the reports of the beast tide's aftermath across the nation. It was a massacre. 18 cities attacked, 12 completely fallen. Kwansun City was hit by an S-rank rift, now shrouded in a gray mist that blocked all surveillance. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow organization deployed 30 elite warriors and 5 grandmasters, led by the legendary Great Grandmaster Du Jingming. They went to investigate the anomaly. An S-rank rift appearing during a beast tide was unheard of. Even Fu Hongsheng, the strongest nation-suppressing general in Xia country, eventually entered Kwansun City personally. 8 hours later, he barely escaped with heavy injuries, dragging 2 surviving grandmasters with him. Following that failure, Xia country declared Kwansun City as Global Forbidden Zone number 11. 1.8 million citizens confirmed dead. He clenched his fist, a cold chill running down his spine. If even a nation-suppressing warrior nearly died, is humanity really on the brink of extinction? No, I can't just sit here waiting. Meanwhile, at the luxurious Liu family villa his whining voice was already echoing through the phone. Auntie Chin, I need a huge favor. Chin Lan lay draped over a red velvet sofa, looking every bit the exhausted beauty queen. She relaxed her tired body, listening to his plea with a knowing smirk. Let me guess. You want to learn the last 2 styles of the Liu family's mystic yellow arts? He paused, sweating nervously. Does she think I'm just a martial arts moocher? He laughed it off, trying to sound smooth. Haha, no, it's actually about something else entirely. Auntie Chin, I need a favor. I'm looking to acquire some high-grade plant attribute monster cores, preferably blue or even the legendary purple lord rank. Chin Lan nodded gracefully, but countered with a sharp gaze. Plant-type beasts are rare enough, let alone lord rank cores. Your greed knows no bounds. What price can you possibly offer for such treasures? Without hesitation, He played his trump card, his voice steady. The annual freshman entrance exam at Huado University takes place in a secret realm. I'll form a party with Lu Qingzhu and guarantee her the number 1 spot. But Chin Lan knew better. She scoffed. You really underestimate the geniuses from the other provinces. Let's be brutal here. Qingzhu's power level in previous years would barely scrape the upper middle tier. She is nowhere near the apex. You may suppress her in a duel, but compared to the true monsters of this generation, you still fall short. Yet, his confidence remained unshaken as he looked Chin Lan in the eye. But Auntie Chin, I'm the only hope you have left to revive the glory of the Liu family, aren't I? I'll sign a blood oath. If I fail to secure first place, I'll slave away for the Liu family and serve you for the rest of my life. Chin Lan stood on her tiptoes, a playful smirk appearing. Ha, a slave for life is it? Perhaps his gamble ignited a spark in her. She straightened up the fatigue, vanishing from her face, and finally gave a decisive nod. Fine, I'll bet on you one last time. Cut to, in City Central Hospital. He arrived, not by car, but on a majestic warhorse, instantly stealing the spotlight. Beautiful girls swarmed him like idols, screaming for autographs. Look, it's Yi, the top martial scholar. We're all bandaged up, but he doesn't have a scratch on him. Legend has it, he slaughtered countless demon beasts during the secret realm invasion. Hiapa. Can I have your QQ number? Sign my shirt? He coolly rejected them all. No thanks. But internally, he was grinning. I'm famous. I can ride this wave of clout for the rest of my life. In room 612 he strolled in with a fruit basket to visit his brothers-in-arms, Chuzhou and Luo Xuan. The moment he saw Chuzhou wrapped like a wax museum mummy, he burst into laughter, pointing shamelessly at his injured friend. Ha. Is this really Ant City's #1 handsome boy? I never thought I'd see the day you looked like this. Chuzhou glared, unable to move, seething with silent rage. He quickly changed the subject. I know you're here to visit, but what's with all that stuff in your hands? He dropped a flex with a straight face. Fans on the street forced them on me. By the next bed, Luo Xuan waved a friendly greeting. Hey, Yi, you look good. Yi squinted, failing to recognize the guy. Seeing his confusion, Luo Xuan pointed at his own face to jog his memory. It's me, Luo Xuan, your first opponent in the qualifiers. His eyes went wide as the memory finally clicked. Shock washed over him. Luo Xuan had sacrificed an entire leg in the battle. Luo Xuan smiled gently, looking down at his missing limb. Did you really forget me? Don't give me that look. The wound just hasn't healed yet. I'm not a cripple. I can get reattachment surgery, or maybe install a new Thunderbird combat prosthetic. He felt silent respect, swelling in his heart. To lose a limb defending the city, Luo Xuan was a true warrior. Suddenly, his pockets started vibrating like crazy. He reached for his phone, ready to decline. Spam calls have been out of control lately. So annoying. He stuffed it back, but it rang again instantly. He shouted in frustration. Not again. He picked up reluctantly. Turns out, it was the principal who had been trying to reach him desperately while he played hard to get. Why are you blocking the VIP from Huadu? Unblock him now. Understood. Old geezer. I mean principal. A very important figure was on the line. Greetings, Yihe. I am Wang Tao, head of admissions at Huadu University. Enrollment has been moved up by a month. A private train will pick you up in 3 days. Do you have any requests? Simultaneously, the bandaged Chuzhou received the exact same notification on his end. Hello Chuzhou. I am teacher Lu from Huadu Admissions. He replied to his call, I'll follow the organization's arrangement. Chuzhou also agreed simply. Understood. I'll be on time. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Watching this unfold, Luo Xuan felt a pang of awkwardness. 3 people in this room, and I'm the only normie. I shouldn't be on this bed. I should be hiding under it. He hung up his expression suddenly serious. He muttered, I have unfinished business before enrollment. Days later, at the Swan Lake ruins, a nuclear cloud blocked the sun, plunging the area into eternal darkness. Thick radioactive smog swallowed the faint sunlight. He stood amidst the desolation, ready to ascend. He entered his Godzilla form, sitting in a lotus position to cultivate. He began devouring the nuclear radiation, drawing it into his body like a vortex. The radioactive energy wrapped around him like a cocoon. When he had absorbed enough his eyes snapped open, glowing with an eerie light. The interface materialized, displaying stats worthy of an awakening manhwa protagonist monster template infinite. Host, Yi. Constitution, 27.44. Berserk Godzilla 38.9%. False Titan 90%. He stood up his aura, radiating dominance, as he assessed his growth. After the battle with the Blood-Eye Black Ape, my compatibility rose by 1.5%. But this radioactive wasteland is a cultivation sanctuary. 3 days here increased it by another 6%. A massive leap forward. He stomped the ground, shattering the earth. But alas, it's time to go. He launched himself into the sky, moving faster than the speed of sound, a streak of light piercing the gloom. Scene transition to Uncity Station. Attention! Train G66 from Uncity to West Huadu will depart in 5 minutes. Chuzhou had been waiting since the afternoon, his luggage packed and ready. Sensing a familiar, powerful aura, Chuzhou turned around. He's here. That blinding streak of light in the sky. He descended from the heavens, landing right next to him. The impact shook the platform, startling the crowd. He stood up from the crater, grinning at Chuzhou. Just in the nick of time. As the dust settled, the crowd erupted in excitement. Wait, isn't that him? Is that Yi? Damn it, that crushing pressure nearly blacked me out. I thought a high-tier demon beast had spawned right next to us. That aura was terrifying. Even high-level martial artists don't have that kind of presence. Truly worthy of being Uncity's pride. Chuzhou recognized it instantly. He nodded, realizing the truth. You've leveled up again. Meanwhile, he looked back with a hint of nostalgia at the place where his journey first began. Goodbye, Uncity. The time has come to leave the starting village. This was my first stop after transmigrating the origin of my legend. Farewell. And so the steel beast began its journey. The train chugged along toward the Uncity station, but honestly, with his current stats, couldn't he just flash step there faster than this machine? With eyes full of anticipation, he commanded, let's go. To the capital. Thus begins our leveling manhwa adventure, as the high-speed train carries 2 fresh legends to the prestigious Hua University. Once on board he couldn't sit still. He stood on the seat scanning the crowd like a predator looking for prey, while Chuzhou struggled to keep his eyes open, scolding him. He can't you behave? For 1 second. But our MC just turned with genuine curiosity and asked, is this entire train filled with top-tier prodigies? Chuzhou sighed, dropping some lore. Not just that. This train is built with cutting-edge tech and alloys capable of withstanding thousands of tons of impact. We're escorted by 5 Xuanwu realm experts and even a grandmaster, because everyone here is a genius of the Jia nation. He sniffed the air, his senses sharpening. He began to calculate the power levels around him. There are a few experts, he thought arrogantly. But honestly, none of them could survive 3 moves against me. Suddenly, the smooth ride was shattered by the screech of alarms. Code Red, the Hua Capital Express is under attack by unidentified hostiles. The emergency siren screamed louder and faster. Warning, level 1. Warning, level 1. The train is under siege by unknown enemies. Professors and instructors are engaging the threat. All remaining students must evacuate the carriage immediately. Do not engage the enemy. Panic swept through the car like a plague. The students erupted into chaos. Are you kidding? Who has the guts to attack the Hua Capital train? Maybe it's a hidden test for us freshmen. But reality was grim. The Jia nation was at its weakest point. The guardian deity was in seclusion with injuries, and one of the 3 protector grandmasters, Du Jingming, was missing. Countless grandmasters and Xuanwu martial artists had already fallen to the beast tides in Guanshan City and other regions. Enemy factions suppressed by the Xia nation were finally striking back. Someone trembled, asking the question on everyone's mind, should we run? Back at their seats, Yi and Chuzhou remained as calm as still water, completely ignoring the terrified mob behind them. Chuzhou turned, asking, what do you think? Yi, who had barely caught a wink of sleep, leaned back lazily. What a drag. Cultivation has been exhausting lately, and I was just about to recharge. Suddenly, he stomped his foot, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The urge to fight was itching under his skin. The more they told him not to do something, the more he wanted to do it. He clenched his fist, deciding to investigate. The train thundered on toward destiny. As they stepped through the carriage door, Yi and Chuzhou saw a student stumbling toward them, covered in blood. He immediately pressed him. Classmate, wake up. What the hell is happening up ahead? Terror filled the student's eyes as he looked up at Yi. The enemy has captured the first 3 cars. They have a spatial domain, a pocket dimension intended to hide the battle tremors from the outside. There's a monster inside hunting everyone down. The Xuanwu escort masters. They're practically wiped out. They combined their power to break me out of the domain, just to warn everyone to run. This isn't a drill. There are still students trapped in there. The crowd swarmed around Yi, eyeing the newcomer freshman Zhou Jinxuan with suspicion. Behind Yi and Chuzhou, the noise of doubt began to rise. Where's the proof? You say it's dangerous, but show me the evidence, roared a massive freshman with hair like a wild lion. Suspicion dripped from his voice. Where is your teacher's token? And if others are hurt, why are you the only one who escaped? This lion-man fool was Yan Zhengxiang. He bellowed, I have a close friend in the front car. With the strength to be the rookie king, I don't believe you escaped. While he couldn't, 2 lackeys behind him chimed in like parrots. Yeah, that makes sense. The lion boss is right. Yan Zhengxiang crossed his arms, sneering. Move aside. I'm going forward. He marched straight past the warning, and Yi and Chuzhou were more than happy to let these idiots walk to their doom. The bloody student screamed after them. Wait, I'm telling the truth. It's a death trap ahead. Why won't you listen? Don't go throw your lives away. Desperate Zhou Jinxuan turned his attention to the guy next to him. Wait, you're Yi, aren't you? Yi? He didn't answer immediately. He activated his energy field, scanning the boy's biosignature to see if his story held up. His life force radar picked up something unusual about this classmate. Yi replied, I am. How do you know me? Zhou Jinxuan carefully mentioned a name that changed everything. A girl named Lu Qingzhu showed me your photo. She explicitly told me to stop you from going to the front cars. Hearing Lu Qingzhu's name struck a nerve. His expression darkened instantly. She told you that. Yes, she took a blade meant for me. She was critically injured protecting me. Zhou Jinshuan wept with frustration. I can't stop those idiots from seeking death, but I must fulfill her dying wish to keep you alive. Yi, he snapped. He smashed a fist onto the kid's head. Damn it. She's not dead yet. So stop talking about dying wishes like it's over. Chu Zhou leaned in, his voice cool and collected. So you're still going, Yi? He didn't hesitate. He stared into the abyss ahead. Of course. I made a promise to her parents. But as Yi, he stepped forward. Zhou Jinshuan threw his arms out to block the path. No, I won't let you pass, Yi. He scoffed, annoyed. How did a brat like you even get into Hua University? You think you can stop us? Blocking Yi, he, and Chu Zhou? Big mistake. The duo released just a fraction of their aura, giving the kid a taste of true power. Yi, he whispered, Chu Zhou. Instantly, an icy blade materialized. Chu Zhou thrust the sword forward with chilling intent, but the kid actually waved his hand and blocked it. I'm trying to save you. Why are you so unreasonable? The kid shouted, engaging them in combat. Classmate Qingzhu is so elegant. How could she possibly know rude brutes like you? Tired of the chatter? Yi. He didn't waste words or flashy moves. He simply stepped in and buried a nuclear-infused fist right into the kid's gut. You talk too much, he growled in a low voice. Zhou Jinshuan clutched her stomach, trembling in fear. The pressure. It's terrifying. We aren't even on the same level. Yi. He turned to her with a sudden command. Sorry, take this blood chi pill and stay alive. We have urgent business. He didn't wait for a reply, dashing toward the train platform ahead and shouting, Chu Zhou, let's move. Chu Zhou fell into formation behind Yi He, and the two charged forward. Zhou Jinshuan screamed helplessly after them, Don't go, it's too dangerous. They finally reached car number 3. Chu Zhou and Yi He skidded to a halt. Before them stood a dimensional gate. Yi He realized instantly this was the entrance to an independent dungeon space. He grabbed a massive suitcase nearby, lifting it effortlessly. Let's run a little test, he said, hurling the luggage straight into the dark void of car 3. He observed the gateway intently. No reaction. Not even a sound. It was as if the suitcase had vanished from existence. My life field magnetism can't even detect the energy inside Yi, he muttered. But since the freshmen passed through here, they must have entered. In this awakening manhwa, reality hesitation kills. Without another word, he leaped into the abyss. Chu Zhou grinned. Now, that is interesting. He followed Yi. He's lead and jumped. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Yi, he stared ahead, a look of pure disgust forming on his face. This wasn't a train car. It was a cosmic void. A vast, starless universe, where a crumbling path floated in the nothingness, leading toward a mysterious light in the distance. I'm dizzy, Yi, he groaned, shaking his head. Who is playing tricks on us? He scanned his surroundings. Chu Zhou was gone. Yi, he found it strange. They entered together, yet Chu Zhou had vanished into thin air. Fine, he shrugged. Since I'm already in this dungeon, I might as well play along. A strange glow in the distance caught his eye. Head for the light, he decided. He sprinted toward the eerie illumination until he arrived at the ruins of a devastated city. It looked like a battlefield fresh from a catastrophic war. Skyscrapers were piled atop one another in a chaotic mess. Yi. He stood frozen, staring at the destruction. What the hell is this place? He reached out to sense his surroundings, but his life field magnetism was dead. Is this zone blocking my senses? He scoffed. Fine. He ignited his nuclear energy, launching himself skyward like a human missile. Old-school methods work best. In seconds, Yi, he landed on a nearby rooftop. He decided to create a little chaos to signal his location. A brilliant sphere of nuclear plasma condensed in his palm, radiating terrifying heat. Yi, he roared into the silence. Stop hiding in the shadows and come out. He thrust his hand upward. The sphere raged, expanding into a miniature atomic bomb swirling with smoke and fire. Blow it all to hell, he screamed. The nuclear blast detonated midair. A massive mushroom cloud enveloped the skyline, and the shockwave shook the entire dimension to its core, creating a scene worthy of an epic manhwa recap. Other martial artists in the zone froze. They stared at the mushroom cloud, terrified and confused by the tyrannical power on display. A blast that size? What kind of monster is here? They whispered, trembling. Which high-level expert is showing off like that? They hid behind the debris, too scared to move. Meanwhile, Chuzo felt the quake. He recognized that signature energy instantly. Drawing his blade, he rushed toward Yi, his location at breakneck speed. In a secluded corner of the ruins, a dying woman leaned against a wall. The explosion reflected in her fading eyes. It was Lu Qingzhu. She was heavily wounded and unable to move. But seeing that nuclear fire in the sky, she knew exactly who had arrived. Her voice was barely a whisper, weak and desperate. Yi He. I told them not to let you come here. Back on the rooftop, Yi, he surveyed the chaos he had caused. Growls echoed from the shadows. Looks like I attracted enemies, along with my allies, he noted. Behind him, a humanoid shadow emerged. It walked like a man, but massive ears twitched on its head. Yi He sensed the killing intent from behind, but his arrogant smirk didn't waver. He turned to face the threat. The creature was a freak wearing a pig's head mask, likely to hide its identity within the organization. In its hand, it gripped a long, rusty butcher's cleaver. That blade was stained with the blood of countless victims. The monster's red eyes locked onto Yi He, burning with murderous intent. Yi. He didn't flinch. He channeled nuclear energy into his palm, preparing to slap the pig mask into oblivion. His eyes glowed with fury. A pig mask? Seriously? You look ridiculous, he scoffed. Stop playing ghost. I'm going to rip that mask right off your face. But the pighead didn't know the meaning of fear. Facing the genius of Ant City, the monster raised its cleaver to block, showing zero intention of dodging. Its other hand tightened on a rusty chain, pulling it back for a strike. At that moment, Yi He's fist smashed into the monster's head with explosive force. But the creature was fast. In the exchange, Pighead thrust his massive cleaver forward, impaling Yi He straight through the chest. The force of Yi He's punch was devastating, blinding the creature with the light of nuclear fission. The impact turned the pig mask into seared meat. Smoke billowed from the creature's face, yet it still stared back at Yi He with a provocative, mocking sneer. Yi He's eyes widened. You tanked my nuclear punch and you're still standing, he grinned, seemingly unbothered by the blade in his chest. Not bad. The monster gripped the cleaver handle, twisting the blade inside Yi He's torso to maximize the agony and deepen the wound. Suddenly, the creature flinched. Its charred face twisted in shock. It smelled the scent of its own burning flesh, but something was wrong. It realized with horror that Yi He wasn't dying. He wasn't even reacting to the pain of being impaled. Yi He stood tall, looking down at the monster with triumphant arrogance. Surprised by my regeneration, this is standard for a system manhwa protagonist. My muscles have already clamped down on your blade. You're stuck. His smile widened into a predatory sneer. Your physical strength is trash, but that weapon is special. It seems to ignore defense. So, what exactly are you? Yi He calmly grabbed the monster's upper and lower jaws, with his bare hands prying them apart. The creature was helpless, unable to escape Yi He's grip. Open wide, Yi He commanded. Let's take a look inside. Taste my wrath. As he finished his sentence, Yi He's mouth morphed, expanding into the terrifying tooth-filled maw of a nuclear beast, Godzilla style. A torrent of nuclear fire erupted from Yi He's throat, blasting directly into his enemy's gullet. The radioactive flames surged downward, incinerating the fool from the inside out. This was the price for offending Yi He in this brutal leveling manhwa world. The ambusher's head was reduced to nothing but rotting ash and smoke in seconds. The headless corpse collapsed before Yi He could even memorize its face. Holding the charred pig mask, he tilted his head and smirked. I'm a man of my word. I said I'd rip you apart. The demon-like imposter lay crumbling into embers at his feet. But as the pig mask burned away, Yi He noticed something glittering in the ashes. Huh. What's hiding in there? Pried from the charred razor-toothed maw was a glowing blue necklace. A strange rune was carved into the pendant's surface. A loot drop. Is this truly the Huadu trial? He turned to grab the meat cleaver for a bonus weapon. But the moment he reached for the blade, it dissolved into thin air. Yi He clicked his tongue in annoyance, staring at the empty space. The masked killer's weapon was likely a mana construct bound to its master's life force. With the user dead, the steel became worthless dust. Still, this blue pendant remained solid in his hand. What kind of buff or system key is this supposed to be? Do I need to hunt down every masked freak to complete the set? While he analyzed his loot, a silent arrow screamed through the air behind him. The projectile flew with terrifying velocity. He seemed too distracted to notice, like a lamb waiting for the slaughter. But don't be fooled, He hadn't missed a thing. He simply ignored the trash tier attack. With a mere pulse of internal mana, he halted the lethal strike inches from his skin. Expanding his senses, he pinpointed the sniper hiding in the distance. Already time for the next wave, he scoffed. The attacker looked like a humanoid rooster, dual-wielding heavy crossbows. He thought he had the kill until He casually snapped the arrow in half with his bare hands. The rooster warrior hopped around in frustration, enraged by the failure. He turned, flashing that signature terrifying grin at his new plaything. I hate backstabbers the most. Time for a little exercise. Just as he prepared to crush the bird, a spear erupted from the earth beneath his feet. Even he was startled by this subterranean ambush. The attack came from below. While his momentum was forward, he couldn't dodge in time. Seizing the opening, the rooster unleashed a storm of bolts at He. The birdman cackled with glee, hopping madly as he fired. He screeched like a feral beast, thinking victory was assured. Dozens of arrows slammed into He's body. With the underground assailant locking his legs, the protagonist was a sitting duck for the barrage. Steel tips pierced from back to chest, turning him into a pincushion. But for this level of pain was nothing but a tickle. He had crawled back from the gates of hell itself. He looked up, eyes manic, and let out a bone-chilling chuckle. Is this really the best you've got? How naive. Boom! Ancient power exploded from his core as he summoned the Titan skeleton. A massive spectral ribcage materialized, wreathed in nuclear fire. The intense heat instantly incinerated every arrow embedded in his flesh. Did they really think these wooden toothpicks could harm an awakening manhwa powerhouse? The rooster froze, staring up in horror at the colossal flaming giant looming over him. He didn't hesitate. He launched a fist the size of a truck. The impact was catastrophic, shaking the entire secret realm to its core. The rooster was blasted through a skyscraper, leaving nothing but a mushroom cloud of dust and lightning. A massive building crumbled like a house of cards. Distant martial artists watched in awe, whispering in fear. What the hell is happening over there? Emerging from the dust, he stood holding the massive spear that had pinned him earlier. He walked slowly toward the crater, voice dripping with malice. Now, let's see which rat tried to skewer me. But as the dust settled, he realized this opponent was no ordinary lackey. A silent figure in a rabbit mask stood poised for battle. He narrowed his eyes. A rabbit. So it really is the 12 zodiacs. The rabbit's leg muscles bulged, crackling with volatile energy. It dug its claws into the ground, charging up like a coiled spring. Whoosh! It vanished, launching forward with sonic speed. Red eyes glowing with bloodlust, the rabbit thrust its spear straight for He's heart. He countered with a thunderous kick, but the beast was impossibly agile, twisting midair to dodge. The kick hit nothing but air. The rabbit flanked him instantly, aiming its sharp tip right between He's eyes. Damn it, this beast knows martial arts. The cold steel grazed his lashes as he bent backward in a desperate dodge. Time seemed to slow down. He channeled every ounce of his focus, locking eyes with the lethal creature. Ice wall, he roared. A glacial barrier materialized instantly, intercepting the spear's deadly momentum. Crack! The thick ice shattered under the rabbit's immense force. He stared death in the face as the monster broke through. Suddenly the temperature plummeted to absolute zero. Jagged ice spikes erupted from the ground, trapping the rabbit in a frozen cage. The masked assassin paused, looking around in confusion at the sudden change in terrain. A shadow descended from the sky. Chu Zhou arrived, his sword blazing with frost energy. That was close, But this bunny is mine. The rabbit looked up in terror at the speed of the ambush. The sword slashed down with freezing power, but the beast leaped vertically at the last second. Its red eyes burned with pure fury. It had been split seconds away from the kill, only to be interrupted by another player. The clash began instantly between Chuzhou and the rabbit-masked freak. The beast thrust its spear relentlessly, a storm of steel, but Chuzhou parried every strike with the precision of a master swordsman. After dozens of heart-pounding exchanges, the tide turned. Chuzhou's icy arts froze the massive spear solid. The monster struggled to shatter the ice, but his weapon was rendered useless. Seizing the opening, Chuzhou unleashed a devastating palm strike with his free hand. The impact was immense, launching the rabbit-masked monster into the air like a ragdoll. Mid-air, the creature slammed into a scorching aura that burned at his back. It was a perfect setup. Chuzhou had knocked him straight into Yi He's kill zone. Crashing against Yi He's impenetrable titan armor, the beast froze in pure terror. It was over. He turned only to face the blinding glare of a nuclear core, erupting right before his eyes. Against this apocalyptic energy, resistance was futile. The monster trembled, paralyzed by the sheer, overwhelming power of a true awakener. He now, in his colossal titan form, didn't hesitate. His massive hand clamped around the masked figure, crushing him with godlike strength. Destructive energy leaked between his fingers as he grinned. The thrill of battle surged through his veins. In this action, manhwa recap, the scale of power is insane. A pillar of nuclear fire blasted skyward, piercing the clouds. The explosion illuminated the ruins, turning the dark wasteland into blinding day. A few minutes earlier, high atop a skyscraper, overlooking the battlefield, two freshmen watched the chaos unfold. Why did it suddenly go silent over there? Who was making all that noise? Probably dead by now. Definitely. Those masked freaks took on 10 guys at once, without a scratch. Their weapons pierce every defense. We aren't on their level yet. It's a massacre down there. Inside the observation point, a stunning orange-haired beauty, with curves to kill, watched with disdain. Seeing He's nuclear explosion, she wasn't impressed, she was judging. Arrogant fool. Signaling his location so early. Must be a country bumpkin trying to show off in Huadu. She scoffed, calling him a frog in a well, oblivious to real predators, like the lion-masked boss. The top geniuses from the major cities are in a different league. Yan Zhengshang from Modu Uyangze and Lan Yusi from Chengdu. They're already hunting masks. How do they do it? Her companion listened, eyes wide with shock. Are they really that powerful? Then the top rookie spot is theirs. She shook her head. No, the real monsters are the Huadu locals. Students from other regions can't even compare. Their cultivation resources from childhood are vastly superior. Just then, he triggered another massive explosion, cutting her off. The nuclear flash blinded them. Both students froze, their arrogant expressions twisting into pure fear as they stared at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance. What kind of monstrous power is that? An electromagnetic cannon. Don't be stupid. Who brings a cannon to a survival test? Even the lion mask boss noticed. While slaughtering his own opponents, his gaze shifted to the towering pillar of nuclear energy. Annoyance flickered across his face. He turned to the young man beside him with a sneer. Zay, what's your analysis? The pink-haired strategist Wu Yangze narrowed his eyes. That attack pattern isn't from the masks. It's highly likely. Another freshman. This was the legendary rookie strategist, Wu Yangze. Suddenly, the lionhead's massive claymore impaled a horse-masked enemy. The blade tore through the chest, leaving the horsehead gasping in a grotesque display of death. The lionhead frowned, intrigued. A freshman. Besides the Huadu elites who could possess such terrifying destructive force, we need to investigate. He held up 4 bloody pendants, rat dog, monkey, and horse. We've collected 4. Lan Yusi in Chengdu surely has the goat pendant by now. Uyangze nodded calmly. Xin Chen from Liuli Island likely has the snake, and a rookie named Liu Qingju took down the bull mask. If this trial follows the 12 zodiacs, that leaves 5 pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon. At the mention of the dragon, the atmosphere grew heavy. Uyangze's face darkened with genuine caution. You know the legend. That dragon is a calamity. If we encounter it, death is certain. It is a boss we must flee from. Impressive intel. He paced around the lion head. The freshman who created that blue explosion definitely holds a few pendants. And the heavy hitters like Shin Chen and Lan Yusi are converging there too. Zhang Xiang. This survival game has officially entered the final round. A sinister, predatory smile crept onto his face. His eyes gleamed with malice. To win, we simply take them from the corpses of others. Meanwhile, back at the ruins, Yi examined a glowing pendant. Chu Zhou approached curious. What is that artifact, Yi? He explained. Before you arrived, I slaughtered a pig-masked enemy. This dropped from his corpse. Yi, his eyes sharpened. I figured out the system. This awakening manhwa trial requires us to collect the pendants of all 12 zodiac animals. Chu Zhou glanced at the item wary. So we have to actively hunt the mask wearers. Exactly. Yi, he recalled the agile figure from earlier. That sniper on the roof. He moved like a rooster. He escaped in the chaos. As they strategized, neither realized they were being watched from the shadows. He scanned the battlefield. However, his arrow struck me. I can trace his spiritual signature through it. Chu Zhou's fighting spirit ignited. Let's go hunting. They ventured deeper into the instance, the surroundings becoming more dilapidated and ominous with every step. Yi, his eyes locked onto the ground. Hold up, he analyzed the debris. Fresh battle marks. Someone beat us here. Chu Zhou touched a scorched slash mark on the pavement. It's still warm. They haven't gone far. His expression hardened instantly. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. They're close. In a blur of motion, he drew his frostblade. Without hesitation, Chu Zhou unleashed a beautiful, deadly slash toward the shadows, sensing a sinister aura lurking within. The ice wall Chu Zhou created blocked the incoming blade instantly. But the attacker wasn't some faceless assassin. It was a stunning female freshman. Her ambush shattered against Chu Zhou's defense. Clutching her, regenerating arm terror filled her eyes. Impossible, my optical invisibility. How did you see through it? She didn't have time to think. Chu Zhou's lethal ice spikes were already hunting her down. The frozen spears towered overhead, sharp enough to pierce the heavens. Chu Zhou's shadow loomed over her like a grim reaper as he growled, "Don't move. Your schemes end here." Suddenly, space distorted. Another invisible figure burst forth roaring. "Get back!" It turned out the invisible girl was the rookie Lan Yusi. The new arrival erupted with scorching flames, forcing Lan Yusi to flinch. The heat was suffocating. Hell Demon combat art. With a single palm strike, he unleashed a devastating wave of infernal energy, shattering Chu Zhou's ice wall into steam. The flames danced wildly, mirroring the maniacal grin on his face. Talk about an explosive entrance for this fiery newcomer. The flames died down as steam hissed from his body. He casually lit a cigarette, looked up and scoffed. "Busted, huh? Lan Yusi, your optical camouflage is trash." This arrogant freshman was none other than Chen Xin. Lan Yusi hissed, "Scram! Don't lecture me." But as the duo bickered Yi, he stepped forward, his aura pressuring them. "So you two planned this ambush together?" Lan Yusi immediately switched masks, feigning innocence. "Whoa, big misunderstanding. We just took down a chicken mask target. We were hiding to bait the next one, not you guys." Chen Xin didn't bother explaining. He just stood there, taking a long, deep drag of his cigarette, eyes focused on his own twisted amusement. He wasn't buying their act for a second. His gaze turned icy as he stared down the smoker. "Is that right? Then explain this." Snap, Yi. His hand lashed out into empty air, crushing the throat of a hidden figure. Shockingly, the entity struggling in his grip looked exactly like Lan Yusi. Under Yi's monstrous strength, she was helpless. He hoisted her into the air like a rag doll, her struggles futile against his iron grip. The real Lan Yusi pouted, her facade cracking. "Ch, my shadow clone got busted too," her eyes narrowed. "These two, they aren't your average rookies." Beside her, Chen Xin exhaled a cloud of smoke and chuckled darkly. "Ha ha ha, I told you a simple assassination wouldn't work on them." He flicked the cigarette to the ground, stomping it out. Playing nice is too boring anyway. Suddenly, his cheeks expanded, stretching unnaturally like a balloon, ready to burst. He sucked in a massive breath, gathering chi in his throat, until the skin of his face stretched to its absolute limit. It pulsed with grotesque energy. Whoosh! Chen Xin pressed his hands against his cheeks and expelled a thick pitch-black smog. The toxic cloud expanded rapidly, devouring the space around them. The deadly miasma rolled toward Yihi and Chujo like a tidal wave. Recognizing the danger, our duo instantly leaped backward to avoid the corrosive touch. My turn. Lan Yusi giggled, unfurling a massive battle fan. Violent energy swirled around her as she sneered. Let me spice things up. No escaping now. She leaped into the air, limbs spread wide, and swung the fan with maniacal force, screaming into the wind. Rise, gale. A hurricane force blasted forward. Her hair whipped around wildly, making her look like a banshee descended from the skies. The wind amplified the toxic smoke, transforming it into a raging storm that swallowed Yihi and Chujo in an instant. There was nowhere to hide. Their silhouettes vanished into the black abyss. Seeing them trapped, Chen Xin conjured a massive sphere of concentrated flame in his palm. The fireball pulsed like a miniature sun. He grinned, drunk on his own power, operating at the very peak of his limits. Let's turn up the heat, Chen Xin roared, hurling the inferno into the swirling vortex of poisonous gas. Boom! The fire merged with the wind and smoke, creating a hellish incinerator aimed straight at Chujo and Yihe. You could almost feel the blistering heat radiating through the screen. Having unleashed his ultimate combo, Chen Xin stood back satisfied. He lowered his hand, a smug smile plastered on his face. So what if you're strong? You're still no match for our teamwork. Beside him, Lan Yusi fanned herself, looking as pleased as a cat that just got the cream. Their victory lap was cut short. What the hell are you laughing at, Yi? His voice cut through the smoke. Suddenly, a hand glowing with nuclear-level energy emerged from the chaos. This is the power difference in a leveling manhwa. He brought his palms together. The energy crackled and hissed, weaving through his fingers like liquid lightning. It shone with the brilliance of a supernova. With a thunderous clap, Yihi detonated the built-up power. The shock wave obliterated Chen Xin's smoke and fire, instantly forming an impenetrable barrier around Yihi and Chujo. Not a scratch on them. Chen Xin's arrogance shattered. His jaw hit the floor as he screamed, "Impossible." He dispelled my cloud of fire with a single clap. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Before he could process his fear, Yi's hand tore through the air, appearing right in front of his face with the speed of a hurricane. Terror froze him in place. Yi. He uttered 3 words that sealed his fate. Mountain. Landslide. Fist. No mercy, just a devastating punch to the face. Yi. He had enough of these pests. Why waste words when a fist speaks louder? The impact was visceral. Yihi pivoted, and Chen Xin vanished from his spot, replaced by a spray of blood and the residual glow of the kinetic impact. Chen Xin was launched like a cannonball, flying dozens of meters back. He tumbled through the air like a broken kite. That's the price of arrogance. Game over. He tasted the bitter dirt of defeat. Witnessing her partner's annihilation, Lan Yusi froze in pure terror. She watched his terrifying silhouette and trembled. We haven't broken through to the warrior realm yet. We're capped at the apprentice level. Even elite students have limits, but this guy, his physical stats are completely broken. He's a monster. Damn it, I was so focused on the brawler I forgot about the mage. Her realization came too late. Chujo's glacial frost had already crept up, locking her feet in a prison of ice. She was completely paralyzed by fear, her mind spinning in chaos. Even teaming up with Chen Xin hadn't been enough to scratch him. This guy was a total monster. Her legs felt like lead, refusing to move an inch. Yi. He walked toward her with the slow, deliberate pace of the Grim Reaper. She was nothing more than a chicken on the chopping block now. Yi. He approached his terrifying mana, turning the air heavy and suffocating. She knew she couldn't win this head-on. With a desperate wave of her fan, she calculated her only option was escape. Her artifact activated instantly, the ice binding her feet shattered under the pressure of her spiritual energy. Lan Yusi launched herself into the air, desperate to break free. Her mind screamed only one command: run. Don't let these monsters catch you. She tried to cloak herself in invisibility and vanish, but he was too fast. He snatched her ankle out of thin air. Lan Yusi looked back in horror and screamed, "You bastard." Terror completely warped her beautiful features, but he had no pity for jade-like beauties. He swung her around by the leg and slammed her down. Boom. Her body cratered the earth, the impact force shaking the ground beneath them. Yi. His voice cut through the dust. Get down here and stay put. Channeling his Swan Huang martial arts, he charged a fist full of devastating energy. His eyes were cold steel as he prepared to deliver a fatal strike to this arrogant girl. Suddenly, dozens of clones burst forth, scattering in every direction to confuse him. Taking advantage of the chaos, she managed to wrench her leg free from his iron grip. Her illusions fled into the distance, desperate for survival. Yi. He watched the display with terrifying calmness, not even flinching. A manic grin stretched across his face. This leveling manhwa protagonist loved a challenge. Ha ha ha. You think you can escape me? Darkness exploded from his back. A massive aura of demonic energy surged out, manifesting the 100 ghosts. He looked like a sovereign of hell itself, untouchable and terrifying. The demonic tendrils lashed out, snatching every single clone out of the air. Even if she grew 10 more legs, she could never escape his domain. The arrogance was gone from Lan Yuxi's face. Now she was bound and weeping, trembling under his absolute power like a frightened puppy. The shadows devoured her clones one by one. The spiritual backlash hit her main body like a truck, pinning her to the ground completely. She shrieked in pure horror. Ah, my body won't move. What kind of monster are you? I can't beat him, Yi. He just flashed that signature predator smile. His laughter echoed like thunder across the battlefield. Ha ha ha, struggle all you want. Your destiny is already sealed. His eyes lit up with sadism. Another elite hunter was about to become prey. Her desperate screams for mercy were like music to his ears. I surrender, take all the pendants, she begged. He dangled the loot, admiring his rewards with a satisfied look on his face. He stared down at her coldly. Giving up so soon, then start talking. Tell me everything you know. Switching to survival mode, she knelt obediently. To clear the trial, you need 12 pendants. It's the endgame now. If you don't hunt the others, they will come to hunt you. Ouyangze and Yan Zhengsheng from the evil capital are the top seeds. They definitely have the biggest stash of points by now. A cunning glint returned to her eyes. She forced a wide smile, pointing into the distance, trying to bait him into her trap. Shall I guide you to them? She offered sweetly. Internally, she sneered. Go fight the tigers, while I slip away in the chaos. Heh. Yi. He saw right through her scheme. He shut her down instantly. I don't need a loser like you worrying about me. His chill smile sent shivers down her spine. She froze like a stone statue, realizing her little manipulation had failed completely. That fan looks like high-tier gear, he noted. Huh. Before she could react, the scene shifts to the depths of the dungeon, where Ouyangze and Yan Zhengsheng were tearing through the forest. Time was running out, so they were hunting down anyone with a pulse. Ouyang guessed Chen Xin and Lan Yuxi must have made their move by now, right? Yan Zhengsheng smirked, his aura surging as he ran. It doesn't matter who wins. They're just glorified storage chests, holding my loot until I arrive. Suddenly, Yan skidded to a halt, his eyes widening in shock. Zay, look ahead, there's a corpse. They approached the gruesome scene. A body sliced clean in half was lying in a pool of black blood. They leaned in to identify the victim. The realization hit them like a lightning bolt. Yan Zhengsheng's voice actually trembled for the first time as he stared at the face. It's Chen Xin. He died with his eyes open. Let's rewind a few minutes to see how this manhwa recap turned into a horror story for Chen Xin. Chen Xin was stumbling through the darkness, battered and bruised from his fight with Yi He. That guy? He's an absolute monster, he muttered. Lan Yuxi is probably finished. He marked me. He's coming. I have to find Ouyangze before it's too late. Snap. A twig broke nearby. Chen Xin spun around, adrenaline spiking. Who's there? Show yourself. Out of the shadows stepped a figure with long hair dragging a blade. The stranger walked with a terrifying rhythmic clatter. The killing intent was suffocating. Cold sweat drenched Chen Xin's back. His instinct screamed that death had arrived. As the figure stepped into the light, Chen Xin froze. Those eyes, double pupils, staring at him like a predator looking at a dead man walking. Chen Xin's knees buckled. He was trembling uncontrollably like a wet rat caught in a storm. All his composure shattered. He gasped, his voice cracking with despair. A dragonkin. Above them, a broken street lamp sparked. Zzz. Electricity surged, and the light flickered on, illuminating the kill zone in the dark night. The light cast a long, grim shadow on the pavement. In a flash of steel, the dragonkin struck. Chen Xin took the full force of the blow. Crimson rain sprayed into the night air. Chen Xin's agonizing scream echoed through the alley as his life ended in an instant. The entity unleashing hell on Chen Xin was none other than the Dragonhead Executioner. Without a shred of mercy, he obliterated him, snuffing out his life as easily as swatting a mosquito. Clasping two pendants in his grip, the beast casually strolled past Chen Xin, leaving the poor soul writhing in agony as his body was cleaved in two. Back in the present, Lin Zexing crouched before Chen Xin's corpse, puzzled by the scene. Why die here? That slash was too clean. But Yangze knew better. One glance was all he needed to identify the killer. He declared it a fatal strike from the dragon itself, proof of absolute dominance. Only a zodiac mask. Specifically, the dragon possessed the power to execute such a perfect kill. Lin Zexing couldn't hide his confusion. Wait, doesn't the dragon mask only operate within the underground parking lot? Yangze recounted the nightmare calmly. I led a hunting party of 20 men into that garage. But after clashing with that dragon, only 2 of us made it out alive. Staring at his classmate's blood-soaked hand, lying severed on the pavement, Yan Zhengsheng felt a cold shiver of terror crawl up his spine. He actually kills. Isn't this just a trial? This blood is too warm to be fake? Beside him, Yangze's mask of calm finally began to crack. Yangze's face went pale as a sheet, his body trembling like a leaf in a storm. He gulped audibly. Seeing this reaction, Yan Zhengsheng started to feel true fear setting in. Yan stood up, turning to the rattled Yangze. What do we do now? Chen Xin's pendant is already gone. Yangze lowered his head, hiding his expression. He theorized, the dragon likely left the garage because a hidden condition was triggered in this system manhwa. For instance, if all other masks were destroyed. As the final boss, he is now free to roam the map. Just as the Zodiacs hunt freshmen, the dragon will actively hunt pendant holders. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy exploded from Yangze, his eyes burning with fierce determination. He made his choice. We can't fight the dragon. We need to steal pendants from others before he gets them. With that, Yangze unleashed his full power, leaping into the air as massive wings unfurled from his back. Glowing wings shimmered behind him. Yangze announced his class ascension. Bloodline Awakening, Golden-Winged Dragon Rock. Burning with aura, he hovered above, shouting his orders down to Yan Zhengsheng. We need to send a signal. Lure the other pendant holders here for a final death match. Spreading his wings wide, he released a powerful shockwave from the sky. It was a beacon of greed, designed to expose his rivals and claim victory in this awakening manhwa. Elsewhere in the dead city, a weakened Liu Qingzhu slumped against a wall, muttering softly to herself. I can't believe a simple train ride to Hua University led to this hellscape. So many freshmen, slaughtered by those zodiac monsters. She curled up in despair. A survivor met the teacher. He said only one person could be evacuated. But in my condition, I can't make it. Trapped in this brutal dungeon, her only comfort was a photo of herself and he on her phone. She whispered a prayer, please Yi. You idiot. Don't get dragged into this. Resting her heavy head, her thoughts drifted to him. Did the escapee find him? Damn it, I don't have the strength to look for him myself. With his insane strength, as long as he avoids the dragon, he'll survive. Suddenly, a noise snapped her to attention. A wave of dread washed over her. Her eyes widened, staring into the distance. Have I been discovered? Panic set in. I can't run. They've locked onto my aura. They want the pendant. I don't care about it, but my intuition says, He needs this item. I can't fight. I have to lure them away. It was Yangze, using his aerial advantage to hunt down the weak in this leveling manhwa scenario. Hovering high above, he looked down with a predatory grin and a voice dripping with excitement. Ha Lu Qingzhu. Rumor has it, the declining Lu family produced an heir with a dark nether sparrow bloodline. His eyes narrowed, spotting the necklace. Since we both possess divine bird bloodlines, I tracked you easily. And look at that pendant. What a pleasant surprise. From his vantage point, his eagle-eye skill tracked Liu Qingzhu's every move through the concrete jungle, heading to the underground lot, trying to bait me into the dragon's lair. Haha, how adorable, the dragon has left the building. That trap is empty. Ouyangze ascended higher, channeling raw energy into his massive wings for a devastating strike. He shouted with arrogance, Yan Zhengzheng, hold your position. I'm going to bag this prey myself. He unleashed a bombardment on Liu Qingzhu's location, blasting the building from the penthouse down to the foundation, crushing every floor with overwhelming pressure. As the dust settled over the ruins, Ouyangze descended his wings, radiating a blinding, scorching light. Fully transformed, he hovered ominously. Liu Qingzhu. There was nowhere left to hide. But his arrogance shattered in an instant. A terrifying sound echoed in his ears, freezing him in place. His eyes bulged in horror. What? What is that noise? He spun around to face a nightmare, a hulking black silhouette, looming in the crimson darkness, its head twisted and grotesque. Recognition hit him like a truck. Oh God. The dragon, impossible. How is he here? He should be hunting the others. Why come for me? Panic surged as he realized his fatal mistake. Facing this boss meant certain death. His body betrayed him, shaking uncontrollably as the aura of death washed over him. A horrifying realization dawned on him. If the boss targets pendant holders, and I'm holding 4 of them, I am the biggest target on the map. Hubris is a slow poison, and Ouyangze had just swallowed the whole bottle, pushing himself straight into death's embrace. In that moment, the terrifying truth finally dawned on him. The dragon head's eyes blazed with a terrifying light. Death itself seemed to lock onto Ouyangze, sealing off every possible escape route. Standing before the strongest of the 12 zodiacs, his mind went completely blank with terror. He tried to think, but fear had hollowed him out. Darkness surged like a living tide as the enemy approached. Only the faint glimmer of light revealed the nightmare inching closer to Ouyangze. Ouyangze was paralyzed. Crushed by an overwhelming aura, he couldn't move a single muscle against the dragon head's heavy psychological pressure. After barely surviving a casual strike, the terrifying realization hit him. With trembling lips, he gasped, "Is this a domain expansion? Who knew Shenlong possessed such god-tier abilities?" Time seemed to freeze as Ouyangze gritted his teeth, forced to witness his own impending doom. One look is all it takes. Make eye contact, and your soul is dragged instantly into this special dimension. The only way out is to slaughter the caster. But Ouyangze had been backed into a corner with no hope of victory. Before the words even left his mouth, the enemy vanished. Closing 100 meters in a heartbeat, the dark dragon figure loomed over him like the Grim Reaper. Ouyangze sensed the killing intent. Too terrified to counterattack, he folded his wings and curled up into a desperate defensive shell. The dragon head circled him like a storm raining down slash after devastating slash. Ouyangze could only pray to the heavens as his opponent's fury boiled over. With a roar that shook the heavens, the beast raised a glowing blade and lunged for the kill. Those glowing eyes belonged to a true demon. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Ouyangze's ally Yan Zhengsheng was facing his own nightmare. He was under heavy fire, barely managing to hold his ground against a relentless assault. The situation was looking grim. And his opponent, none other than our main character, Yi He. Smoke rose from his palm after just a casual strike. Yi. He looked at him with pure disdain and scoffed. Damn it, did you turn your voice volume up to max, just to annoy me? Behind him, Chu Zhou stepped forward, his blade radiating scorching heat. Chu Zhou nodded and declared, Yi, leave this trash to me. I need to test the limits of my current power. Yi. He was surprised, but their opponent wasn't going down without a fight. Yan Zhengcheng activated his class ability, leaping into the sky with his massive greatsword. A phantom tiger roared into existence behind him. He channeled all his murderous intent toward Chu Zhou and Yi He. He bellowed, "You think you've cornered me? You arrogant brats don't know who you're messing with. This kid is nothing to me." Chu Zhou calmly raised his smoking blade. His eyes glowed with cold intensity as he whispered two words, Ice Vein. The frost blade crashed down, but Yan Zhengsheng's raw power shattered the ice attack in a single violent motion. This guy actually has some skill. Thinking he had easily neutralized the threat, Yan Zhengsheng let out a mocking laugh. He bared his teeth and sneered, nowhere left to run. Charging like a rampaging beast, he slammed his massive blade against Chu Zhou's weapon. Chu Zhou slid back effortlessly, using his ice blade to deflect the heavy impact. His movements were as fluid as water and sharp as steel. Suddenly, Chu Zhou's eyes widened. Yan Zhengsheng was already launching another devastating strike with his colossal sword. Chu Zhou barely blocked the blow aimed at his back. Sparks flew like fireworks as the friction between their weapons lit up the battlefield. As the stalemate dragged on, Yan Zhengsheng lost his patience. He roared his ultimate technique, Sword Intent, Soulbreaker. Chu Zhou had to admit the technique was impressive. He muttered man and sword as one. Fine. Then let me show you how a real master plays this game. In this classic awakening manhwa moment, Chu Zhou fully unleashed his class. The phantom of a massive flood dragon materialized, exhaling a breath of bone-chilling frost. The dragon opened its maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs. Its scales bristled with lethal spikes radiating an aura of absolute zero. Yan Zhengsheng's battle spirit ignited. The tiger phantom behind him roared in defiance as it faced the majestic ice dragon. With the tiger's eyes burning like hellfire, Yan Zhengsheng brought his blade down with catastrophic force. Dragon versus tiger, ice against fury. Neither warrior gave an inch in this legendary clash of predator and beast. Ice shards pierced the tiger while the blade tore into dragon scales. The pressure was so intense, you could feel the phantom pain just watching this battle unfold. While the heavens shook, he found a nice rock to sit on. He propped up his head, looking like he was about to take a nap. Explosions rang out right next to his ear, but he didn't care. He honestly looked ready to catch some sleep in the middle of a war zone. Suddenly, Yan Zhengsheng sensed a distress signal. It was Ouyang pleading for help. Realizing the danger, he abruptly broke off the engagement and leaped back. But that split second of distraction was a fatal mistake. As his focus wavered, Chu Zhou seized the opportunity to press the attack. Yan Zhengsheng glared with pure hatred and shouted, Consider yourselves lucky. If I didn't have urgent business, I would have ground your bones to dust. But did he really think he would let him walk away? Our main character stepped in the ground, cracking beneath his feet, as he gathered an immense surge of energy. His eyes flashed with cold menace. You talk big and try to leave. Who gave you permission to walk away from me? Yan Zhengsheng froze, crushed by the sudden spike in pressure. Before he could react, Yi's fist was already flying toward him like a meteor. He desperately raised his giant blade to block. A blinding explosion engulfed them, and the impact sent Yan Zhengsheng flying back dozens of yards like a ragdoll. He tumbled through the air like a broken ragdoll, bouncing and crashing in a chaotic dance of gravity before hitting the ground. As the momentum finally died, Yan Zhengsheng slammed into the earth, coughing up a mouthful of dark visceral blood. Trembling with exhaustion, he forced himself up and gasped, "What just happened? Was I just hit by a demon beast?" he wondered aloud. Nearby he smirked, his expression oozing arrogance. "I was the one who sent you flying. Your screaming was getting a little too annoying for my taste. I only used a little bit of force, he scoffed. Yan Zhengsheng, struggling to breathe, asked in disbelief, Did you sneak attack me?" He laughed with that signature haughty attitude of his. "I wouldn't call it a sneak attack. It's just that your brain is too slow to process my fist arriving at your face." Those words ignited a wildfire of rage in Yan Zhengsheng. Ignoring the blood spilling from his lips, he roared with the arrogance of a man who hadn't realized he'd already lost. "I will take your life." But 3 minutes later, that loud, arrogant mouth was forced shut. Blood streamed from his nose and lips as Yan Zhengsheng collapsed, unable to move a single muscle. He offered some twisted words of comfort. "Don't be so hard on yourself. Lasting 3 minutes against me, that is actually quite an achievement. That guy Chen Xin got sent flying with just one punch, he said casually. He picked up the massive saber, gave it a few test swings, and examined the blade. Your weapon has some decent weight to it. I think I'll borrow it for a while. You don't mind, do you? Yan Zhengshang trembling at Yi. His feet didn't dare utter a single word of protest. Yi. He began to channel his signature Godzilla energy into the massive blade. He critiqued the weapon. It's good, but it needs a little reinforcement to handle my power. Instantly, Yan Zhengshang's massive blade began to mutate, modified by Yi He's Godzilla style. Thick prehistoric scales erupted along the steel in a scene worthy of a top-tier leveling manhwa. The weapon was now reinforced, looking far more savage and epic than before. Yi. He gazed at his newly forged masterpiece with deep satisfaction, a wide grin stretching across his face. Just then Chu Zhou approached Yi He, holding a pendant. Yi He, I couldn't find the spatial bag on him, but I found this. Hearing this, Yi He leaned in to take a closer look. Resting in Chu Zhou's palm was a pendant that looked completely different from any ordinary jewelry. Chu Zhou explained, "This pendant keeps flashing. I think it's transmitting some kind of signal." The scene shifts to the terrifying domain of the divine dragon. Here, Ouyangze was being absolutely decimated. The landscape was a ruin of despair, desolate and hopeless. The dragon's domain had sealed the area, hiding the slaughter from the outside world. Ouyangze had lost one arm, and the other hung by a thread. His wings had been torn from his back, leaving only a few stray feathers drifting in the sorrowful wind. He stood on trembling legs, drenched in his own blood. Ouyangze looked pitiful, clinging to his final breath, as red streams ran down his face. He gasped out his final regrets. "I never thought it would end like this." He stared at the monster ahead, the dragon-headed humanoid hovering in the air holding a weapon stained with Ouyangze's blood. The monster stared down with terrifying, soulless eyes. With a shaking voice, Ouyangze whispered, "I used the soul-locking nail from the ancient ruins. If it had hit his heart, it would have sealed his martial arts and energy." Indeed, on the dragon man's chest, a single nail was embedded deep into the flesh. Ouyangze lamented, "What a tragedy! I sacrificed an arm, yet I missed the divine dragon's heart by 3 finger widths. Now I have no strength left to fight back." Ouyangze lowered his head, accepting his fate as the massive maw of the dragon loomed closer to devour him. Sorrow crashed over him. "I lost the only chance to defeat this monster." The moment Ouyangze was eliminated, the dragon's domain dissolved into mist. The monster turned away, already hunting for its next target. Ouyangze's body was pinned to the wall, a sword impaling his chest. He died with his eyes wide open, mouth agape in a silent scream of agony, blood cascading down like a crimson waterfall. And so Ouyangze would never return to see Sister Hong again. Elsewhere, the slender figure of Lu Qingzhu was sprinting desperately up the stairs. She urged herself on. Come on, come on. Almost to the rooftop. After barely escaping Ouyangze's fate, Lu Qingzhu was racing toward the highest point. She gasped for air, her heart pounding with terror at the thought of the dragon. The divine dragon's power was suffocating. Even the stone bowl couldn't compare. Lu Qingzhu's face was pale as death, as a terrifying realization hit her. Ouyangze couldn't have held out for long. The dragon's next target is definitely me. If I want to survive, I need Yi He to extract me right now. Thinking quickly, Lu Qingzhu looked up as she ran. This is the tallest building. Yi He's signal gave me a hint, so I have to send a signal back to him. She gathered every ounce of energy outside her body, opened her delicate mouth, and screamed the incantation, Bloodline Awakening, Nether Sparrow. Immediately, with Lu Qingzhu at the center, phantom wings spread wide. A powerful shockwave rippled outward, sending a pulse of energy flying in all directions. It was a desperate gamble, hoping this alarm signal would reach Yi He's ears so he could locate her in this chaos. Her body was already at its limit. After forcing out that signal, Lu Qingzhu collapsed onto the cold floor. She tried to push herself up, whispering, it hurts. I hope Yi He got the message. Suddenly a horrific sound surrounded her. Footsteps. Close. Too close. They grew louder and heavier, like the approach of inevitable death. Her eyes widened in horror. She could feel a presence. Something unholy was closing in on her position. She struggled to stand, leaning on her hands. Lu Qingzhu muttered, "This sound. It can't be." She dragged herself to the edge to see what nightmare was approaching. Looking down from the high rise, Lu Qingzu saw the dragon-headed monster walking vertically up the side of the building. Defying the laws of physics, the monster marched upward with murderous intent, closing in on the poor girl. Lu Qingju's expression shattered. Her face turned purple with fear, and her body shook uncontrollably. She cried out in despair, "He found me so quickly. This is bad. I need to signal Yi he to stay away instead." It was that gaze of pure slaughter again. The dragon's glowing eyes locked onto her, marking his prey at the very top of the tower. The bastard used his old trick again. He expanded a terrifying domain enveloping Lu Qingju to ensure no one could enter or save her. He stepped calmly into his own barrier, unopposed and unstoppable. Facing this catastrophic monster, Lu Qingzu backed away, retreating into the darkness of hopelessness. The dragonhead's eyes blazed with predatory delight, tilting his head back to reveal a twisted grin as he locked onto the exquisite trembling prey before him. He hoisted his massive blade-high muscles coiling to deliver the death blow. Lu Qingzu could only watch in horror as that glowing steel prepared to send her to the afterlife. The weapon loomed over her like a sentence from hell. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered her final prayers in absolute despair. Damn it, I'm out of time. But then space itself shattered. A dimensional rift tore open, violently expanding. It was Yi He. With a single explosive motion, he shattered the dragonhead's domain into nothingness. Wielding Yan Zhengshang's Colossus Blade Yi, he descended like a meteor, driving a brutal kick straight into the monster's face. Even the beast looked up in sheer shock at the impact. Yi. His voice boomed. I promised the elders I'd keep you safe. And my word is as solid as gold. I never break a promise. In the jaws of death, Lu Qingju gazed at her savior. Tears of relief washed over her, a flush rising to her cheeks as hope reignited in her heart. She gasped disbelief, coloring her voice, Yi He. The dragonhead finally registered his new opponent. He growled low in his throat, eyes narrowing, as he shifted his stance. The arrogance was gone, replaced by a cold calculating wariness. The beast was on guard. But Yi He didn't care. He launched himself forward for a bloodbath, tearing his mouth open to deliver a verbal smackdown before the physical one. And what are you supposed to be? Some kind of mutt with a dragon mask? Without hesitation, Yi He unleashed a strike, infused with his signature Godzilla essence. A devastating force crashed down. Yet the creature didn't flinch. He caught Yi. His earth-shattering blow with just his slender blade standing firm against the overwhelming pressure. The shockwave from Yi. His blade cleaved the entire skyscraper in two. The force tore through the domain, shattering everything from the roof all the way down to the first floor. He didn't look back, shouting urgently to Lu Qingzu, "Qingzu Chu Zhou and my new lackey are in the eastern alley. Get to them. Now." Lu Qingzu nodded instinctively, but hesitation gripped her heart. Her eyes filled with worry as she cried out, "But what about you?" He stood amidst the swirling black aura of his monstrous power, turning to reassure her with a confident grin. "Me? I'm going to see what this dragon-faced freak is really made of." With that he surged with energy and dove straight into the abyss. He plummeted from the heights, vanishing into the thick veil of dust and debris where his enemy waited. The high rise where Lu Qingju stood was sliced cleanly in half, smoke billowing from the scar. If the dragon head survived that strike, this wasn't going to be your average leveling manhwa fight. Yi He landed on the ground floor, planting his massive blade into the concrete. He scanned the haze. There it was again, that ominous heavy footfall. The enemy was still standing, dragging his glowing blade across the floor with a screech of sparks. He slammed his weapon into the ground nearby and began to casually stretch his limbs. A smirk played on Yi's lips. "Back to the domain, huh? The moment I got Qingzu's distress signal, I knew this place reeked of trouble. Is hiding inside a barrier the only trick you have?" Suddenly, Yi's sharp eyes caught a detail, a nail embedded in the creature's chest. It had barely pierced the skin, yet the monster seemed unable to pull it out. That nail. Yi's mind raced, connecting the dots with the intel he had gathered earlier. "Is this the seal Yan Zhengsheng mentioned?" The plan to take down Chen Long, the dragonhead's outer armor, had been obliterated by the previous attack, revealing a grotesque display of rippling raw muscle underneath. The beast didn't wait for him to finish thinking. He lunged forward, radiating a dark, suffocating killing intent that made the air feel like lead. The monster had gone berserk. But Yi lived for this thrill. His blood boiled with excitement as he reached back and ripped his massive blade from the earth. His eyes ignited with the primal fire of Godzilla. As the enemy closed the distance in a heartbeat, he could only mutter, "Damn, he's fast." Yi hoisted the blade, just as the dragonhead's dark domain flooded the space. The enemy utilized the shadows, launching a ferocious strike, aimed straight for the kill. Yi swung his colossal weapon to meet the charge. Two immense energies collided in a violent explosion. The dragon head refused to yield, driving his weight forward to crush Yi into submission. This creature was the nightmare of every student in the dungeon, but Yi just laughed in the face of death. "Is this the best you've got? I was expecting a real challenge." The structural pillars groaned and cracked. The entire building trembled, struggling to contain the catastrophic power being unleashed within. In an instant, the Sukuna Tower was sliced into three massive sections. Blue and pink auras flashed like lightning as gravity finally claimed its prize, sending the ruins crashing down in a thunderous avalanche. From the collapsing dust cloud, two streaks of light, one azure, one crimson, shot into the sky, dancing a deadly waltz. They collided in mid-air above the debris. It was a symphony of violence. Every strike Yi unleashed was met with a perfect counter by the dragon head. Neither side gave an inch. Their auras flared wildly, the sound of steel against steel ringing out like thunderclaps, creating sonic booms that shattered nearby windows. The dragon head lost all semblance of reason. His long, grotesque tongue lolled out as madness consumed him. He was no longer fighting. He was hunting, charging with reckless, suicidal fury. A blade brimming with blinding energy slashed down Yi. He reacted on instinct, raising his own weapon to intercept the strike, just milliseconds before impact. The force was unreal. Yi. He gritted his teeth, his muscles screaming as he struggled to withstand the crushing weight of the monster's assault. But the dragonhead's power was overwhelming. With a final brutal shove, he smashed through Yi-He's guard, sending him rocketing down to the earth like a fallen star. Boom! The impact triggered a massive explosion, turning the ground zero into a crater of blinding light and choking dust. But then, something shifted. From the heart of the destruction, an eerie radioactive blue mist began to seep out. The dragon head froze, sensing a sudden terrifying spike in energy. His reptilian pupils contracted. Instinct screamed at him. Death was imminent. The dust swirled and the Atomic King awakened Yi. He, channeling the full avatar of Godzilla, roared and unleashed a concentrated beam of nuclear breath. The blast caught the dragon head, smashing him through skyscraper after skyscraper, as if they were made of wet paper. Silence returned to the ruins. As the dust began to settle, a silhouette emerged from the haze. Yi. He, radiating the terrifying majesty of a kaiju. He strolled forward, casually wiping a smudge of energy from his lip. "Not bad," he mused, a savage grin returning. "Since I came to this world, you're the first opponent who's actually worth my time." Yi. He stared down his enemy, his blood singing with the joy of battle. In the silence of his mind, he made a dark wish. "Don't die on me yet, lizard. I'm just getting started." Yi. He had just brought the entire building crashing down, burying the dragon-head warrior under a mountain of debris. But from the colossal ruins, a single hand shot out, clawing desperately at a broken fragment of the wall. He wasn't dead yet. In fact, the enemy rose from the ashes like a demon, his aura flaring more violently than ever before. Madness consumed him. His four monstrous eyes locked onto Yi. He, burning with an insane, bloodthirsty desire to kill. Yi. He just smirked, facing the rage with pure arrogance. That's right. If the invincible dragon boss went down that easily, this leveling manhwa would be boring. The words barely left his lips before the dragon head launched himself forward, a streak of lethal light cutting through the air. He charged like a beast, blade in hand. The dragon mask crumbled away, finally exposing the human face hidden beneath. Yi. His eyes widened. For a split second, genuine shock froze his expression as he recognized the face. The enemy's speed was godlike. The sword slash curved through the air, transforming into a bending arc of light, aiming straight for Yi. Yi. He was forced back, his feet carving trenches into the ground as he desperately blocked the relentless combo with his blade. Gritting his teeth, Yi. He strained against the overwhelming force. The guy was strong as a rampaging ox. It was too fast. With the mask broken, his speed and power had skyrocketed. Yi. He stared into eyes that were overflowing with terror. Those 4 glowing pupils dilated, looking ready to devour Yi whole. But our main character wasn't done resisting yet. Suddenly, a sickening crack echoed. The great blade gifted by Yan Zhengsheng shattered under the overhead strike. Yi watched in disbelief as his weapon disintegrated. The blade. It's broken. Having destroyed the weapon, the dragon head retreated instantly, creating distance to charge up his next fatal strike. Seeing the enemy prepare, Yi moved with lightning reflexes. He didn't need a sword to fight. He was the weapon. With zero hesitation, Yi lunged forward, and, in a move of pure insanity, caught the enemy's blade with his mouth. Reinforced by his atomic Godzilla awakening, his teeth clamped down like a vice. The dragon head stared, paralyzed by this impossible feat. Blade clamped in his mouth, Yi. He shot him a playful, predatory glare. Finally caught you, he mumbled through the steel. He clenched his fist, the skin turning pitch black and jagged as the atomic power surged. The knuckles cracked like thunder. The dragon head realized his mistake too late. His eyes bulged, sensing the catastrophe about to hit him. Boom! A fist full of nuclear love slammed directly into his chin, delivering a knockout blow powered by pure radiation. Blue nuclear fire engulfed the enemy's face. He swung his sword blindly, but the battle was already decided. Victory was in the palm of his hand. Yi. He gathered his breath, channeling every ounce of strength as the enemy's face was laid bare. The dragon head collapsed backward, eyes rolling back, mask completely destroyed. But Yi wasn't letting him sleep yet. He grabbed the falling enemy by the arm. We aren't finished yet, honored guest. Yi. He launched them both into the sky. Technician number 23 at your service, he roared, unleashing a barrage of atomic punches to the face. The enemy became a punching bag, forced to endure a beatdown that shook the heavens and the earth. He looked less like a warrior and more like a lump of dough, being kneaded and smashed by Yi's merciless fists. He was high on adrenaline, baring his fangs in a savage grin. He targeted every lethal point: temples, throat, heart, kidneys, and groin. Since the enemy's meridians were already blocked by nails, Yi's energy bypassed his defenses, destroying him from the inside out. The dragon head was reduced to a broken mess. His true face was gaunt and pitiful, his hair wild, barely clinging to consciousness. His trembling hand could no longer grip the hilt. He let the sword slip from his shaking fingers. But it was a trap. The dragon head hadn't surrendered. He still had one trick left. He telekinetically hurled the sword in a loop to strike Yi's blind spot. But Yi's senses were sharp as a razor. In a flash, he summoned the fan stolen from Lan Wuxi. His expression turned grim. Snap. The fan unfurled, blocking the sneak attack just inches from his skin. That fan saved his life. He smirked. I knew you wouldn't give up. Your only chance to kill me was that surprise attack at the start. With a flick of his wrist, he knocked the flying sword away, with the fan standing unshakable like a mountain. That might have given you a 3% chance, he scoffed. Then he roared, whipping the fan to summon a storm. Instantly, the fan generated a colossal tornado. It spun like a natural disaster, turning the sky dark with its terrifying power. The vortex grew hundreds of feet tall, sucking in the surrounding magnetic fields and aura, until it became a towering monument of destruction. The dragon head was helpless, dragged into the eye of the storm. The wind blades sliced through him mercilessly. Black blood sprayed into the air as the tornado became a giant meat grinder. What a pathetic end for a boss. He was forced to endure every slash without a shred of resistance. In he's grip, the killing intent of the precious sword far surpassed when it was wielded by Lan Wuxi. Then, channeling the destructive energy of a Godzilla, he charged Yi. He had become a walking nuclear warhead, his entire body radiating blinding light as he soared upward with a triumphant roar. I'm not finished with you yet, faceless freak. The dragon head warrior couldn't even react. He simply froze, accepting that his demise was now firmly in Yi. He's grasp. Atomic blast. Fist. Mid-charge Yi. He clenched his fist, his rage exploding like a savage beast, as he drove a devastating punch straight into the enemy. He bellowed, "First strike, boom." The impact hit like a catastrophe, detonating upon contact like a massive bomb, and sending dust scattering in all directions. The battlefield was swallowed by smoke, radiating from nuclear energy, glowing brilliantly amidst a chaotic hurricane of wind. The dragon-head warrior was launched through the air, his body limp as a rag doll, yet miraculously his grip on the sword remained firm. Anyone would think he was already dead, but Yi had no intention of showing mercy. While his opponent plummeted through the sky, Yi pursued him with terrifying velocity. Smoke trailed from his superheated body. "Yi!" he roared once more. Second strike. Closing the distance, he unleashed the Lanshan Fist Black Flash. Although the enemy's body was shattered and failing, he somehow managed to raise a defense against Yi's assault. Using every ounce of his remaining strength, he parried with his sword, spinning violently. But Yi's power was absolute. The punch sent the dragon head crashing from one skyscraper to another in a pinball of destruction. He ricocheted in a zigzag pattern across the city, a testament to the sheer overwhelming force behind Yi's kick, a true display of power in this leveling manhwa. After absorbing 2 full power strikes, the dragon head was finally embedded deep into a wall, his body mangled and dripping blood from every pore. Though plastered against the concrete, his hand refused to release the glowing sword. Overwhelmed by agony, a guttural groan escaped his throat. He floated closer, his aura dominating the space. The dragon-head warrior now looked pathetic, barely breathing inside the massive crater his body had created. He scoffed, "Dragon, you acted so arrogant, but it turns out you're nothing more than an insect." Stripped of the dragon helmet, the creature revealed a face with no nose or mouth, only eyes burning with pure hatred. Refusing to yield, he raised his glowing sword, a garbled sound echoing from within. "Kill! Kill!" In a flash, the very sword he fought to hold was pressed against his own throat. His 4 pupils dilated in sheer terror. He moved with godlike speed, forcing the blade against the enemy's neck. Clad in his battle armor, he looked like an unstoppable war god. It only took one hand to end this charade. A second later, the head severed, falling freely as its long hair danced with gravity. With the enemy defeated, Yi claimed the prize. Holding the artifact up, he smiled with satisfaction. "The dragon pendant is finally mine. It's time to end this game." With the dragon head dealt with Yi, he turned back to rejoin his team. Yan Zhengshang had completely submitted. He bowed his head, too terrified to utter a word. He strolled past him, hands casually in his pockets, not even deigning to acknowledge his former rival. He approached Liu Qingzhu, who had been stabilized by Chu Zhou's timely intervention. Liu Qingzhu's eyes lit up. She started blushing furiously as she scolded him. "You shouldn't have faced the dragon mask alone." But Chu Zhou simply glanced at her, his voice cold and pragmatic. "Aside from Yi, the rest of us are just dead weight." Liu Qingzhu lowered her head in agreement, unable to meet their gazes, a shadow of sorrow crossing her beautiful face. "He's right. I'm too injured to use my skills. I'd only distract Yi. If only I were stronger." Seeing the beauty so downcast he immediately switched to his playful persona to cheer her up. "What you thinking about?" Liu Qingzhu jumped, startled by Yi's sudden shift to such a carefree attitude. "Huh? What?" She turned away, hiding her flushed cheeks. He didn't miss a beat, extending his hand. "So, where's the buffalo pendant?" "Are you robbing me now?" She pouted, but reached into her pocket. "Here." Finally, the collection was complete. All 12 zodiac pendants were now in his possession, marking the climax of this awakening manhwa. He studied them intently, shouting out his theory. "If we arrange them in the traditional zodiac order from rat to pig, surely something must happen." Chu Zhou crossed his arms, calling out, "Nothing's changing." "Is the sequence wrong, Yi?" He felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his chin, staring at the 12 necklaces, unable to crack the code. Ugh. Suddenly, Yan Zhengzheng stepped forward, eyeing the artifacts. "The divine dragon is unique. It wasn't designed to be hunted like the others. It was a hunter meant to track the pendant holders. Logic suggests we didn't need to collect the dragon pendant to clear the stage. As he spoke, Yang Zhengxiong lifted the dragon pendant. Instantly, a strange tremor shook the entire dimension. Panic washed over the group. Did it work? What mechanism did we trigger? Suddenly thick ominous clouds gathered in the sky above Yi and the martial artists. The center of the storm radiated a blinding light, followed by a strike of golden lightning. Skyscrapers lit up in a supernatural phenomenon, unlike anything they had ever witnessed in this system manhwa. Yi. He was the first to react, his eyes wide with confusion. Look! Up in the sky! What the hell is that? From the center of the radiance, a colossal eye emerged. It bulged outward, growing larger and larger, piercing through the clouds as it descended toward them. An unseen energy locked onto Yi He. He sensed something was terribly wrong, his eyes widening as the pressure mounted. What is this power? The eye began to drag Yi He into its orbit. He was helpless against the suppression, his body drifting inevitably toward that terrifying eldritch entity. Suddenly, reality dissolved. Yi. He was falling through an infinite void, clawing at nothingness, screaming in pure terror. His desperate screams echoed in the darkness. Until his eyes snapped open. Yi. He gasped, sitting up with a look of utter bewilderment. At that exact moment, every student in the train cars jerked awake. Panic and confusion filled the air. Nobody knew what had just happened in this twisted manhwa recap scenario. Is this the Huadu Express? Did I return? Wait, I'm still breathing. I could have sworn that dog-faced monstrosity tore me apart. One moment I was in that nightmare city, and now I'm back here. You're right. That dragon. The slaughter. The blood was so real. Could it all have been a hallucination? How could we all share the same nightmare? Even Chuzhou and Yi are dead silent. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life. Ting tong. Attention students, do not panic. You have just returned from a mass illusion generated by the Divine Eye artifact. This was merely the entrance exam for Huadu University. Please relax. Yi had already deduced this was a test of potential. His expression remained as calm as a still lake, betraying no surprise. But the speakers weren't finished. A special announcement was about to shake the carriage. In this trial, the in-city team Yi Chuzhou and Lu Qingzhu secured the Zodiac pendants and took first place. Special commendation goes to Yi for his legendary performance. A unique reward awaits upon enrollment. The news broadcasted across the entire train. Instantly, the atmosphere exploded. Students from elite provinces were baffled, their whispers turning into a roar. Who exactly is this Yi? I died instantly. I missed everything. Did the great Ouyangze actually lose? And where is An City? How could a backwater town beat the capital's elites? Collecting all the pendants, that should be impossible. He must be the secret heir of some secluded martial arts clan. I need to get on his good side fast. At that moment, a pillar of azure light descended upon Yi. His eyes widened, not with fear but with hunger. He whispered the words he'd been waiting for. Finally, it's here. It turned out that meeting special conditions triggered a hidden reward. A holographic interface materialized, a classic trope of a system manhwa. It read, "Congratulations, host. You dominated the exam. Reward, 1 character template draw." Yi. He read the notification, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. His heart pounded against his ribs like a war drum. He immediately turned to his ride or die bro. Chuzhou wet wipe. Now I need to cleanse my hands for the ceremony. Please, no bad luck today. A card materialized in the air. This was the moment of truth, the pinnacle of RNG destiny. Would he ascend to godhood or crash and burn? Terrifying demonic energy erupted. The card flipped, revealing a towering nightmare. A muscular vampire with twisting horns radiating an aura of pure destruction. The avatar unleashed a maniacal laugh that chilled the bone. The system analyzed the prize. Tier 3 template cross-mouth vampire Rakudo. Abilities: blood manipulation, true immortality. Compatibility 1%. Evolution potential infinite. Rakudo Javato. As the digital avatar faded, the Huadu Express thundered onward. It seemed the trials were over for now, but the real awakening manhwa journey was just beginning. Yi. He had just bagged a demonic powerhouse. He sat there giggling like a maniac, muttering arcane calculations under his breath while others stared. Yi. His mind raced. I pulled an SR gold card. The bloodline is decent, but the evolution, the ability to freeze time itself, that is the ultimate cheat code. Truly heaven-defying. But his celebration was cut short. A shadow fell over him. A young man approached with an air of authority asking, You're Yi. He correct. It was Ouyangze. He looked capable, but his eyes held the arrogance of a noble looking at a peasant. I heard the announcements. Tell me, did you actually defeat the divine dragon? Beside him, Yan Zhengsheng clenched his fists, annoyed by Yi. His silence. He didn't know the monster he was dealing with, thinking, just answer him, peasant. But he held back. Calm down, Z. If we fight here, there's no hospital on this train. Meanwhile, Yi. His patience snapped. The arrogant tone was grating on his nerves. Yi. He didn't even lift his eyes. His voice dropped an octave cold as ice. Correction. I didn't just beat him. I slaughtered him. The sheer killing intent in those words made Ouyangze stumble back. Cold sweat trickled down Z's neck. Slaughtered, he thought, stunned. He dares to claim that. And right in front of all these elite martial artists? Recovering his composure, Ouyangze played his hand. Yi, listen. I plan to form a new faction separate from the student council. I want you in. I'll even make you the guild master. For years, the local Huadu elites have monopolized the top rankings and the student council presidency. It's time for a revolution. The declaration grabbed everyone's attention. Ouyangze switched masks instantly, flashing a charming smile and extending a hand. Yi, your strength is the key. Together, we can shatter their traditions. Join me. The carriage erupted into chaos. The gossip mill, or rice-powered cameras, started broadcasting the drama instantly. The arrogant Ouyangze is bowing down, offering the leadership position. This is the birth of a new legend at Huadu. We're witnessing history. Without a second of hesitation, Yi, he crushed that historical moment. He didn't even blink. Apologies, but I have zero interest in power struggles or guilds. I work alone. The crowd gasped. He rejected him. Just like that. Insanity. Who is this guy? How does he have the guts to humiliate Ouyangze publicly? What a waste of an opportunity. Ouyangze's smile didn't falter, though his eyes hardened. He slid a gold card onto the table. No matter. Here is my contact. The offer stands. Night fell as the train finally pulled into Huadu Station. Beside him, Chuzhou peered out the window. We're here. Yi. He snapped out of his meditation, surprised. Already? That was fast. Yi. He looked out and his jaw practically hit the floor. His eyes widened like saucers. Whoa. Before him lay Huadu, a metropolis of blinding neon and towering skyscrapers, light years ahead of his hometown. Unbelievable. This is the capital. It's a beast of a city. The hydraulic doors hissed open. As the students flooded out, a beautiful attendant directed the traffic with professional grace. New students of Huadu University, please proceed this way. Maintain a single file and verify your ID based on your train seating. Yi and Chuzhou merged into the crowd. But suddenly the procession ground to a halt. Gasps of shock rippled through the line as everyone stared up in disbelief. Hovering before them was a Leviathan, a massive aircraft that looked like it flew straight out of a sci-fi blockbuster. A mechanical voice boomed, boarding in progress. As the freshman lined up to board the steel beast Yi, he spotted a familiar silhouette ahead. It was the stunning Liu Qingzhu. A mischievous grin crossed his face. He snuck up behind her, poked her shoulder and whispered, "Hey, Qingzhu." She jumped as if electrocuted. That gentle poke triggered a scream worthy of a banshee. She spun around, terrified, looking at him like he was a ghost. Her mother's warning flashed in her mind. "Qingzhu, listen. You may be engaged, but you are not married yet. Do not let that boy touch you. Do not let him take advantage. Guard your virtue. Have you lost your mind?" Liu Qingzhu's voice cracked with embarrassment. "What are you doing? We are in public." "But Yi," he replied with dangerous calm. "Public? Does it matter? Are you sleepwalking? I asked. Why do we need a plane? Hearing his clueless question, her anger faded into pure pity. She let out a heavy sigh, resigning herself to his ignorance. Why did mother bind my fate to a hillbilly like you? She pointed a trembling finger toward the heavens. Because Hua Dai University floats above the clouds. His gaze followed her finger upward. The sky, her answer was absolute. A fortress in the clouds. The place Lu Qingzu spoke of was a metropolis defying gravity itself. A city of technology far surpassing human imagination. A desperate evolution forced by the monster apocalypse. The transport carried the realm's future warlords into the sanctuary. They bore the pride and last hope of the Blue Star. He stared out the window, his sharp eyes catching the shimmer of the barrier. Hua Dai is that electromagnetic net to incinerate invading beasts. It even suppresses life force detection. Truly formidable. The aircraft touched down with a heavy thud. As they disembarked, a staff member sneered at them. Country bumpkins like ye, hold on to your IDs. Don't embarrass us. The student ID displayed his stats clearly. Name, he. Gender male. Class 1. The PA system boomed. Proceed to the maglev station for dormitory assignment. The station was a marvel of inverted architecture and light-speed transit. Skyscrapers pierced the heavens, connected by elevators that seemed to climb forever. It was a cyberpunk labyrinth, putting the surface world to shame. He shed all dignity, gaping like a child in a candy store. He shouted to the crowd, "We made it. The apex of the world, everyone." Second-hand embarrassment washed over the bystanders. Whispers spread like poison. What is he babbling about? Where did this clown come from? Definite loose screw, someone muttered. The elevator rocketed upward. He turned to his companion. I'm in Block A, Floor 42. Where is your quarters, Chuzhou? Floor 45, Room B7, Chuzhou replied coolly. He grinned. You have the high ground. I depart first. The door slid open, revealing a paradise. This was a level of luxury he had never tasted in his impoverished life. He barely stepped inside before roaring with delight. A private suite. The academy treats us like kings. He dashed toward the desk, eyes locking onto the beast of a machine. VIP ergonomic setup. He was in gamer heaven. Latest gen processor. Full gear. But the bathroom held an even greater treasure. His jaw dropped at the sight. A hydro massage jacuzzi. Resistance is futile. He threw himself onto the memory foam mattress, sinking into clouds. He stretched out, basking in the comfort. This rivals a 5-star imperial suite, but the warrior within snapped him back to reality. His eyes narrowed. Pleasure later. Power now. He sat up instantly, pulling out his device to upgrade the Rakudo vampire template. I mastered the Academy Link app during the transit. He scanned his ID, logging into the mainframe. The Treasure Pavilion only accepted Academy points, converting 30 million credits now. Ding, account balance. 322.43 points. His face drained of color. 100,000 for a single point robbery. But the artifacts in the mall were priceless. Exclusive privileges for Hua Dai students. His fingers flew across the screen, purchasing all blood attribute magic cores. This should be enough to trigger the evolution. The supergiant template was cheap, yet my compatibility soared past 90%. Transaction complete. Train hard, warrior. A hum filled the air outside the window. His eyes lit up. Drone delivery at Mach speed. Impressive. The box revealed a cluster of crimson crystals. A predatory hunger flashed in his eyes. He licked his lips. Time to feast. Swallow them all. The transformation was instant and violent. His hands morphed into Gaius claws. Nails lengthened into razors, resembling a beast from the abyss. Perhaps I gorged too greedily. System alert, Rakudo vampire template. Synchronization 100%. Limit breaker unlocked. Infinite monster archetype. Host, Constitution 29. This was the true power of a system manhwa protagonist. He stumbled to the bathroom mirror. A pale demon stared back, eyes webbed with abyssal veins. The power. It's intoxicating. He bared his grin. Fangs like daggers. He inspected the serrations deeper in his maw. Blood grooves. designed to drain enemies dry like a juice box. He stared at his hand, no longer human but a weapon of slaughter. My claws are lethal. A dark, intrusive thought whispered in his mind. I have a insane theory to test. Squelch. He plunged his claws deep into his own throat. Vital fluid erupted like a geyser from his jugular. He gripped the sink, knuckles white. His body convulsed in shock, gasping for air. Crimson rivers painted the floor behind him. Blood poured from his throat like a waterfall. He was gambling his life on a single hypothesis. Then the miracle occurred. The flesh knit itself together before his eyes. The spilled blood defied gravity, flowing back into his veins. His complexion returned to life. The fatal wound vanished without a trace. A devilish smirk returned to his face. Regeneration speed, faster than before. He looked at his palm, satisfied. Visible regeneration, I am immortal. But cosmetic changes mean nothing. True power is the only currency that matters. He marched toward the private dojo within his suite. He scanned the room. A cultivation chamber in a dorm. This world truly worships strength above all. He cleared his mind, entering the zone. Aura exploded from his core. The air itself trembled with his rising energy. Darkness enveloped him. Flash. His eyes snapped open, burning with eldritch light. He took a deep breath, preparing for impact. The shadow manifested before him. The vampire avatar materialized, dripping with arrogance and dark majesty. Obsidian wings unfurled, blotting out the light. Yi stared down the nightmare he had created. His gaze was cold and commanding. Come, try to kill me. The vampire summoned instantly, unleashed its fury, arching its back, before a storm of raw energy exploded, engulfing the entire room like a violent cyclone. Enormous wings folded tight, shielding its form while a suffocating aura of pure darkness spiraled around it, sealing the creature within a sinister cocoon. A split second later, a new form emerged. Standing behind the vampire was a tyrant of muscle and malice, adorned with a blood-red rose and jagged thorns. Its crimson eyes locked onto Yi. His arms crossed in arrogance before it launched a devastating punch. The entity Yi he had just summoned didn't hesitate, driving its steel-hard, thorn-covered fist forward with killing intent. Yi threw his arms up in a desperate guard, straining his eyes to track the blur of motion. But the rose-headed beast was too fast. A heavy blow slammed squarely into his chest. He gritted his teeth, intentionally taking the hit to temper his body's resistance. But the force was catastrophic. It pierced right through his defenses, sending him reeling in a momentary daze. Glancing down at his trembling hands, the reality set in. Every bone in his fingers had been pulverized to dust. This summoned entity was a true monster, taking the full brunt of that iron fist. He was sent skidding across the floor, crashing violently into the specially reinforced rubber walls of the training room. But was this enough to stop him? Never. He planted his feet and stood tall, his shattered arms knitting back together at visible speed. A cocky smirk tugged at his lips. Excellent. That's the kind of power I need. Next phase, he commanded. Let's test the time stasis skill. The vampire avatar Rakudo instantly obeyed the will of its master. With Yi as the epicenter, a colorless gray domain exploded outward. The laws of physics bowed to him. Everything within his range froze in absolute stillness. The clock ticked in his mind. The domain expanded 1 second, 2, 3, 4, 5. The very air began to tremble, and spiderweb cracks fractured the gray space like an eggshell on the brink of shattering. He refused to yield. He forced his spiritual pressure down on the domain eyes, narrowing with fierce determination. Not yet time. Must remain frozen. The backlash of the domain crushed against him like a mountain, but he clenched his jaw, pushing his physical limits to the absolute brink. 5.1 seconds. Each millisecond felt like 1,000 ribs snapping at once. By 5.3 seconds, agony flooded every nerve and blood began to seep from every pore on his body. The vessels in his eyes burst, flooding his vision with crimson as he stared wide-eyed, refusing to blink. The distorted space behind him blurred violently before snapping into focus. Even in this unstable reality, the rose-headed summon remained defiant. The entire dimension shuddered under the sheer weight of their clash. Finally, at 5.9 seconds, the limit broke. The gray domain collapsed, shattering like a mirror dropped from the heavens, and the flow of time rushed back into the world. Panting Yi. He hunched over, wiping a streak of blood from his mouth. A savage grin returned. So 5 seconds is your limit. Pathetic. Because it certainly isn't mine. The next morning found Yi wandering the streets with Chujo. But after absorbing Rakudo's powers, the daylight felt hostile. He shielded his eyes, squinting. Is the sun unusually aggressive today, or is it just me? Chujo looked around confused. Feels normal to me. Yi? He hesitated, muttering. Just a little intense. It's the side effect, he realized. Merging with the vampire Rakudo archetype has made me photosensitive. I won't turn to ash like a true vampire, but this is definitely annoying. Chujo didn't press the issue, changing the subject. Hey, did you check the new academic reforms for Huadu University this year? Yi, still blocking the sun, shook his head. No. Why? Big news. I was too busy brawling with Rakudo to check my phone, he thought. Chujo took that as a cue to fill him in. They scraped the traditional class model. Now it's a group mentorship system. Basically, we pick a head professor to follow for the year, but we can still seek guidance from assistant instructors. He stopped walking, raising an eyebrow. So we have to go out and beg a master to accept us. Chujo flashed his phone screen, a dry look on his face. Correction, I have to beg for a master. You, on the other hand, do not. He blinked, still buffering. Come again. Shoving the phone closer. Chujo sighed. Read the announcement in the freshman group chat from last night. It's all there. Due to freshman Yi, he collecting all 12 zodiac pendants. A feat straight out of a system manhwa. The university has granted him the absolute choice privilege. You can pick any mentor you want, and they are forbidden from refusing you. Reading the text, his face contorted. They actually posted this publicly. Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? The scene shifted to the bustling Zona Stadium. A massive crowd of students snaked around the entrance, the air buzzing with nervous whispers. It looked like groups of 3 were entering the testing chambers, waiting for a mentor to light their beacon and claim them. Standing near the entrance, he waved his friend off. Chujo, you go ahead. I'm going to take a walk. Since I have the VIP pass to pick whoever I want, there's no rush for me. He drifted away from the crowd, muttering to himself as he strolled. Choosing a mentor, huh? He was bored out of his mind until sniff. A strange scent hit him. Sweet like spun sugar, but laced with the metallic tang of rusty iron. He inhaled sharply. That's fresh blood. Instinct took over. He immediately accelerated, tracking that faint, peculiar trail. This isn't ordinary blood, he analyzed while running. It reeks of concealed sin and slaughter. A dormant danger like a riptide beneath calm waters. It's potent enough to trigger my own killing intent. I need to find the source. The scent trail led him to a quiet street corner. He skid to a halt, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief at what sat before him. It was a girl in trendy modern clothes, squatting on the curb and happily munching on a baked sweet potato. But there was no mistake, the suffocating aura of bloodlust he had tracked was radiating from this tiny figure. Watching her unhinge her jaw to take a massive bite of the potato left him completely speechless. This had to be a joke. He scanned the perimeter, empty. He looked back at the white-haired girl, his expression twitching. This adorable little thing is the source of that catastrophic killing aura. I must be hallucinating, he thought. Suddenly the girl's gaze shifted, locking onto him while clutching her half-eaten snack. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. Hey brat, she called out, her tone shockingly authoritative. You've been practicing the flesh demon suppression art, haven't you, Yi? He froze. How could she possibly tell? He stepped closer, wary. How do you know about that? Inside his mind raced. She looks like a grade schooler, so why does she speak with the gravitas of an ancient master? And who is she calling brat? Unbothered by his confusion, the girl took another nibble of her potato and dropped a bombshell. Simple. I'm the one who helped Little Tiger perfect that technique in the first place. The name struck a chord. Yi. His eyes narrowed, skepticism warring with realization. Little Tiger, wait. She can't possibly be referring to. Standing with her hands on her hips, the little girl dropped a bombshell. That Liu Chenghu. He was my disciple over 90 years ago. He didn't hesitate to snap back. Are you messing with me? Sure. A martial artist's lifespan can break human limits. A grandmaster could look prime at 890, but you're just a brat smelling of milk. He squinted at the tiny girl, his mind racing. For a cultivator practicing forbidden arts, reshaping their skeleton to mimic a child isn't impossible. But this silver-haired lowly in front of me, to put it nicely, she's innocent. To be blunt, she looks lacking in the brain department. Unless she's an Oscar-level actress, there is no way this airhead vibe is fake. The tiny girl stared right at Yi, her expression dead serious and brimming with inexplicable confidence. What, you don't believe me? At those words, he didn't bother hiding his disdain. He smirked, his arrogance overflowing. If I believe you, then I'm the first emperor of China. Transfer me $50 and maybe I'll buy it. But in a split second, reality warped. He was plunged into a nightmare realm, a world drowned in blood. An invisible force slammed him down, locking his neck into a towering guillotine. His eyes bulged in terror. How? He was just standing on the street. But the merciless blade whistled down without hesitation. He felt the cold steel slice through flesh, the agony of severance. His head spun through the air like a kicked ball, rolling until it stopped right at the silver-haired girl's feet. He tried to scream, but only choked gasps came out. Gasp. One deep breath later, the nightmare shattered, and he was back in reality. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull, horror gripping his heart. Was that a hallucination? To project killing intent so pure, it made me physically feel my own execution. Overwhelmed by the shock, he unhinged his jaw to scream, "Murderer!" But before the sound could escape, the little girl casually shoved a lollipop straight into his open mouth. He gagged instinctively, clamping his mouth shut, eyes wide with confusion. The girl beamed, "Here, have my favorite strawberry soft candy." Suddenly, the air around her shifted. You better not snitch on me to the school. I only get a measly hour or two of freedom a week. It's totally tragic. With a giant lollipop stuffed in his mouth, he mumbled through the sugar rush, "Who are you exactly?" She struck a pose, radiating false innocence. "I am Gong Kei, a supreme grandmaster. Secret time. I used to beat Xi Jingwen until he cried when we were kids." She punctuated the threat with a playful wink. He froze his soul, leaving his body. His legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to his knees, his mind screaming in sheer panic. Gong Kei perfected the Xuan Huang arts. She's the key to shattering my limits. A grandmaster of slaughter. She's the perfect match for my growth. This is a high-yield investment. Without hesitation, he prostrated himself, his expression shifting from shock to absolute solemnity in a split second. He have wandered half my life without a true lord. Master, Gong Kei, please accept this humble disciple. His dramatic flair rivaled a historical soap opera. Gong Kei stared blankly, her brain short-circuiting at his sudden 180-degree turn. What? Meanwhile, back at the prestigious Hua University campus, the air crackled with tension as the elite instructors lounged in the observation deck. Whispers filled the room. The deans of the 5 great academies were personally overseeing the freshman orientation. If one of the deans takes you as a disciple, your future is set in stone. Keep dreaming, pal. Why would legendary figures waste time on rookies like us? Unless? Haven't you heard the rumors circulating in this manhwa recap? That freshman he cleared the 12 Zodiac's hell mode. Make no mistake, those titans are here for him alone. The clueless freshmen had no idea their struggle for survival was being broadcast live, scrutinized by the entire faculty of Hua University. Since the subway incident, every micro-expression was analyzed. An advanced AI utilized big data to grade their crisis management in real time. Those who treated it like a game, or charged blindly into the Zodiac City, received abysmal ratings. Arrogance was punished instantly. The true test began within the Zodiac City, a brutal clash against the masked guardians, measuring pure combat IQ. Practical execution, tactical organization, and adaptability, these were the metrics that defined a warrior's potential. Even if they failed to secure a kill, demonstrating brilliance in any of these categories guaranteed a high evaluation. Yi. He was the anomaly, scoring perfect across the board. Yet mere perfection wasn't enough to summon the 5 deans. What truly shook the hierarchy was his impossible feat, slaying the hidden boss, the divine dragon. An entity meant to be an insurmountable death trap in this leveling manhwa. A bearded instructor gazed down at the rows of martial artists, whispering to his colleague, "Even Yi. He doesn't realize the gravity of the being he destroyed." That wasn't just a monster. It was a simulation generated by the newanime supercomputer replicating the data of the national guardian Fu Hongsheng during his own legendary awakening. Even the most advanced supercomputers couldn't replicate the divine power of those dual pupils within the illusionary sea of dreams. But Fu Hongsheng was the strongest martial artist in the history of the Xia Nation, perhaps even the world. The record he left at the academy hasn't been broken in 100 years. Yet Yi, he managed to slaughter that simulation. Surviving training with such a god proves this isn't just a standard leveling manhwa, but a tale of heaven-defying talent. As long as his path to power remains unbroken, he is destined to become a grandmaster, perhaps even shattering the ceiling to reach the great grandmaster realm. The elders murmured, "We must restrain our excitement and wait for Yi He to come beg for mentorship." But suddenly a messenger burst in shouting, "Bad news, headmaster." The man delivered the frantic report. Yi. He has already chosen a master. He pledged himself to the former professor, the current special class operative Gong Kei. The elders, who had been sitting on their high horses waiting for a disciple, shot up from their chairs as if their pants were on fire. "What did you say?" Cutting back to Yi He, and Gong Ke, the protagonist, was currently clinging to her for dear life, refusing to let go, no matter how much she struggled. "You want me as your master? Fine. I've accepted you." Yi. He whispered a terrifying thought to himself. "This lowly-looking woman is over 100 years old. If I bow to a little girl in broad daylight, I'm definitely getting 3 years in prison." Gong Kei shoved Yi He aside, her voice booming with reckless abandon. "Back off, kid. Pretty sure Imperial University already kicked me to the curb anyway." But Yi He stood like a stone pillar, his eyes burning with unshakable resolve. "Master, you said you only get an hour of freedom a week. If you take me as your disciple, within 2 years, I swear I'll shatter those chains and win back your liberty." The offer was too sweet to resist. Gong Kei's eyes suddenly blazed even brighter than Yi He's. "For real? All right then, kid. You've got yourself a deal." A cunning grin tugged at Yi He's lips, hook, line, and sinker. But just as the dust settled, boom! A sound like the sky itself tearing apart echoed through the air. News that Yi He picked the Mad Queen Gong Kei spread like wildfire. The rejected instructors teleported in, instantly surrounding them. Gong Kei clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Shh! Here comes the fun police." One instructor stepped forward, his body radiating an aura like a solid block of celestial iron, his expression grim and unreadable. He barked an order, "Senior Gong Kei. The agreement was clear during your brief walks. You are strictly forbidden from interacting with the students." Another elder chimed in, voice dripping with concern. "Your current mental stability is volatile. You are in no state to teach. Go back to your confinement, senior." Gong Kei casually held back the mob, with one hand turning her back on them to face the boy. "Go back, huh? Fine." She looked down at him. "Hey kid, what's your name?" "Yi." He bowed respectfully. "Master, I am Yi He." Despite her petite stature, she marched forward with the dominance of a giant, her voice firm. "Good. Yi He. Let's go home." Yi He trailed behind her, shooting a smug, victorious smirk at the stunned faculty. Scene shift. We cut to the Hua Research Institute, a towering architectural beast looming over the city. Yi He scanned the high-tech fortress with wide eyes, while the legendary Grandma Gong Kei skipped ahead like a schoolgirl without a care in the world. They reached the main hall and stepped into the elevator. As the door slid shut, Yi He tilted his head. "Master, do you really live in such a desolate place?" Gong Ke replied with chilling casualness. "Yup. Couple decades back, I had a bit of a psychotic break. Hurt a lot of people. Hua University locked me down here for safety. Luckily, I've learned to keep the beast on a leash recently. This was my first chance to breathe fresh air in ages." Yi He blinked, processing the red flags. Wait, does that mean I'm the first student you've taken in? Decades. Gonka narrowed her eyes, leaning in. You have a strange way of thinking, kid. Shouldn't you be trembling right now? Cold sweat drenched Yi. He instantly. Was his master about to chop him up? Ding. The elevator bottomed out at floor -666. As the doors opened, a claustrophobic infinite corridor stretched out before them. He couldn't help but ask. For a massive research institute, isn't this hallway a little too tight? Gonkei shrugged. That's because I'm the only one who ever walks here. Yi, he noticed a glowing display above the door ahead. Master, is that a countdown timer? Before he could finish, Gonkei bolted like a missile. She screamed over her shoulder. Damn it! We're out of time! Move your ass! The sudden burst of speed caught him off guard. Yi. He stumbled against the elevator wall, still trying to process. What happens when the timer hits 0? Even in her frantic dash, Gonkei yelled back an explanation. The moment I leave this cell, the electronic clock starts ticking. If I don't make it back before 0, the catastrophic alarm goes off directly in the principal's office. Then the entire university comes to hunt me down. Yi, he gasped. That's insane, Tick. The clock struck exactly 000. By a hair's breadth, they made it. Yi. He, channeling the speed of a protagonist, matched her pace instantly. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, slam. The massive blast doors sealed shut behind them. Automatic defense grids flared to life, locking them in completely. No way out, no way in. Gonka slumped against the wall, exhaling a long breath. Close one. Yi, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere immediately. There's a special magnetic field here. My energy can't condense outside my body. In other words, any combat skills used here are severely nerfed. As if reading his mind, Gonkei chuckled. Obviously. This is designed to be my cage after all. She gestured grandly to their surroundings, explaining the terrifying reality of her existence. To keep me contained, that old fox, Shi Jingwen, built this 3-story luxury bunker. Entertainment, training grounds, it has it all. But it's also bathed in a high-power electromagnetic field to crush a warrior's aura. Gonkei flopped onto a plush sofa. Despite her snow-white hair, she looked like a mischievous teenager. She stretched lazily. It's the only thing keeping me from getting bored and punching a hole to the surface. Yi, he bit his lip to keep from laughing. Prison, this is a penthouse suite, all her needs provided for. It feels less like imprisonment and more like they're worshipping a chaotic goddess. Meanwhile, back in the high offices of Hua University, the man holding the phone was none other than the principal, Shi Jingwen. A panicked voice crackled through the receiver. Principal, bad news, Yi. He has officially taken Gonkei as his master. But the principal replied with an eerie calmness. Let him be. Shi Jingwen's expression hardened, his voice dropping an octave. Do not forget the true purpose of our academy's reform. We don't need a squad of decent soldiers. We need one entity. A singular apex predator who can carry the fate of the Xia nation, know all of humanity on their back. True geniuses must grow wild. Let Yi study under the Mad Queen. The freshman training camp is nearly over. When the time comes, Yi will be the whetstone, and he will sharpen those dull blades until they bleed. The voice on the other end relented. Understood, principal. Shi Jingwen turned his gaze to a computer screen flashing with Gonkei's biodata. The subordinate continued the report. Target Yi. He has entered the containment zone with Gonkei. Vital signs are currently stable. However, according to the big data analysis, when a special grade combatant, like Gonkei, cohabitates for extended periods, there is a 5% probability of a berserk event. The screen flashed ominous red statistics, fit for a system manhwa threat level special grade. Berserk probability, 5 to 14%. Target Yi. He injury probability, 38%. Rescue success rate, 10.3%. The messenger continued his grim report. Student Yi. He has an 89.7% probability of not surviving until the rescue team arrives. And even after rescue, there is a 95.3% chance he cannot be saved. Hearing this, the headmaster stood up, walking slowly toward the great window. His voice carried the weight of grim reality. So-called special class combatants are either death row martial artists or warriors who lost control of their power. His gaze drifted to the horizon, the eyes of a man who had seen too much war. The nation restricts their freedom until a crisis strikes, then unleashes them onto the front lines as weapons of mass destruction. Facing such a terrifying existence, I hope student Yi, he is prepared. If one does not have the resolve to die, how can one walk further on the path of slaughter? Time is running out for the Xia nation. The fools in the Northern White Federation and the fanatics of the God Descent Kingdom are making their move. Burdened by the anxiety and heavy responsibility of a guardian, the headmaster looked into the distance, his heart heavy as he whispered a prayer. Young generation, please grow up faster. Scene change back to Yi. He and Gong Ke, deep in the underground level 3 prison training grounds. Gong Ke walked ahead, stretching her limbs. Come now, I haven't taught in decades. Let's have a spar first, to gauge your strength. Yi. He hesitated. Master, surely you will suppress your cultivation base to the martial disciple stage to match me. Gong Ke stretched and nodded, shooting him a sly glance. Ah, right, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I'll suppress it. Heh. Both of them began to warm up. Yi. He rotated his shoulders. Master Gong Ke, I am ready. The ancient loli was still stretching, making bizarre noises like a deflating balloon. Hew hew ha ha. Gong Ke seemed thrilled to finally have a living punching bag. Yi. He took a defensive stance, eyes locked on his master of 30 minutes, thinking I really don't want to relive the decapitation sensation from earlier. Before he could even finish his internal monologue, Gong Ke launched herself at him like a silver bullet. She might be small, but her physical power was monstrous. Gong Ke's speed was indistinguishable from a phantom demon. In mere seconds, her tiny hand and razor-sharp fingernails were already at his throat. He froze, realizing the lethal strike was aiming straight for his vitals. I thought this was just a spar, Yi. His eyes went wide as he saw Gong Ke's face looming closer, twisted into a demonic expression, her killing intent spiking to terrifying levels. Yi's mind raced. I simulated 5 different evasion routes, but her hand blade cut off every single escape path. I can only clash head-on. Making a split-second decision, Yi. He unleashed his primordial beast energy, erupting with power, since dodging was impossible. To avoid being instant killed by Gong Ke, he played his trump card, his body engulfed in flames, finally forcing her to recoil. Having pushed the dangerous creature back, Yi, he immediately reset his stance, determined not to let her near his weak points again. Seeing his resistance, Gong Ke became even more ecstatic. She grinned, revealing rows of perfect white teeth, and shouted, "Trying to use Bloodline Awakening to boost your speed and defense. Trying to counterattack? Too bad, brat, I'm still faster." With that, Gong Ke leaped into the air, instantly appearing directly above Yi. His head, her body contorting with unnatural flexibility. Gong Ke's arms twisted like living ropes coiling around Yi. His torso and biceps. He could only stare in shock, as he was completely suppressed. In a flash, Gong Ke locked his arms, rendering him immobile, and stomped her small foot ruthlessly onto the back of his neck. She applied crushing pressure. The sound of bones cracking filled the air. The sensation of near death washed over him again, as Yi threw his head back and screamed in agonizing despair. The pain was visceral, drilling into every cell of his body, his screams echoing off the cold walls of the dungeon. After a brief exchange, Yi managed to struggle to his feet, as Gong Ke hopped back to a safe distance. His face was bruised and swollen, blood dripping from head to toe. Shaking uncontrollably, he looked at his master and laughed. "You really didn't hold back, master. You beat my awakened form right back to its original state." Ignoring his words, Gong Ke looked delighted seeing her disciple painted in fresh crimson. She licked the corner of her lips. "Heh, it's been so long since I tasted the scent of blood. A truly predatory reaction." Yi. He wiped the blood from a cut under his eye, smiling dangerously. "Master, in terms of physical arts, I am no match for you. However, next, I will unleash some forbidden martial skills. Please advise me." As he spoke, a massive, terrifying avatar manifested behind him, a giant head with glowing eyes and a gaping maw, exhaling a storm of energy. His eyes shone with a fierce light as he stared down his opponent. Determination flashed in his eyes like a spark. Yi. He smirked internally. Thank God he maxed out his supergiant proficiency last night. Truly a classic leveling manhwa move. Gong Kei assessed the erupting aura stunned. Hey, this kind of destructive force? Is he really just a martial apprentice? I might have accidentally accepted a terrifying monster as my disciple. Seeing the brat unleash yet another hidden technique, without holding back, the century-old grandmaster grinned. She shifted her stance, clearly entertained by this awakening manhwa display. If that's how you want to play, this master will respond in kind. Gong Kei chopped her hand down, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that sliced through the air like a solid blade. The speed and power were cataclysmic as the blast roared toward Yi-Ha. A simple wave of her hand contained such domineering authority. The strike collided with the massive construct Yi. He had manifested, cleaving the giant face in two with terrifying ease. A nuclear-level explosion erupted. Thick black smoke swallowed the battlefield, but from within the chaotic debris Yi's transformed silhouette burst forth. He lunged fists, ready to strike, roaring his technique, original ancestor split form. Mechanical bone humanoid. He had carefully enveloped himself in his Godzilla-like armor. Yet even facing this monster, Gong Kei remained unnervingly calm. As his fist thundered closer, Gong Kei's pupils barely flickered. With the grace of a falling leaf, she pirouetted out of harm's way, her movement fluid as water. Meanwhile, his transformation roared to life. His body expanded into a jagged fortress of muscle and bone, more monster than man. He clenched his fist, condensing every ounce of power for a devastating blow. Gong Kei's reaction. She just pursed her lips and took a sharp breath. In a split second, her tiny finger shot out, aiming straight for the heart of the beast. Her eyes ignited with the cold light of a slaughtering machine. A thin veil of aura wrapped around her delicate arm, small yes, but pulsating with terrifying lethality. He stood like a mountain, invincible and proud. Yet the moment Gong Kei made contact, his absolute defense crumbled like wet paper. Crack! The exoskeleton shattered. Damn it! He hissed through the pain. This armor of flesh and bone was modeled after the king of monsters, Godzilla himself. This defense was supposed to be 10 times tougher than his supergiant form. He had been so confident in the invincibility of his inner plating. He gritted his teeth, his nerves screaming as Gong Kei's attack connected. How could she tear through his ultimate defense as if it were nothing but air? His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. The horror, she had been meters away, but in a single blink of distraction, she had instant stepped right into his face. She grinned with the terrifying delight of a child finding a new toy. Little Yi, are you hiding inside this giant mouth like a turtle? Cold sweat drenched him. Her perception was monstrous. He had completely halted his biological rhythm. He should have been invisible to her senses. This century-old monster wore a bubbly smile, acting cute, while emitting pure bloodlust. Gong Kei chirped, "Come out for master right now." Slash, a shockwave tore across his form. He reacted instantly, morphing his face into a forest of razor-sharp bone spikes to ward her off. He roared, activating the next stage, Fission Form Meteor Titan. If she dared to close the distance now, she'd be vaporized. Crazy as she was, Master Gong Kei still had her wits. She leaped back, creating distance. Her small hand grazed the floor, carving a trail of sparks in her wake. The head of his Titan form began to glow with blinding intensity. It was the signature move of this leveling manhwa power set, Godzilla's nuclear breath. Ready to unleash hell. He shouted a challenge. Master, your blade is sharp, but let's see if you can slice through a beam of pure nuclear destruction. Inside his shattered armor, watching Gong Kei retreat gave him a rush of adrenaline. Finally, he had forced her back. A smirk tugged at his lips. Master, I know my nuclear breath won't melt you, but how exactly do you plan to tank this? Suddenly, reality warped. Out of thin air, massive chains materialized, cold, heavy, and stained with the rust of dried blood. Before he could blink he was bound tight. One moment, he was the apex predator. The next, he was a prisoner in his own battle. 7 chains constricted his body, crushing him from all angles. He looked up and froze. A towering guillotine loomed above, radiating the cold scent of death. Clack, clack, clack. The gears turned. Yi? He twisted his neck, staring at the blade with a distorted expression. The executioner's block. I can't escape it. Whoosh. The heavy blade plummeted with godlike speed, lying helpless beneath it. Yi. His face drained of all color. Panic seized him. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he thrashed against the chains, letting out a desperate primal roar. Answering his call, Jaguarudo emerged from the void. His face was a mask of dark menace. Yi. He had summoned his strongest avatar to shatter Gonkei's mental prison. Time stopped. Jaguarudo froze the falling blade in midair. Yi. His mind raced. Master had pushed him so far, he fell into her secret realm of killing intent. This wasn't reality. It was a terrifying mental construct, a hallmark of high-tier awakening manhwa abilities, born from pure bloodlust. To break a mental illusion, you need overwhelming mental fortitude. In the frozen time, Jaguarudo unleashed a barrage of 10,000 punches against the guillotine blade. Under the relentless assault, the fabric of the illusion began to spiderweb with cracks. It was working. Jaguarudo doubled the speed of his fists. Shatter. The nightmare world exploded like a broken mirror, shards of the illusion raining down into nothingness. He gasped, snapping his eyes open to a cool, refreshing breeze. He was back in the real world, but his invincible armor had been completely annihilated. Standing right next to him, Gonkei was casually enjoying a lollipop. "Oh, awake already?" she crunched. "That turtle shell of yours was surprisingly tough." Yi. He was still reeling from the whiplash of near death. Soul still trembling, he could only stammer out two words, "Master." "You." Debris from his shattered armor littered the ground. He propped himself up, exhausted, his mind trying to process the brutality of what just happened. She had violently torn him out of the Titan's mouth and crushed his crystallized essence defense like it was glass. But wait, that level of power is impossible for a mere martial apprentice. Seeing Gonkei turn to leave, Yi, he narrowed his eyes. A realization clicked. He called out, "Master, you cheated just now, didn't you?" Gonkei paused, the lollipop stick wagging in her mouth. She tilted her small head back, looking the picture of innocence. "Cheated? Put some respect on my name. I won fair and square." Yi. He wasn't buying it. He pressed harder. "Really? Are you sure?" She shrugged, munching on her candy. "Okay, fine. I might have used a tiny bit more power. You know how strong Master is? Sometimes I just can't control my own strength." Yi. He stared at her. That was the most shameless excuse he had ever heard. He pursed his lips, his expression screaming, "I don't believe you." Gonkei started to sweat. Even as a century-old expert, getting caught red-handed was embarrassing. Seeing that he wasn't going to let this slide, she groaned. "Ugh, fine." Suddenly, she pounced. Gonkei tackled Yi, he wrapping her small arms around his neck. She looked up with teary, shimmering puppy eyes. "Come on, Master promises not to play dirty next time. Don't be mad, okay? Please don't ignore me. I haven't had anyone to play with in decades." It was a surreal sight for this manhwa recap. The legendary Master begging like a little sister, apologizing to her big brother. Yi. He held his head high, basking in the moment inside the training hall of the century-old legend Gonkei. But the moment the spar ended, the legendary Master turned into a pouting child, clinging to Yi Hai. He froze, completely bewildered. If she were a young girl, fine, but this was a 100-year-old grandma. He waved his hands frantically. "Hey, please don't cry," Gonkei sniffled, turning to him with teary puppy dog eyes. You aren't leaving, are you?" Yi. His eyes widened, and he nodded vigorously. It was so hard to find a master. Why would I leave? Hearing that, Gonkei instantly sprang up, chin raised in arrogance. "Ahem, I definitely wasn't crying just now." Yi. He flinched at the sudden change. Then she beckoned him. "What's with that face? Come over here." Gonkei jogged to her massive fridge, rummaging for snacks. "Well, I basically understand your true combat power now. Although you're far weaker than I was at your age, compared to the average masses, you're a dazzling genius. So class is in session. What do you wish to learn?" Yi. His mind flashed back to the previous day, the image of her fist shattering his defense. "I want to learn the promotion method to martial artist rank. And that move where you severed lightning and pierced the giant's arm. Gong Kei cracked open a Coke sipping casually. Oh, that chopping technique. That is difficult to teach. Once you cut enough things, you just get a feeling. Yi. He looked blank. A feeling. Suddenly Gong Kei's eyes glowed with an eerie light as she stared into the void. Human bodies, demon beasts, any object. They all possess an optimal breaking point. A line that allows for effortless severance. You can call it the line of death. A chill ran down Yi's spine. He pressed his lips together, heart pounding. The line of death. Master is truly different from Shenlong. If Shenlong's blade pursues absolute power and sharpness, then Master's technique is the pinnacle of surgical precision, like a master butcher dismantling an ox. They sat on the bench to rest. Gong Kei, enjoying her refreshing soda, offered Yi some sincere advice. Learning that technique is troublesome. I suggest you break through to the martial artist rank first. Without raising your cultivation base, your body can't handle my advanced arts. Seeing his conflicted expression, Gong Kei pressed on. Do you know the fundamental difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice? Yi. He blinked. What is it? Gong Kei explained. It isn't just a physical upgrade. It is the awakening of a crucial mental ability. Inner sight. Once you possess inner sight, you transition from macro-level cultivation to micro-level control. With inner sight, you can visualize your meridians, acupoints, and internal organs using your energy to reinforce them and expand your physical limits. In short, a powerful spirit creates a powerful body. Yi. He grinned, mentally calculating. As expected of a professor from the Imperial University, even if she acts silly, her knowledge is absolute. Speaking of spiritual power, after fusing with the vampire template and awakening my time-stop ability, my mental attributes have skyrocketed. This will be a massive advantage for me in the martial artist stage, just like in any system manhwa. After a moment of thought, he asked, So, are there differences in the cultivation manuals used to rank up? Gong Kei's expression turned solemn as she lectured. Breaking through techniques are divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystic, and unranked. Usually, students at lower-tier colleges are provided with unranked manuals. They become unranked graduates. The advantage of this method is speed. There are almost no bottlenecks. One simply accumulates enough qi and blood to break through. Over 80% of martial artists advance this way. But for us at Imperial University, we start at the mystic tier. Yi? He stroked his chin, absorbing the information. Then, what about the heaven and earth tiers? Gong Ke answered immediately. Heaven tier arts are almost exclusively ancient relics recovered from secret dimensions. There might not even be 10 complete copies in the entire world. As she spoke, Gong Ke nodded slowly, her expression darkening with the weight of history. Our university possesses one, but with your current authority and ability, you have 0 chance of accessing it. Yi's face fell in disappointment. Suddenly, Gong Kei burst into laughter. However, you can learn the earth tier technique I possess. Yi felt a shockwave rattle his soul. This was huge. The Killing Heart Bodhisattva Sutra. My personal earth tier breaking technique. Even Little Tiger's demon prison physique was inspired by this very art. This was pure gold. Yi. His jaw dropped, and he shouted with burning desire, I want to learn it. Gong Ke grinned. She tossed her empty Coke can perfectly into the trash bin. Swish. Good. Let's begin immediately. Prepare yourself to endure my killing intent. Suddenly, a terrifying, suffocating aura engulfed Yi. He froze. Wait, already? Damn it, not this again. He looked down at his own body, realizing he had once again been dragged into the twisted illusion created by Gong Kei. The ancient hag licked her lips, a cunning grin stretching across her face, as she cackled, fresh blood is truly my favorite delicacy. The scene snaps back to reality, at Huadu Academy, where the sky had already turned an ominous dark. Classes were dismissed and students flooded out like a tide, but Chu walked alone, lost in thought. Suddenly he spotted Yi walking just ahead of him. He called out casually, Yo Yi, how was the first day back? I heard you found a master. Chu just wanted to say a friendly hello, but he never expected a razor-sharp blade to come slashing at him, threatening to slice him in two. Reflexes screaming, Chu sensed the killing intent instantly. He summoned his ice energy, creating a freezing barrier as he desperately leaped backward to dodge the fatal strike. Chu's eyes blazed with focus. He gripped his own weapon, channeling aura into the blade as he stared down the person standing before him. But, looking closer, that face, that stance, it was terrifyingly unfamiliar. A dark, sinister aura oozed from him, completely unlike the Yi he knew. A few tense seconds passed before he finally turned around, noticing Chu's defensive stance. The darkness vanished, replaced by a casual shrug. "Ah, sorry about that, Chu. I'm a little high-strung lately." Chu stood there, sweating buckets, feeling like someone had just dumped a bucket of ice water over his soul. He stammered, completely speechless. "Yee-heh. You." In Chu's eyes, that momentary glimpse of bloodlust was absolutely bone-chilling. Beneath Yi's feet lay a grotesque carpet of twitching corpses. The air was thick, with the stench of rot and a suffocating heavy malevolence. Chu Zhou's voice trembled uncontrollably. "Just what kind of hell did you go through today? Let's rewind 10 hours. Inside the illusion realm, withered, terrifying monstrosities roamed. An endless tide of beasts surged forward. A looped transmission echoed in his mind. You are forbidden from using any martial arts or abilities. You must rely solely on the blade in your hand to slaughter the undead." This was the brutal trial of his master Gong Ke. At this moment, Yi was nothing more than fresh meat for the ravenous horde. They emerged from the void, their numbers multiplying by the second. The pressure was so crushing that he could barely draw a breath. Against an army like this, "I have to use this rusted piece of scrap." Gong Ke's voice resonated deep within his consciousness. The blade forces you to feel the sensation of steel slicing through flesh and severing bone. It will forge your muscle memory until you instinctively find the perfect killing path, striking the fatal point in an instant. His gaze sharpened into a lethal glare. Staring death in the face, he growled, "So that's how it is. Then let the slaughter begin." In a flash, he crouched and unleashed a violent slash. Swordlight tore through the swarm, sending severed limbs and torso fragments dancing macabrely in the air. Before his eyes, the projection of Gong Ke stood like a towering giant. Her shimmering eyes widened as she suppressed a gasp. "Yehey, this brat." She internalized her shock at his condition. "My earth fiend cultivation illusion is a realm of true peril. An ordinary martial apprentice wouldn't even be qualified to enter. If his mental fortitude didn't far exceed the norm, the killing intent would have already consumed his mind and driven him into chi deviation." Suddenly, his complexion fluctuated wildly, burning red, then pitch black, then flashing with light. Even Gong Ke nodded with absolute certainty. He is indeed the shining hope of the Trial Institute and all of Hua University. I eagerly await your future." Back in reality, after parting ways with Chu Zhou, he returned to his dorm. Finally, safe our protagonist Yi, he soaked luxuriously in a high-end bathtub. He whistled a carefree tune, muttering to himself. Few, dead, tired on the very first day. The #1 university in the Sha Nation lives up to its reputation. His phone buzzed. His eyes lit up with excitement when he saw the caller ID. Oh, a rare guest, Lu Qingzhu. The scene shifts to Lu Qingzhu's dormitory, where she was buzzing with energy in her cozy room. Yi, he answered classmate Qingzhu. What's up, Lu? Qingzhu sprawled out on her bed, replying instantly. My mother sent the items you asked for. I have them right here. She rolled playfully across her soft sheets. Her voice turned noticeably sweeter. Mom also told me to thank you for helping me take the top spot in the freshman trials. Yi. He responded with genuine delight. Is that so? I'll swing by your dorm to pick it up later. Qingzhu's face flushed crimson. She stammered, Ah, no need. You don't have to come. I'll just send it over via drone. Yi. He agreed easily. All right. Did you find a mentor today? Who's your advisor? Qingzhu sat up, twisting shyly. It's Dean Bai. She said I have great talent and accepted me as her disciple. Yi, he exclaimed. Wow, really? That's fantastic. But Qingzhu hesitated before asking, What about you, classmate Yi He? Which dean did you bow to? Our hero dunked his face into the water. He figured he shouldn't mention that he rejected all 5 deans in this classic awakening manhwa scenario, or someone would definitely lose sleep tonight. He gave a vague reply. I paid my respects too. Qingzhu felt a headache coming on. Hello Yi-He, what did you say? But Yi-He just babbled nonsense to dodge the question. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed, bringing the first semester to a close. For the freshmen of Hua University, countless interesting events had unfolded. At the start of the term, Ouyangze united elite talents from various provinces to form the Dragon Blood Society, holding immense influence among the first years. As expected, when the local Hua City students returned from their elite summer training camp, sparks flew, and friction erupted with the Dragon Blood Society. As the tension escalated, members of the Dragon Blood Society and the local Hua City students began settling their grudges in the arena. The result was brutal, more losses than wins. The Dragon Blood Society began to decline. Currently, the most famous name among the freshmen was Hang Jianhui, though calling him famous only within the university was an understatement. He commanded attention across the entire nation, simply because he was the top scorer of the Hua City College entrance exam. During the exam's live broadcast, netizens were deeply convinced by his overwhelming power. Rumors even swirled that Fu Hongsheng regarded him highly, calling him the next National Guardian-level martial artist. As for Yi-He, the guy who made a splash at the opening ceremony had been completely forgotten. After all, he had vanished from the public eye for over 3 months. Cut to the underground research facility of Hua University, Gong Kei's personal training room. He was plastered against the floor while Gongke stomped her tiny foot ruthlessly onto his shoulder. She shouted, "Faster, move faster. With every stomp, I'm injecting my refined spiritual martial energy into your body." Gong Kei stood with both feet on Yi, he practically dancing the lambada on his back. She looked down with pure enjoyment. This energy contains my insights into the Bodhi Heart Sutra. It will stabilize your newly broken through martial realm. Plus, you get to feel my precious jade feet. Consider it a blessing, brat. Meanwhile, he was flushed red, his body covered in bruises and bloodstains. Yet he continued his push-ups, enduring the limit, while cursing internally. Damn it, what is this hell? My martial energy is sealed and I'm forced to do push-ups like this. It feels like I'm carrying a literal mountain, and Master's energy flowing through me is making my insides itch like crazy. Above him, Gong Kei smirked. Ho ho ho. Little trash fish can't handle it already. You haven't even done 1,000 reps yet. He held back the agonizing pain, gritting his teeth until they nearly shattered. A guttural roar erupted from his throat. Who are you calling a trash fish? Watch me speed up. His aura exploded like a wild beast breaking its cage. Startled by his intensity, Gong Kei panic stomped a few dozen more times. Fine, then. Come on, faster, faster. Put your back into it. At this moment, he endured a barrage of hundreds of stomps, his body vibrating as he unleashed a violent explosion of power. He roared like a primal beast, his voice shaking. The very foundations of the room followed instantly by an energy blast that detonated like a ticking time bomb. Gongke shot out from the smoke, just as the crimson shockwave erupted. In the eye of the storm, his body underwent a terrifying metamorphosis. His muscles didn't just tighten, they surged and expanded, rippling with explosive power. It felt as if fresh blood was tearing apart his old limits, shredding the weak fibers to make way for the new. Standing amidst the aftermath, he inspected his form. He wasn't just solid. He was a sculptured fortress of raw strength. He declared, "These new muscle fibers are forged purely for combat." Catching a glimpse of her disciple's massive chiseled abs, Gong Kei's eyes practically sparkled with delight. Channeling her inner teenage maiden, she shrieked, "Ah, your clothes are gone, you shameless pervert." Yi's face instantly turned the color of a ripe tomato. "If you're going to cover your eyes, try closing the gaps between your fingers, master." He spun around, ready to depart. "It's time to end this seclusion." Gong Kei's face fell, her voice dripping with sadness. "You're leaving already?" "That's right. I've been trapped here with you for 3 whole months. I need to see the sun again." She switched tactics, pouting with exaggerated cuteness. "Will you come back to visit?" He turned his back with icy coolness but side-eyed her before delivering a sharp verbal smackdown. "Obviously. But you're terrible at gaming. Practice more before I return. Gongka clicked her tongue and teased back, blah. Who needs you to carry them anyway? Scene shift. Standing before the towering structures of the Academy Yi, he muttered to himself, 3 months without daylight. I actually missed it, even if the glare is annoying. As he wandered through the campus, a strange sensation washed over him. It had only been a short while, yet it felt like an entire era had passed since he last walked these streets. But this wasn't a leisure stroll. He had a destiny to fulfill. His gaze sharpened as he recalled the rules. At Hua University, grades aren't just about exams. The real test lies in the extracurricular combat missions. The core objectives: hunt down criminal martial artists, investigate mysterious dungeons, or hold the line against catastrophic monster tides. Sometimes it involves crushing illegal syndicates or repelling foreign invaders. With his goal set, he headed to the activity center to pick a quest and reunite with an old friend. Arriving at the bustling hub of Hua University, he spotted a familiar face. Yo! Long time no see, Chuzhou. Chuzhou's face lit up with relief. You finally dragged yourself out of seclusion. You kept me waiting for ages, man. Wasting no time on pleasantries? Yi. He cut to the chase. Chuzhou, what's your status? How much have you leveled up? I broke through to the martial artist rank 2 months ago, Chuzhou replied confidently. But as he looked at Yi, a chill ran down his spine. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing. It was their first meeting in 3 months, yet Yi. He seemed completely unchanged in aura or physique. It was as if he was the hidden protagonist of a leveling manhwa concealing a power too vast to measure. Just how monstrous has his power become? Could he actually stand toe-to-toe with the tyrant of the school? Chuzhou's mind drifted to the recent dominance of the campus king. 3 days ago, I watched a private duel between Xiang Jianghui, the freshman representative, and Wu Yangze, vice captain of the Dragon Blood Guild. The result was inevitable. Wu Yangze was crushed in 10 minutes flat. And the scariest part? It was obvious Xiang Jinhui wasn't even using his full strength. Chuzhou couldn't help but worry comparing his friend's unknown potential against the absolute dominance of the school's top dog. Could Yi survive a clash with Xiang Jinhui? No. Wait. Perhaps Xiang Jinhui isn't even worthy of being Yi's opponent anymore. Suddenly, a breathless voice interrupted his thoughts. Sorry. Lu Qingzhu dashed in wearing a breezy shirt and shorts combo that turned heads. She panted, cheeks flushed but beaming with energy. I'm late. However, Yi. He just crossed his arms, staring at her with a mischievous, cryptic smirk. Classmate, Qingzhu. Is that all? Huh. What do you mean? She blinked, confused. Then realization hit her like a truck. Her face exploded into a shade of crimson, so deep it looked like she was on fire. Her mother's advice suddenly echoed in her mind. Qingzhu, listen well. You and Yi, are a couple now. You need to show public displays of affection. Do the A, B, C, and definitely the XYZ. Panic seized her heart. Is he waiting for me to do that right here? What do I do? Yi. He stood there genuinely confused by her silence. Meanwhile, Qingzhu puckered her lips, trembling, as she slowly, agonizingly leaned her body toward him. Yi. He frowned. What are you doing? We haven't met in 3 months. Aren't you going to say hello? Her romantic bubble popped instantly, replaced by the feeling of a bucket of ice water being dumped on her soul. Steam practically blew out of her ears. She spun around, fighting the urge to pummel him into the ground. I hate you. You're the worst. After the awkwardness settled, the trio moved to the mission board. The 3 freshmen stood before the massive holographic display. Chuzhou scanned the data. Everything on the big screen is trending hot missions and the elite students who cleared them. He turned to his teammates. Qingzhu and I already cleared 3 missions exceeding the quota. We're only here today because we wanted to form a party with you. Qingzhu swiped through her tablet, her eyes scanning for the perfect fit. I've filtered the list. These 3 missions suit our current power level. A deranged serial killer in Heng City investigating monster tide fluctuations in Lian City, and a spiritual anomaly in Linshui County. Originally, these were all rank 2 missions. But the Linshui County anomaly just got upgraded to rank 3. She pointed at the threat level. Hua University categorizes quests from 1 to 5. The higher the number, the closer to death you are. Freshmen usually stick to rank 1. The only rank 2 mission Chuzhou and I survived required a full 10-man raid team. For a 3-person squad like ours, getting approved for a rank 2 is nearly impossible. Hearing this, he casually produced a crimson card from his pocket. He spun it between his fingers with effortless swagger. "Don't worry, I have a privilege card." As he held it, his master's voice echoed in his memory. "Little Yi, you're strong enough to carry your own weight now. There are few freshmen or sophomores who can match you. You need high-difficulty quests to sharpen your blade. With this card, the system won't block you from any mission. However, do not be arrogant. Stay away from rank 4 and 5 missions. Those are suicide runs where even Xuanwu realm masters perish." Back in reality, his friends stared in shock. Qingzhu gasped. "Where in the world did you get an item like that?" It was hard to explain. He mumbled some vague excuses, but luckily Chu decided not to pry and quickly changed the subject to save the mood. "So, Yi, what do you think about these 3 missions?" Yi didn't hesitate for a second. Risk and reward always coexist. He tried to dodge Qingzhu's curious gaze, secretly relieved that Chu had shifted the topic. He broke it down. "The first mission is just a pure manhunt. Personally, I think the efficiency here is trash. We're chasing a cunning rat that even the criminal investigation team hasn't caught in months. The difficulty isn't the combat, it's the tracking. As for the second mission, it's just support work. In a leveling manhwa world like ours, we'll never grow if we just stand on the sidelines. With the Grand Xia Dragon Guards there, we'd just be doing grunt work. Whether it's combat or recon, the main force won't let us touch the real action. But the third mission, we control the entire process. Sure, having no backup introduces massive variables, but the greater the risk, the sweeter the loot. If we're afraid of danger and stay in the greenhouse, why bother becoming martial artists at all? I'm voting for Mission 3. The decision was made. The logic was sound and his confidence ignited a fire in his teammates. Qingzhu and Chu felt their doubts vanish. "I'm in. I agree with Yihei." Yihei grinned, his charisma returning. "Perfect. Then, we move out today." However, the moment they met the receptionist at the support office, they got an earful. "Is this a joke to you? Didn't you see a second-year squad already failed at Linshui County? You 3 fresh-faced rookies dared to take a grade 3 mission. You're severely overestimating yourselves." She roasted them so hard they couldn't get a word in. He waited for her to finish before calmly holding up a card. "Ma'am, I have a privilege card." But the receptionist wasn't buying it. Her expression twisted into deeper suspicion. "Learning to lie now, are we? I'm calling the director right now to expose your little scam." She dialed with furious determination. But reality hit her hard, and seconds later, she was bowing and scraping to the voice on the other end. "Yes, director. Understood, sir." Her attitude did a complete 180-degree flip. She turned back to them with a sickly, sweet customer service smile. "Wishing you all a prosperous martial journey." He looked at her fake smile and smirked. "Honestly, I liked your arrogant vibe from a minute ago better." With the mission secured, the trio walked out like bosses. He took the lead, waving to Chu and Qingzhu. "You guys go prep the gear. I need to go pick up a little something." The scene shifts to the mechanical and magic tool factory. He arrived at the gate. A robotic voice chimed. "Identity verification successful." Inside, a man in a white lab coat stood amidst high-tech machinery. He called out immediately. "Dean, I'm here to collect my reward for the Zodiac Pendant War." The dean turned around, nodding with approval. "You didn't choose an Earth rank skill but went for a weapon instead? You've got good eyes, kid." The dean rambled on for a bit before finally unveiling the masterpiece he had crafted specifically for Yihai. "If Senior Gonka hadn't beaten me to the punch." "Well, never mind that. Feast your eyes on what I've forged for you. It has no elemental attributes, but the energy conductivity is a staggering 95%. I cast it from Starfall Alloy Legendary for its durability. This is a top-tier divine weapon. This horse-slaying saber is 1.2 meters long, broad, flat, and dark as the void, yet it glimmers with starlight. That is the signature of pure Starfall metal." He immediately grabbed the hilt, swinging it to test the balance. It was absolute perfection. The dean continued his enthusiastic sales pitch. The spine is covered in serrated patterns to increase weight and impact force. Every swing carries enough kinetic energy to crush bone and steel alike. It was a weapon born for destruction, perfectly suited to Yi-He's style. Yi. He gave it a casual swing, making the heavy blade look like a feather. As he inspected the hilt, the dean explained the finer details. The grip is wrapped in a special anti-slip beast hide, woven through with metallic threads. Those threads are also starfall metal, ensuring your energy flows seamlessly from palm to blade. Yi. He tested a few combat forms, and the sheer wind pressure from his swings sent the skirts of the nearby female assistants flying. The dean beamed with pride. Every slash screams with power, excellent. The weight is standard. Not too light, feels substantial in the hand. After all, I customized it based on your body metrics from 3 months ago. I didn't expect you to handle the weight so easily. After breaking through to the martial artist rank. Yi, he clearly satisfied, turned to leave with a final compliment. You really live up to the name of the Imperial Blacksmith. This is top-tier work. The dean shouted after him. Of course it is. I dare say even if Senior Gongke were here in terms of forging, he'd have to call me Daddy, but Yi. He cut him off instantly. Dean. The old man froze. Ahem, Yi-He. When you go back, definitely do not repeat that to Senior Gongke. Scene changed to Linshui County. The rookie squad had arrived. Yi-He and Chu took point with Qingzhu trailing behind. Chu whispered. Because of the mission's secrecy, we're infiltrating as ordinary college students. In a heartbeat, Yi-He unleashed his senses, sweeping the area with his awakened powers. He calculated inwardly, I'll use the biomagnetic field to scan the perimeter first. Besides, I've pushed the Godzilla template to 71% this semester. His biomagnetic field was now strong enough to blanket the entire county, a feat typical of a high-tier leveling manhwa protagonist. I'm just worried our presence might spook the old rats hiding in the sewers. If we let those vermin scatter, hunting them down will be a massive headache. After all, the hardest part of extermination isn't the killing, it's the finding. Chu Zhou, standing beside him, nodded grimly. Agreed. Let's head to the safe house Imperial University arranged for us. Just then, fate intervened as a tricycle rattled down the road. The driver, spotting the 3 young martial artists by the curb, slowed down and called out, Hey there, youngsters, where are you heading? Need a lift. Seizing the opportunity, Yi. His lips curled into a cunning smirk. The mission starts now. Hopping onto the old man's tricycle, the trio played their parts perfectly. The chatty driver pedaled along, asking, You guys look like scholars. Which school are you from? Here for summer vacation, Yi. He replied smoothly. I'm actually from Linshui County. I brought my college friends from Yuncheng to visit my hometown. Hearing this, the driver's eyes widened in genuine surprise as he turned his head. You're from Linshui. Who are your folks? Why would I feel anything, Yi? He replied with a casual shrug, completely unbothered. My grandfather Yi Shou-rong passed away years ago. I moved here after that. The driver finally pieced it together and focused back on the road. So this kid was a descendant of the old Yi family. Meanwhile, Yi smirked internally. Learning the local Linshui dialect on the plane was a genius move, and the cover identity from Hua University was solid. Realizing who his passenger was, the driver's attitude did a complete 180, becoming cheerful and welcoming. From the front seat, he laughed heartily and said, Good, good. Young man, the fact that you remember Linshui County means you haven't forgotten your roots. That brings good fortune. Before long, they arrived at the destination, the mission base assigned by Hua University, which was also Yi Shou-rong's old estate. The 3 of them stepped out right in front of the gate. Yi. He stood by the car, staring silently into the compound. The driver leaned out and pointed inside. Little Yi, just so you know, the Grand Dragon Festival, the biggest event in Linshui every 3 years, is happening in 2 days. You absolutely have to come. If you're too shy to come out, this old man will personally come and drag you there. Yi slipped back into the local dialect effortlessly and replied, I understand. Thank you, sir. After the helpful driver drove off, the trio began their infiltration. Chu Zhou took the lead, shouldering his backpack. He scanned the area and rendered his verdict. This place hasn't been touched in over a decade. It's a wasteland. Look at these weeds and mosquitoes. It looks like we have some serious cleaning to do. That's when our main character, Yi. He lifted his leg high, a dangerous twisted grin spreading across his face. Cleaning. Oh, I'm an expert at cleaning. Yi. He stomped his foot down. A shockwave of nuclear aura exploded from him like a devastating ult in a leveling manhwa, sweeping across the entire courtyard in a split second. The stubborn weeds growing through the stone cracks were instantly incinerated by the nuclear energy. Lu Qingzhu watched in horror and gasped. That's not cleaning, that's a massacre. Chu Zhou, however, was delighted. Efficient and fast. I like it. With the yard cleared, Yi He and Lu Qingzhu headed for the main house, while Chu Zhou lingered behind. Chu Zhou ran his hand over the doorframe, calculating. Drop the luggage here. I'm going to install micro cameras around the perimeter for surveillance. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzhu was already on high alert. She peeked into another room. I'll check the interior. But almost immediately, she called out Yi. He get in here, and look at this. Yi. He snapped out of his daze and walked toward her, keeping his cool, but clearly intrigued. Did you find something? What caught Lu Qingzhu's attention was a statue hidden in the room, a Buddha statue, but its head was draped in cloth, radiating a sinister demonic energy. She pointed it out from her angle. There's a shrine here, but I have no idea what it's worshipping. Yi. He immediately deduced that this thing didn't belong to the original house. Qingzhu frowned. What do you mean placed here later? The two of them stepped closer to the eerie Buddha. Yi? He began his analysis. The shrine itself is made of wood. If it had been in this abandoned house for 10 years, it would be rotten by now. But this shrine, despite the dust, if you wipe it off the wood, underneath is practically brand new. Suddenly, Chu Zhou stormed